morning. Is anybody out there? Hello? Good morning. Right. Because I can't see you. There's lights in my eyes. I have to just believe that you're actually there. Almost like God, you know. Can't see him, but you know he's there, right? Okay, so I'm making a presentation this morning called How to Build a Blockbuster, and it's all about marketing your next film. How many people here are producers? 1, 2, 3. Okay, quite a few film producers. Okay, so this is definitely for you. I think I did this at NIFS a few years ago, and I regularly present this to film students at the Ebony Life Film Academy as well. So it's something which producers, in fact, they keep asking me to come back, so I'm guessing it must be a little bit useful. So let's get straight into it. How much time do I have? Oh, okay, so I have time. Great. It's cutting down. It's reducing. Okay. So I have a question for all of you producers. If no one sees your next film, did you actually make it? What do you think? But if nobody sees it, what's the point? So, marketing your film is just as important as making the film. Why? Because you need to get screen time, you need to get your money back, you need to build a following, especially if you're a new producer. You need to get enough money, hopefully, to finance your next film. And overall, you need to make money. You need to keep building your finances so that you can make bigger and better productions and hopefully make a mark on the world. So when I first started marketing film in Nigeria, people would say to me, oh, you did this film, you know, Wedding Party, then there's Wedding Party 2, then there's Chief Daddy, all these different films, number 1, number 2, number 3 of all time in the box office. How did you guys actually make it work? And one of the things I said to people, and I'll say to you now, is it depends on when you start marketing your film. And for many Nigerian producers, they get so caught up in raising the money. You know, there's the whole idea of making the film, figuring out who's going to star in the film, who you're going to use as your DP, your director, and you forget the actual point of marketing the film, and that starts in the very, very beginning. So from the time you develop the concept, you should be figuring out how to market it. Who's going to be in the film? Is the film a marketable film, whether it's from a genre point of view, the characters, the setting? Who's going to be in the film as the actors? Sometimes we watch Nollywood films and the casting is not even believable. Do you know that one with a young couple in love, but they're really in their mid-40s? Not quite believable sometimes. And then, of course, there's product placement, again, very early on in the film. And I've known several producers, later on, when they're running out of money, they think about product placement. And now they have to start thinking about going back into the movie to put someone's poster in the background, to put someone's logo on the phone, or whatever it is. So try to start thinking about those things from the very beginning. When does a publicity campaign begin? That also begins right at the beginning. So you can see the article on the screen. From the time many producers in Hollywood are acquiring the rights to a story, to a book, to an article, to a play even. And the marketing starts from that time. I can remember when I was at Ebony Life, we were announcing the acquisition of Death and the King's Horseman. We announced the acquisition of Baba Segi's Wives. those movies haven't even been made yet. But we started the publicity from then that we'd acquired the rights, and one day those movies would be made. So you start as early as you can. If you get a big director, you make an announcement. If you get some great stars in your film, you make the announcement. If you've started pre-production, you make the announcement. When you're starting the first day of production, you make the announcement. And you just keep going, you keep marketing, because every little drop of publicity all adds up in the end. Don't wait until the film has been made. So, some of you are thinking, well, why do I need to start that early? Well, first of all, you want to create anticipation for your movie. You want people to start thinking about, yeah, I think I'd like to see a film like that. Or I'd like to see that person in that film. Or I wonder how that would work out. Also, remember that if you have a great idea for a film, you are not necessarily the only person with that idea. In fact, they say that most great ideas, several people are thinking about it at the same time. So as soon as you decide you're making that film, announce the film. Some of you like to be very secretive. I get that, but once you've committed to making the film, make the announcement. So everybody else who has the same idea will know that you beat them to it, and maybe they need to start thinking about something else. It's not unusual sometimes for 2 or 3 films. Have you ever seen that sometimes even in Hollywood? 2 or 3 films come out at the same time, almost the same thing. And that's why nobody made it very public that they were making that kind of film. You want to get your best possible release date. Again, it's never too early to start thinking about your release date. Don't try to rush it, but always give yourself time and make a plan. I remember, has anybody heard about the Nollywood cabal? Anybody? Yeah, the one that they corner the best release dates and all of that. I remember I used to hear that when I was at Ebony Life. That's why Ebony Life always got the Christmas releases, because there was some kind of magical cabal. But the truth was, I remember one year we were about to release a film. I think it might have been, I don't know, Wedding Party 2 or something like that. And we had already booked theaters for the following Christmas, for the next film that we knew we were going to make. So all that we did is we got ahead of everybody else, and we booked 12 to 14 months ahead. We said, that's when we're releasing our film. Same thing for the Valentine's movie, Royal Hibiscus Hotel. We knew from 6, 8 months before this was going to be a Valentine's movie, make sure the distributor gets the dates for us before that. So it's not a cabal, it's just forward thinking and forward planning. Just trust me on that, because we were there all the time trying to get ahead of the next person, because we know there's demand for the film. Same thing in Hollywood, people pre-book. Do you guys know when Black Panther is coming out already? Yeah, they've already booked their dates. I think it's 2 to 3 years ahead. They said, this is when we're bringing out this film. So that's how it happens. It's not because people are manipulating the system. Also, if you don't have a huge marketing budget, and most of you won't, the best way to compensate for a small marketing budget is to start early. So you start marketing, all these things that we're talking about, announcements, press releases, letting people know, going on social media. They cost you next to nothing. So don't wait until you're about to release the film and you're now panicking and you need all this money that you need to spend to get billboards and the toll gate and this and that. If you start early, you will already have some publicity out there. And by the way, again, I had the King of Boys poster there, and you realize that someone like Kemi Adetiba, we knew about King of Boys 2 long before she finished it. And in fact, she started so early that when she started, she was thinking it was going to be a movie, and it ended up being a series. But that's how early she started. Okay, so the other part of marketing that sometimes producers in Nigeria don't really do is actually focus on the behind the scenes. So when you're making the movie, always remember to make the movie about making the movie. Take photos, take videos, do everything. Your stars are in the makeup chair, photograph them, video them, have someone interview them. The director is taking a break. Have the director talk about the process. What's it like working with these actors? What's it like working in this location? You can go on and on and on. Just keep taking snippets of all of those things that are happening behind the scenes, because eventually you will be able to make a behind-the-scenes film for maybe 10, 15 minutes that creates extra interest in your movie. Also, if you happen to have a hit movie, then people want to know, how did you make the movie? So sometimes you can actually have a 20, 30-minute film that actually people are interested in watching about how you made the movie. So that's the important thing about behind the scenes. The other thing, of course, is that you can just, you also have a lot of marketing material for your social media campaign later on. So, I always say that the details matter. All the things that you might take for granted, they actually do matter. So, the movie title. Any production I've been involved in, there's a lot of research that goes into what do you call the movie. You might think you should call the movie X, but if you just think, well, is it X, is it Y, is it Z, is it A, is it B, is it C? And what you do is you start to ask people what they think. What kind of reaction do you get when you say the title of this movie? Is it intriguing? Is it interesting? Does it describe in a great way what the movie's about? So those are some of the things that you look at. The logo. Again, for many people, the logo is an afterthought. You're now designing you've made the movie, you're now deciding, okay, you're going to design the poster. Some graphic designer comes up with something and it looks okay. Yeah, it looks good, and you're happy with it. Every time I've designed a film logo, I realize that this is a logo that is going to be on T-shirts, it's going to be on posters, it's going to be eventually maybe on streaming. How is it going to look big? How is it going to look small when it's maybe on the bottom of a social media post? Does it convey the right thing? So if it's a romantic film, is the title, looking nice and swirly romantic, like The Wedding Party? Or is it a big, fat comedy? So do I have nice, chunky letters like a Chief Daddy? That immediately as you see it, it's chunky, it's in red. Most people know immediately this is a comedy coming, it's not a serious drama. So the actual font you use, the colors you use, that whole style of the logo itself, just that alone can actually tell people what kind of movie you've made, and all of that helps in the marketing. The tagline. How many of you think the tagline is serious? In fact, how many of you know what the tagline is? 1, 2. Okay, so as we're going along, I'll talk about the taglines, but that's important too. Can you see the poster? Can everyone read the poster? Everybody remember that movie, Alien? Some of you. So I remember when that movie came out, and the tagline affected me so much as a marketer. I wasn't always marketing film, but as a marketer, I thought that was one of the most amazing taglines, and it stayed with me for years. And then later, when I decided that I was going to help to market movies, I always said to myself, one day I want to write a tagline as great as the tagline for Alien. Very simple, but very scary. In space, no one can hear you scream. And that just gave me chills. Maybe it's just me, but I thought it was brilliant, and I've always wanted to write a tagline that good. Cast photographs, equally important. The best time to do cast photographs is that day on set when all your actors are going to be there. find the best photographer that you can find and then negotiate. So find a photographer that's too expensive for you and then negotiate. Always get a great photographer, because if you get all the right shots of your actors laughing, smiling, crying, whatever, later on when you need to create your poster, you will have all these great images, but also for all your publicity, for all the different things that I'll show you later on, you have all these great photographs. So make sure, don't skimp on the quality. Many of you, when you were walking here from the elevator, did you see a lot of the standees coming in? Did you notice how the quality varied? Some of them had very grainy photographs, some of them had very beautiful photographs, and once you start to blow up these things for standees, for posters, for digital billboards, the quality of the photographs makes a difference. So try to invest a little bit in that, and don't just skimp on it. And please don't just be grabbing from the screen unless it's that kind of film, like an indie festival kind of film. Otherwise, it won't work. Graphic design, also very important. Again, don't just go for any designer. Find someone who's already got experience in designing film posters. Film posters and flyers are not the same. So don't get the guy who's used to designing wedding invitations or whatever it is. Get someone who's very experienced, who's worked on film posters before. The first time I did it, I knew that I didn't know enough about film posters. So I actually studied, I think it was the top 100 or the top 50 Hollywood posters of all time. And I studied them for weeks just to figure out what made these posters as great as they were. And I started to find out there was a formula. So if you're doing a romantic comedy, for example, I found out that with my first romantic comedy that there are only 6 posters for romantic comedies. Just 6. And when I realized that there's a formula to creating a romantic comedy poster, it made my life so much easier. So there's a formula for everything. And even if you're not going to follow the formula, you should know what the formula is, so that if you decide to break the formula and do something else, at least you know what was already working and has created hundreds of millions and sometimes billions of dollars for Hollywood. Also, try to make the best possible trailers. They sell your film like nothing else. Some of us don't know, but in Hollywood, there are actually companies that only make trailers. That's all they do. They do nothing else but make trailers. They don't make movies, they don't make commercials, they just make trailers. And the biggest studios with the best directors and the best editors still send everything to them to make these trailers. So the trailers are that important. Has anyone seen the Bond trailer? Anybody? Seen the Bond? They actually made 3 trailers because every time they pushed back the release date, they needed to create more excitement again, so they invested in another trailer. I think they've done 3 so far, and hopefully that's the last one because the movie is coming out this weekend. Script it. Make sure you have a great editor. Add exciting captions and special effects. Use a great voiceover. Great music. The music doesn't have to be in the film, by the way, but always use a great voiceover. Everybody knows that Hollywood one, right? In a world. And they start saying, in a world where this, that, tap. And so there's always this great, and there's people who specialize in doing those things. And then once you make that trailer, test it over and over. Get groups of people together, get your crew together, test it on friends and family, go back and tweak it until you're sure that it's a trailer that's going to create excitement when it comes out. It's going to get a lot of views on YouTube. It's going to get people excited when they see it in the cinema weeks before the release. And make the best possible poster. So a lot of the ingredients I've talked about already. Make sure you understand the design for the genre, the different genres. So if it's drama, there's a particular one. If it's a superhero, sci-fi type thing, you will see great examples of that as well. Actually, just go in. It's very easy. You can just Google top 50 science fiction movie posters of all time, top 50 murder mystery, whatever it is, and you'll see and start to study what makes them great. And then you get your graphic designers involved. You can create different concepts, and I'll show you how I did some different concepts for one movie. Some worked, some didn't work. And when I say some didn't work, it's based on the testing that I did. So I create these things over and over and over again. I think I have 5 that I think are amazing, and then the audience that I'm testing it on tells me, nah, that's not so amazing. That's okay. But then there's one that they all think is brilliant, and that's the one I will use. So you make it consistent with your marketing strategy. And I don't know if you've noticed recently, but almost every Nollywood poster has about 52 people on the poster. Maybe 53. Because they forgot that guy. So they put him in. Try to resist doing the ensemble thing if you can. Sometimes it's unavoidable. I broke my own rule when it was, which one was it? Chief Daddy. Chief Daddy, we had 18 people that I was told I had to fit onto this poster. And I didn't know how. And so I actually said, right, Google is my friend. You know, great posters with large casts. And then I thought, okay, there's about only 4 ways you can do this. And I chose the best way that I thought would work for the concept that we had. So that, like I said, there are formulas to all these things. Try to make your poster memorable. This poster that you see on screen for Royal Hibiscus, this was something that when we created it, I wanted it to be a classic Hollywood type romantic poster. And one of the things I was mindful of is the fact that the movie was first going to the Toronto International Film Festival. So I wanted something that really kind of resonated with that audience. And we already knew that the poster was going to be different for Nigeria. So what was the difference? The difference was going to a North American audience, an international audience, they didn't know any of the people anyway, so it didn't matter. So I wanted to create the most striking thing I could. Once we brought that poster to Nigeria, and I'll show you examples later, we knew that we had to show the faces that people knew, because in this case, these actors are now quite well known, but when we brought out the movie, nobody really knew them. And so we couldn't make it all about them, but I still wanted to get this same feel, so you'll see how we did it later on to try to do this kind of feel, but still show people the faces that they knew. And also, last thing, when you're creating your poster, always remember that it's going to be in multiple formats. So sometimes it will be the standee. It will be, if you're lucky enough to have the toll gate. So all these different shapes and sizes, and you have to think. And also social media is going to be square, so make sure it's going to work for all these different formats. Everybody see that? So we kept the feel on the left, kept the feel of the one we did for the kind of Hollywood audience, but now we had all the characters that people knew and loved. And so we created a very different feel there. And then that was another alternative which we ended up not using on the right, which we had created also for that audience. Then another version, change? Another version where we kept that concept, but we had the cast introduced, so again, people would see their favorite actors. And then the last one was a different concept that we tried, and that one never came out again, but all good concepts, just worked in a different way. All right, so whoever's changing the thing, please stay with me. All right, so plan your social media campaign. Social media is what drives film, and for everybody here that doesn't have a big marketing budget, it's a thing that has saved all of us. So now you can plan on social media, but just make sure, just because social media is free or relatively cheap, it doesn't mean that it's easy. You still have to figure out how you're going to use it, how you're going to amplify it. So if you're not an expert in this area, you don't have an expert on your team, find an agency that has a good track record, again, in marketing film, not marketing soap powder or something else. Film is quite specific. Make sure that well ahead of time you've planned out the whole campaign. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday I'm posting this, this, this. On Tuesdays it's going to be this. On Thursdays it's going to be this. Whatever it is, make sure you plan it out carefully. Make sure ahead of time you've built a whole content, a whole library of content, because often people are scrambling around trying to figure out what we're going to post this week, what we're going to post tomorrow. So make sure you build up all that stuff from behind the scenes, from your photo shoots, all your different concepts for your posters, maybe that you're not going to use for the poster, you can use on social media. Make sure you build up a library of these things. Make sure you find different ways to engage the audience. It could be memes, it can be teasers, posters, giveaways. So when you've cut that brilliant trailer, you can now use small pieces of that trailer to tease the audience as well. You can do giveaways of tickets. You work with your distributor, you work with the cinemas, and you make sure that you are doing different things on social media all the time to engage. But whatever you do, do not overdo it. Sometimes people go overboard. 5 times a day you're posting, and people are just tired of you. Before the film comes out, everyone's switched off. So try to pace yourself properly. So from social media, don't forget that although everybody's online, your best and biggest audience for your film are the people who are already going to the cinema. Those people who go every week, every couple of weeks, every month, but they always are looking out for a film to go to, that's your prime audience. So make sure you have great in-cinema materials. Make sure you do a good standee. Make sure you could do nice countertop posters and so on. Make sure you have flyers as well. You can also create something that's large enough that people can take pictures with. So if it's something that's intriguing, people will take pictures next to it as well. Sometimes they can actually climb inside it if you have a really great standee and take a picture. And don't forget also that these days cinemas have digital posters as well, so you negotiate to make sure that your film has digital posters all around. Floor stickers sometimes, you have these things called danglers, you can have window stickers, there's a range of different things you can do. T-shirts for people behind the till if you have special or promotional days and so on. So everything in cinema, think about the things you can afford, plan it ahead of time, and that will really help to resonate with people who are already cinema goers. Always have a premiere. Did I hear someone say, I can't afford it? Yes. Yeah. It doesn't have to be expensive. And when I was at Ebony Life, I think we were the most guilty culprits of this. We had these huge premieres, 1,000 people. And everybody after that thought, that's a premiere. I must have 1,000 people at my premiere, or it's not a premiere. And you still see it today. And behind the scenes, often I hear from distributors how the producers they're working with had a budget of, I don't know, 20 million to promote the film. And they spent 18 million on the premiere. And then they had no money to actually market the film on a daily basis. So everyone had a fun time in their nice, whatever the theme frock was of the day. And the movie bombed simply because nobody really worked it out. So when I say a premiere, do a premiere like Hollywood does a premiere. You get your cast and you get everybody involved in the film to a cinema. Do a nice media backdrop and make sure that everyone's nicely dressed up and you get great photographs of everybody at the premiere. Nobody will know when they see it in the media that you didn't have a three-course meal and that there was no champagne. Nobody will know, because all the big premieres that you see costing tens of millions of naira, what comes out in the media? People in front of the media wall, right? People smiling and taking group photographs and all the rest of it. So don't get fooled by that. There was a certain strategy, and there's a good reason to make a big premiere, but it's not for the sake of it. You just need something that announces your film to the world. Your stars are there, maybe a few other celebrities are there, your director is there, and so on and so forth. If you can afford it, by all means, do it. But I can tell you how we always did it. We did it with sponsors. And in many cases, the premieres paid for themselves. We very, very rarely spent any money on premieres that we didn't raise from sponsors. So if you can't afford it, doesn't matter. Put on the best dress you already have, and go and do your premiere. It's fine. Oh, and by the way, one of the things I've also seen at premieres is that the three-course meal, the champagne, people get all these celebrities from everywhere, and everyone's treated royally except who? Except the media. Who do you think this premiere is for? It's actually for the media. So if you're going to treat anybody well, it's not the people from Big Brother that you invited to come on your red carpet. It's the media that you make sure that they're fed, they're treated very well, and that they get prime seats before you. And in fact, what I often do is I recommend that even before the premiere or immediately after the premiere, you actually have a special media screening where you just invite the media, give them a nice meal, or even something to take away if it's a middle of the day type thing. Make sure you treat the media well. Okay. So once you're releasing the film, just kind of take it in stages. But for me, the most important thing is opening weekend. Your opening weekend sets the tone usually for what's going to happen with your film. Great opening weekend, great opening week, great campaign, you'll probably make some money. That's generally the rule. There are people who have sometimes broken the rule, but it rarely happens. So what you make sure is that your whole campaign is counting down to this moment, that Friday when you open, and you throw everything you have at it. Make sure that from the time you signed up your cast, in that contract, it says that they're going to make appearances for your opening weekend and your opening week, that they're going to come and do meet and greets at every opportunity. Make sure it's in the contract, because everyone will tell you yes, and when the day comes, they're already on another movie and they're not interested. So make sure you tie it all in, and make sure everybody, including the director, everybody involved, for that opening weekend, at the very least, get everybody out, across different cinemas. If you have cast that are from different parts of the country, let them go to the cinemas in their part of the country, Ibadan, Abuja, wherever, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you have everybody out, have your promotional T-shirts, do everything you can. Push that opening weekend, because if you have a great opening weekend, then the rest is history. And once you have a great opening weekend, and you see that poster there, that's the kind of thing that I used to do with Ebony Life. Make sure you let everybody know you had this amazing weekend. Everyone says, what am I missing? And then you have a great opening week. Then you announce that again, and everyone goes, this is a huge film, I need to see it, and so on and so forth. And all those stages on your way to your 100 million, your 200 million, or whatever it is you're aiming for, make sure that you push at each stage. But opening weekend is amazing. All right, so I'm wrapping up. And don't just stop there. Keep going. Keep pushing right until the end of the cinema run. If you're making mistakes, don't worry about it. Just learn from them. Listen to your distributor. They've seen it all before. A lot of our people start to think the distributor, maybe they're working with the big guys and they don't care about you. Trust me, the reason why the big guys got big is because often they were doing these things, including listen to their distributor. Evaluate the feedback you're getting from the audience and develop a formula over time, right? So one film is not your career. You have to keep going. So just a quick showing of just a few of the films that I've been involved in. A lot of you were aware of this film, Emofe. Wasn't spectacular at the Nigerian box office, but they kept going. Festival after festival after festival, award after award after award. They've just recently gone on to some great reviews in America, ran for a few weeks there, did better in America than they did in Nigeria. So sometimes you don't know which markets are going to accept your product. You just have to keep going. But they always had a plan, and they told me, we're going to run across festivals for 2 years. If we get the box office, that's another thing, But they had a specific plan around a series of films that they were going to do. Another small film, this one was out of the Caribbean. And so emotionally, I was involved in this film because as a Jamaican, it was a Jamaican film, from out of Trinidad, Jamaican actor. And again, I tried to give them the best possible poster that I could, even though it was a small film. And it was really aimed at an international audience, even though we tried also to market it here. Next one. One of the 4 films we managed to get into the top 10 of all time, Your Excellency. Again, very different film poster concept that we developed over time. And then you can see all the different materials, the premiere invitation. Below you can see the standee when we first planned it as a cutout and so on. Next one, that infamous one we talked about, trying to fit 18 people onto a poster and finally figuring that out. And then different formats, like that was the toll gate billboard at the top. The next one down there was the invitation to the premiere. And again, you can see all of these shots that you can see, all these different photographs were all shot on the same day. And all individual, all put together for different purposes over a whole campaign of many, many weeks. Next one. Very different film for Ebony Life, so we created a very different poster, very gritty kind of drama, if most of you saw it on Netflix. Again, we created something that depicted the kind of, and you can see the font is completely different to the ones we did before. The style of it is completely different, very dark and very dingy. Next one, completely different again. This is now a romantic comedy, and you can see, again, it's a very different look and feel. Main poster on the left, and then other different things, including a billboard on the right-hand side. Next, just to show you, these are some of the things that never made it. Royal Hibiscus, that was another kind of arty European poster that we did in the beginning. We tested it, nobody liked it, we never used it, but we always had different concepts. We talked about logos, and you can see Wedding Party, Joseph, Your Excellency, all created by me and my team, all completely different because they were all to match a different kind of film. Also, you can see the taglines, very, very important to me. Joseph was about a young man, a young doctor in Jamaica who really wanted to somehow be in Africa. He felt a pull to be in Africa. So the tagline for that, against all opposition from his family, who would you be if you were truly free? All right, so always try to evoke something with your posters. So that is it. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something from it. And hopefully I can take your questions.
Hello, good morning. So, my name is Bright. Yeah, thank you. I want to find out because I would say it's an evolving conversation, and I haven't seen a couple of the posters you've shown, especially those you've done here. I also see a difference with some of the other ones you did, like the Joseph, and some others. Is there a specific reason Ebony Life Studios like to pack stars into their posters? Because from what you shared, it's obvious if you were left to do that poster yourself, I guess you wouldn't do that. So is there a reason? Is there a specific reason, maybe with respect to our audience or something? Because I believe it's audience connected, but I would also not like to make that kind of poster to star everything. But why should I want to make it that way? Yeah.
Okay. Great question, and it goes beyond what you're asking. So everybody just think to yourself for a minute. Is there a single Nollywood star that can sell a film? Is there? Is there? Who? Who? If I say to you, I'm going to see the new Eddie Murphy film. If I say to you, I'm going to see the new Will Smith film, I don't even have to tell you what's the name of the film. It's the new Will Smith film. Which Nollywood actor can you do that with? And everyone will go to see it because it's them. Huh? Okay. You say, hold on. Someone says Genevieve can do that. What's the biggest box office film that Genevieve ever did? And the Genevieve gentleman, tell me the biggest box office. I can tell you it's not past 50 million. The ones I'm talking about, I've been showing you, are 400, 500 million naira films. Nothing against Genevieve. Nothing against anybody. I'm just saying this market has not developed any stars that can carry, well, that's what they say in Hollywood, who can carry this film. So the difference is in Hollywood, you have a brilliant idea, and the studio says to you, amazing, who's starring in it? Who's the director? If you can't say to them, you're not going to get the green light. If you can't say to them, so there are a lot of films right now, I can tell you now, there's concepts doing the rounds. And they are waiting to see who will sign. The minute you sign, they say, there's the money. If it's a sequel, I mean, you guys are, what was it? The Eddie Murphy movie that they finally brought, Coming to America. You know how long they've been trying to make that film? Why did they not make it? Because they couldn't get everybody to sign up. Okay, well, he signed up. Is Eddie in? Okay, Eddie's in. But what about? And until they got everybody on board, it took them, is it like 20 years or more to get everybody on board? Nobody here can carry a film. So in answer to your question, why they put all these people is because they need all the star power of all those people added up to sell the film. And that's why when I did this great poster that I loved for Royal Hibiscus, I knew it wouldn't sell the film in Nigeria. Same film that sold out. By the way, every performance at TIFF sold out. Every performance sold out. Bring it to Nigeria. If I don't now show all of these very good Nollywood stars on that poster, I'm not going to sell that film. So that's the short answer to that. I don't think it's a great model. I actually think you can usually sell a good movie with 4 to 6 of those stars. The problem we had at Ebony Life was that we always got the biggest stars, and so you now have competing egos, you have competing all kinds of things, and also you have favorites of different parts of the audience. So the young audience really like those guys. And because it's a family movie, You're trying to bring everybody out. So there's the Joke Silva fans, there's the Dayemi fans, there's this, there's this, there's this. And so you're trying to do all of this. You'll see as more movies come out now, you'll start to see Big Brother people acting in them because they're trying to bring those people along, the social media crowd. So unfortunately, I think the time is coming, maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, where you might have a bankable Nigerian actor or actress. But we're not there yet. And that's the reason why. The day you can put a single actor on your poster and everyone says, I'm going to see the film, then you know. Also, same thing goes for directors, by the way. Who wants to see the new Scorsese film? Starring who? You don't care. Because it's the Scorsese film. Same thing for Woody Allen, same thing for a number of people, right? That's how, we have Nee is the most bankable director in Nollywood. But you still can't say it's a Nee Akimolayan film and everybody will come out. You know, so we're not there yet. Okay. I hope that answered your question. Yeah? Yes.
So how do you create that bankable star? How do we get a The Rock in Nigeria, Will Smith, that can actually carry a film?
Hard one, because first of all, the audience makes the star. That's the first thing. You can't make the star. The audience makes the star. And you can only make a star if you have the kinds of films that are made for that star. So it's a kind of a chicken and egg situation in Nigeria. No producer tries to create a star vehicle for somebody. People will create a film for an Eddie Murphy. They'll create a film for certain people because they know if I create this thing, Denzel Washington, right? Create a film and put him in it and you're good. As a matter of fact, as you're writing, you're saying, Denzel, and he says, yeah, I'm in. That's a bankable film. So the thing is, how do you create a film where you now have the kinds of stars that you can build a film around? And it's a little bit of both, and it's a very hard process. Hollywood has a machinery for it, and it's a difficult thing. Even the British don't really have many stars that you could say are bankable. And the bankable ones are the ones who made it in Hollywood, right? Daniel Craig. But outside of a Bond, can you still sell a Daniel Craig film? Maybe, but not as much as if he's Bond. So it's difficult. Even in other film markets, it's difficult. Right. Anybody else?
Yeah, my name is Efefiong Akpan. I have 2 questions. The first one, before I forget, is you met a certain poster for the international market, and you said that didn't go down well in terms of publicity. How would that influence Nollywood productions for the international market? That's number 1 question. Number 2, usually producers have a hard time looking for funding or seeing funding, actually having funding to produce movies. There's a concept I believe should be practiced in Nollywood where you can sell your idea on paper, your story on paper, by doing proof of concepts. Would you mind talking about that a little bit if you understand that, please?
Yeah, so the whole thing of, first of all, international poster versus local poster just has to do with who we recognize in a particular market. And when you go to a festival, people are not really looking for stars, they're looking for stories. And so you can sell a story to an international audience at a film festival. But when you're talking about big box office, it is about stars as well as a story. In terms of what you're asking for raising money, proof of concept, again, it's a struggle in Nigeria because you don't have many great film writers. So if I ask the audience, who's your favorite film writer in Nollywood? Do you think I'd get many answers? And that's part of the problem. We don't have a lot of great writers, and so it's difficult when you're now going to sell it that you are able to translate that or just on paper and to say, this is a great story and this will work. Maybe one of the shortcuts is, I think, what Hollywood does very well, and we've only just started to do here, and that is to adapt books. Again, difficult in Nigeria because people don't really read. So that it would be much easier if you now said, okay, the #1 Nigerian best-selling novel, well, let's make it into a film, because that's everyone's favorite book. But does anybody read? So it's a struggle. But in America, they often do this. Big international bestsellers, Think Like a Man or whatever it is, make it into a movie, and so on. I know that Mo's been trying for some years to do this, which is why the whole thing of Death and the King's Horseman, Nobel Prize winning laureate, and someone in Hollywood say, yeah, we'd like to see that movie. But I think it would have been a difficult sell if you're trying to get someone in Nigeria to fund it. So I don't have an easy answer for you. It is a struggle, and you just have to keep going. There's no magic bullet, unfortunately. Was there anybody else, or is that it?
Yes,
Okay.
my name is Biola from Pevti Film Institute, and I would like to commend your teaching today. I've listened to you before. I would like to commend the fact that you've gotten even better, and it's interactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Ife.
Hi, Ife.
I'm interested in this industry. That's why I'm here today. You've said quite a lot. I came in a bit late, though. You've said quite a lot, and I must have learned quite a lot.
Okay.
But there's something about what's in a name. I'm not sure if you talked about the title you give to movies or the name you give to movies. What are the tips you think would enable interest that won't give it all out and then also will be in some level of suspense?
Yeah, so Ife, you missed it. Ife, you missed it. But what I said about a film, yeah, sure. What I said about a film title is to try and find something that's catchy, try to find something that's related to the story, try to find something that's intriguing. It's different. It depends on the genre that you're in. And so for genres, there are certain titles that kind of work. But what I said is that whatever you have, try to come up with the best titles possible and then test them. The key to it is testing. Test it on your audience. So, maybe you create a kind of concept poster and you put the different titles on your poster or whatever. And just try and test them in different ways. What I used to do when I was at Ebony Life Media is what I used to do was, if I had a title, so most of the time the title was done, but let's say the tagline that goes under the title. I would write the best title, I would spend days on it, and then when I thought I had the best 15 or 20 taglines, I would now go around the Ebony Life campus, which at the time was about maybe 50 people, and I would be asking from corpers to interns to executives to people in production, editors, everybody. So what I had was, and this is important for everybody, I had from people who are at the bottom of the film market, like corpers and so on, who only can afford your film on a Wednesday, right through to expatriates, senior executives, a whole range of people that were like a microcosm of the film audience. And I tested that stuff on them. I also tested my posters on them. I tested everything on them because I didn't feel I had the arrogance to think I knew what was best. And most importantly, I never asked the CEO because, Mo is very strong, very opinionated, and she would say, yep, that one, yep, that one. But would that necessarily reflect the audience? Not necessarily. It would reflect her kind of person. And I needed it to actually be more, it would need to capture the
available on NIP's website. Thank you. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. That was So each time I hear this, I think I've heard it the last time. It's a key part. I think what he said applies just beyond movies. You can use this for your other products. Just don't think movies. Think of another product where you can use this. It also works. I personally use it as a marketer. We'll jump right to the next one. Of course, we're running behind schedule, so we'll jump to the next session, which will be a presentation by a group of people, but we'll start with the one by Vlor. It's going to be a virtual one, and the topic is the future of content acquisition and distribution. This will be handled by the Vlor COO, Ben Flint. I think he's online now.
Hello, can you all hear me?
All right.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ben.
Excellent. I can also hear myself coming back at me, but hello everyone there. Great to join you today. Shall I just lead off and I'll share my screen and start the presentation, I assume? Just give me one moment, please. Okay. I hope this is coming through okay. I've gone off camera, so I can't see if there's any complaints from anyone in the room or anyone waving their hands to say, no, go left, go right, click this, do that. Anyway, hopefully it's all coming through okay. Quick introduction. Yep, my name is Ben Flint. I'm one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer of Vula. It's a tricky name to pronounce, but if you remember the old American movie Ferris Bueller's Big Day Out, it's like Bueller, Ferris Bueller, Vula. And we are now the world's largest content rights marketplace, a new way for people to acquire and distribute content rights across the world. We're based out of Asia, but I'm sitting in the UK at the moment, and we have other teams in India, in Canada, North America, Philippines as well. And just to give you a very quick background on Vula, I reckon I've got about 20 minutes for this. I think I'm sharing this hour, so I'll be going quite quickly through this. And also give you a little look at what Vula looks like live, so you can understand what a content rights marketplace actually looks like. But over the just about 2 years since we went live and started transacting, we now have, as I said, the world's biggest catalog of broadcast quality finished content. That could be films, it could be TV series, it could be shorts, sports, basically anything that is of a quote unquote broadcast quality. That amounts to just over 170,000 hours of content. And we now have 12,000 registered users, about 8,000 sellers, 6,500 buyers. If your maths is good, you'll realize that is closer to 15,000 users, but some of those people are both a buyer and a seller. So that's why it's 12,000, not 15,000. And so, really large, verified community of true buyers and sellers from the industry. I think we're now people representing 163 countries or something crazy like that. So a truly international platform. And one of the other nice little facts about our platform as a new way of working in this kind of post-COVID or still in the middle of COVID era is that we can work super fast for you. We obviously avoid the problems of having to fly everywhere and do business face-to-face or going to markets such as MIPCOM in a couple of weeks. We kind of get around that issue because we're online and we're always on. But we work super fast. Our average negotiation time between these buyers and sellers working on our platform is 11 days. which if you generally do licensing acquisition deals in 3 to 6 months, that's 20 to 40 times faster. So that just shows how, efficient a marketplace can be in allowing you to go out there and buy and sell movies from one another across the world. And, the spirit of Viewer is that we are open and accessible to everybody. We love surfacing international content on an international marketplace like ourselves. So we would be delighted to have more Nigerian, West African content on the platform as a reasonably new continent that we haven't really gone into in any depth just yet. But we welcome all sellers from Nigeria, West Africa, and beyond to come on the platform. The commercial terms are very easy. It's a free registration and it's free to list all your catalog. Actually, I come on to that towards the end. Let me come back to that a bit later. But I wanted to get into some of the broader issues at play in the industry at the moment. And I'm sure, apart from COVID, you are well aware of some of the issues and that the industry is changing super fast. It's digitizing incredibly fast, whether that's on a B2C basis, a business to consumer basis with streaming platforms, or whether it's like ourselves on a B2B basis. We are purely a business-to-business marketplace. So some of the three key things. Obviously, the world is shrinking. Content is traveling across borders in that audiences are no longer just interested in content from their own world, from their own country, rather. They're interested in worldwide content, and streaming platforms are enabling that to happen very easily. Audiences are getting fragmented. They're obviously being scattered across many, many different types of platform. And with the very niche OTT streaming platforms that are spinning up all the time for not very much cost, as it used to in the old days when you had to create a whole TV network, those audiences are now being spread across many different platforms, and it's harder to reach a big audience. And therefore, for your potential, either your licensing budget is being diluted across more platforms, or if you're on the acquisition budget, you're having to, if you're on the selling side, you're not going to get as much for each deal that you used to do in the old times, because your audiences are probably spread. You've lost some of your audience to competition, and therefore you can't command as much of a price tag. So that has other knock-on effects. For the sell side, it means that you have to try and reach the world. And that's almost impossible without a bit of technology to support you. You all need to sleep, yet the world operates around the clock. Marketplaces like Viewer and others, we work around the clock. We don't sleep. So the old cliche of we enable your content to sell while you sleep is absolutely true. We know that working through the other traditional, quote unquote, traditional way of distributing and selling your content through distributors is quite tricky, in that they will ask for exclusivity, most likely for a particular territory or a rights type or whatever. And your back catalog will quite often not be surfaced, because that distributor will obviously want to get the most yield for your front catalog, which is what they'll present. Meanwhile, the back catalog is probably ignored, whereas on a marketplace where it's free to register and free to list all of your content, and we're non-exclusive, it's incredibly easy for us to get sales for you for both the back catalog on the front and the front catalog. We don't mind what transacts. We have no preference over front or back. Another issue is, I started to mention this with the deal value decline a couple of slides ago. In the quote unquote old days, when you had when the audiences were concentrated in a few networks, the deals were few or fewer, much bigger in terms of size and more exclusive. Now, with the proliferation of platforms, those deals, you have to do many more deals to get the same amount of money. The great thing is you're able to do many more smaller, non-exclusive deals, but actually increase your take. and what you generate in revenues. The trouble is it's so difficult to do that as a human being, because you've now got to do 10 times the work. And again, that's where marketplaces can help you to be a bit more efficient. The complexity of rights, obviously with so many streaming platforms coming online with different rights models, subscription, video on demand, advertising, transactional, etc., that mess of rights management is becoming worse and worse. And with our marketplace, we have a rights management tool built into it so that when transactions happen, your rights database is updated automatically. So you don't have to think about either expensive software solutions or something like an Excel spreadsheet, which I imagine most people use, which is, let's face it, a workaround solution for our industry. It is not a tool that is fit for purpose for this industry. It kind of works, but then you've got to manually update it unless you're paying for expensive software. We build it in free of charge as part of the whole marketplace offering. So that's becoming much more complex and another problem for the sell side. And then obviously the pricing models have changed dramatically with the advent of the streaming platforms. No longer is it just a flat fee up front. The streaming platforms will, if they're entrepreneurial startup platforms, they won't have those budgets to be able to pay the flat fees up front. So they'll be looking at different pricing models, such as a fee per unique viewer or a fee per minute streamed, or of course revenue shares as probably the most common pricing model that's relatively new. We enable all of these within the marketplace, and sellers, you can dictate whether you accept a revenue share or not. There's a small setting that we have on that, and you can even set a minimum guarantee if you do not accept MGs below a certain basic price, where you won't entertain that sort of offer. But we enable all of these to happen to accommodate the new generation of streaming platforms that are obviously buying just as aggressively, if not more aggressively, than the traditional linear channels. What about the buyers on the buy side? So the challenges from that side are, well, in the, again, quote unquote, I hate saying it, the old days, you could sit back and wait for sellers to pitch their catalogs, their fresh slate of content to you, and it was relatively easy to come up with a flat fee and negotiate a deal and close the deal. Nowadays, there is a lot more data involved in behind the scenes of, especially if you're operating at a streaming platform, looking at all sorts of things like, audience taste preferences, cohort analysis, and so on. And so for us, what we see with our buyers is that buyer has to be much more proactive, leaning forward, evaluating what is needed for their audiences and their platform, and then going out and buying it, as opposed to sitting back and being sold to with whatever comes along. Our marketplace allows you to lean forward and filter and search and screen and evaluate proactively. So you're no longer just the passive buyer waiting for things to land on your table. Budget pressure. I think we all know, I'm sure that people will be nodding in the audience, hopefully, that, budgets have reduced because audiences, audiences have scattered, and there is management pressure to buy more efficiently. In a marketplace, it's a little bit more competitive. You know that the seller you're talking to in here, they know that there are, in our case, 8,000 other sellers within this same marketplace who are all competing for that buyer's budget. So it's a bit more of a fair marketplace, as opposed to transacting in an opaque, offline way where you don't know what a good price is for something. We're tracking all of the transactions that take place. We don't surface that data. When we will in time, we'll have price recommendation engines, which will enable buyers to understand, what could be a fair price for this. We even have a research and development project called the Real Price Index, where we're asking people to not give actual prices, but give indicative ranges on what they might buy for a particular piece of content into another particular country. Happy to share that to anyone who's interested in participating in that survey. It's going to generate some really interesting price recommendation data. And obviously, with so much competition starting up in the streaming world, causing competition for both the old guard of traditional linear or pay TV channels, buyers have got to be super agile, super fast to beat the competition to the starting line or to that deal. So because we operate a very competitive marketplace, you're getting a good price, and because it's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, we've got a marketplace that allows you to move super fast and do deals in 11 days, not 6 months. So you can move on to the next deal and the next deal and the next deal really quickly. We also allow bundle deals on the platform as well, so you can check out with up to 100 titles in any one go. So what does this mean? This basically means that we are changing the tool set from an industry that we all work in that has been working manually, face-to-face, using tools that don't join up, that are not synchronized digitally, to a world where we are enabling you to do a task online very efficiently, cost efficiently, time efficiently, from moving from that face-to-face world, which we all used to do all the time. I know you guys are face-to-face and I'm coming at you digitally, but that's the great thing. We can still continue to do business through online mediums. Just a quick snapshot on the marketplace, and I've alluded to some of these features within the marketplace as I've gone along here, but what does it enable you to do? Well, you've got that catalog of 31,000 titles that can be searched and discovered through very simple but powerful filtering tools. We have now about 400 screening rooms, which is like a little separate module within the catalog of the bigger sellers from around the world who are showcasing their content in screening rooms, from where a buyer can screen the whole episode or the feature film and go straight to making an offer within one click. We have networking messaging tools built in there. There is a negotiation module. I mean, that's obviously the backbone of the platform, which enables buyers to launch an offer or a request for proposal if you don't know where to start the negotiating price. And then the seller's able to accept, reject, or counter offer within the platform. Buyers and sellers in a nice, secure, verified environment can transact with each other through to contract and closure. We generate a digital deal memo, which can be exported and printed and signed in wet ink if you want. And obviously, long form agreements can be run in parallel with the contractual part that we generate for you. And then, as I said, we also have a rights management tool built into the back end for sellers to upload their avails, which obviously benefits the buyer because they'll be able to see whether a title is indeed available or not for a particular territory rights type time period. There's also advertising tools built in there, promotional tools. The screening rooms, when a seller creates a screening room, you get a unique URL to be able to market and promote to an individual buyer to say, here's our screening room, come and watch our latest slate of action movies or rom-com drama TV series or whatever. You can create unlimited screening rooms. And there's other marketing tools built in to enable promotion to elevate a seller outside of the rest of the competition that's within our platform. And the other tool we have is a white label solution, which enables sellers to, if you've got a large catalog, to have your own e-commerce solution. So you can list your titles in Viewer as the first way of working with us. You can create a screening room, which is like the shop in shop. If you know that e-commerce jargon, that's your exclusive shop in our shop. Or you can have your own exclusive e-commerce platform where the commercials change completely. Moving on to the commercials. Sellers, as I said, it's free to register, free to list your entire catalog. We're non-exclusive. We do the marketing to make sure that your titles get surfaced and promoted to buyers. We put out at least 1 or 2 emails a week. You will then receive offers directly from the buyers. We are not part of the process. We do not have a viewer contract. You do the contract directly with the buyer, and then you negotiate and agree commercial terms again directly. We do have a team in, as I said, in various territories which can help the process, but we can't negotiate on your behalf. But we can help to facilitate a transaction if it's going a bit slow, for example. The deal memo is generated and agreed, and then our commercial 10% commission, much less than a traditional distributor, for finding you this new revenue in potentially new territories that are either impossible to travel to or too expensive to reach, or very hard to find a distributor for. We will find those new corners and those niche buyers potentially for you in 160 different countries. Up until then, it's a completely free platform with all of those tools that I've mentioned. Buyers, similarly, free to register, free to use our platform. That's the headline. It's free. You've got catalogs from 8,000 individual sellers on here. You can watch trailers and screeners on demand. No more going backwards and forwards asking for Vimeo passwords and that sort of thing. They're just there already. You can check avails as long as you guys on the sell side have put your avails into the platform. There is flexibility in that, but yep, you can check the avails. And again, very similar. You negotiate and agree the commercial terms through the platform, and then both of you will click to generate the deal memo once you're all happy with those commercial terms. It's at that point that we generate our invoice for the seller straight after that deal. If it's a performance deal, our invoicing trails forward over the life cycle of that performance deal. If it's a revenue share over 1, 2, 3 years, we don't obviously invoice it all up front. That's it. I know I don't have a huge amount of time. In fact, I've probably gone over time. But if I can, I would just like to give you a quick snapshot of the Viewer platform. I'm going to share another window. Just give me a moment. Oops. And share. I hope you're all still there. Okay, here we go. Very quickly, this is what the buyer's homepage looks like. We curate collections on here, a bit like if you were to boot up Netflix or another streaming platform. That would be ideas for what you can watch as a consumer. These are ideas for what you can buy, license as a buyer. They're all themed based on seasonality, Halloween, catalog drops, festivals that are coming up. There's algorithmic ones on stuff that's coming in. We have then the discovery tool.
Hello?
You can search by
We're not seeing the
listings.
screen.
Oh,
No
sorry.
screen.
Okay, just give me a moment. I can see it on mine.
Yeah, we can see now. Yes, we can see now.
You got it now? Have you got it now?
Yeah, we can see now. Yes, we can see that now.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry. So, yeah, sorry, you missed the homepage, but just to back up quickly, hopefully coming through. Yeah, so these are those kind of Netflix type carousels I was talking about on the homepage for buyers. For the sellers in the room, just imagine that these are your titles. This is how buyers might interact with your particular content. And, if a buyer likes what they see, they click into a title. This one looks quite interesting. Looks like it's won lots of awards. Come on. Sorry, here we go. As a seller, you give us your poster, your metadata. We have translation tools in here, so you don't have to worry about different languages. You add all the metadata down here, including any box office or IMDb. If you've got an IMDb number, we'll pipe that in, etc., etc. As a buyer, as I said, I've got a trailer for this particular one. There's no screener, but I can launch a trailer instantly like this. Super fast. And so you can start to evaluate this content for production values and storyline. And then if you like it, you literally click make an offer or request a proposal. I won't go through the full journey, but basically, for the sellers, you get an email alert and an SMS alert when you get an offer or a request for proposal. Then you come back into the platform, respond to it, negotiate. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least you've got another offer in your inbox. But hopefully you go through to closure, and then the payment and the delivery for this particular title, or the bundle deal. As I said, we had bundle deals available. Then you would check out, they would check out, and you would check out, and you would agree on platform. Payment and delivery happens off Viewer. We don't take care of that, but we will look at that in the next big development cycle. And at that point, I will stop because I think I've gone over time.
Thank you, Ben. So we'll just quickly, yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions? Ben, 1 minute, we'll have some questions for you. Okay, Dan, we'll start with you, please.
My name is Chisom Victor Olise from Rolling Film Reels. Thank you very much. I want to ask, do you people, can I submit films that are dubbed in foreign languages on your platform? Are they buyers interested in films dubbed in foreign languages?
Yeah, that's fine. We have, I think, about 100 languages represented on the platform. And if your language happens to be in a non-English or in an African dialect,
I mean non-English languages.
yeah,
aside from
that's fine, because what a buyer can do during the negotiation is say, I need this dubbed or subbed in whatever language, and they will tell you whether they would like you to do the dubbing or subbing, or they will say, we will do the dubbing or subbing. But the short answer to your question is yes, we accept any content that is broadcast quality in any language.
No, foreign.
Language.
No,
foreign
language. Foreign.
Any language. We don't mind.
Okay, I mean like Latin America, French, Hindi.
Any language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so, Ijoma, so another question from...
Hi, Ben. Hi, Ben. Thank you so much. I think this has been, for me, it's a very, very interesting conversation because I sit on the B2C side and you sit on the B2B side, and we see that, there's a lot of changes happening within the ecosystem. So thank you for sharing this insight on the business-to-business side for buyers and sellers. But I think it's important to let us understand how, Vulor as a platform benefits from all these transactions. Yeah. Maybe I missed it. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure, but I've been sitting from the beginning of your presentation. So you are providing a marketplace that's enabling B2B conversations and commercial transactions to happen. But as the platform, do you get a percentage of the deals made, or there is a subscription model that works? I think, that needs to be highlighted. Thank you.
So that I gave towards the end of the presentation. There was the commercial model. So very simple for buyers, it's free. For the sellers, it's free to register and list your entire catalog non-exclusively, and we take a 10% commission. So that's our revenue model.
So at what point do you take this percentage, since the transaction is between the buyer and the seller? So does the payment go through Vulor?
No, the payment doesn't come through us, but we see every completed transaction in our data, and we take the 10%, we send the invoice for 10% when the deal closes, or shortly after the deal closes. We look at the previous month. So where are we? With the end of September, by the middle, we'll look at all the deals that happen on the platform in September, on the 1st of October. And then we send our invoice on about the middle of October, because it takes us a bit of time to work through some of those trickier performance type deals to understand, is there a minimum guarantee up front? If there is a minimum guarantee, we bill for that. If it's a flat fee, we bill for that immediately. If it's a performance deal, we bill over the life cycle of that license period, usually every quarter. And we will rely on the data that comes from the data report that comes from the buyer In the same way that if you're a seller, you will get that exact same data report to show the number of viewers and therefore the fee that is resulting from a fee per viewer, or how much revenue has been attributed to that title, subscription, advertising, transactional. We will see that same data and build. You as the seller would bill 100%, and we would bill 10%.
Okay, so you're invoicing the seller and the buyer doesn't have any cost at all for using the Verl platform. All right, thank you.
Exactly right.
Hi, Ben. Okay. Yeah, I'm Juliette from Iventi.
Hello, Juliette.
I have 2 questions. Yeah. I have 2 questions. How do you prevent the seller and the buyer to close the deal out of the platform? And my second question would be, do you support the seller to, to build the database, all, the labeling, all the information about the program, how it works? Do you have such a form to fill it up, or do you guide them in the way they should present and describe their programs, how it works? Yeah.
Okay, question 1 is quite a long answer. Question 2 is quite a quick one. So let me do question 2. Yes, we have different teams. We have an onboarding team that will help with the registration and make sure that everything happens smoothly there. We have a content operations team, which help the sell side with listing if they have a large catalog. And the large one for us is, over maybe 10, 15 titles. We have a team that can help with the metadata, the posters, the trailers, the screeners, to create the listings for the customer. If it's a smaller indie that has maybe 1, 2, 3 titles, then we have an online web form on Viewer where you just build the listing yourself, a bit like if you were selling your secondhand bicycle on eBay or another marketplace. You just put a picture, the poster, you put the description, you can add the rights and that sort of thing. So there's the self-serve option, and there's also a team that can help with that. We have a team that helps the buy side with identifying titles, for example, so we can help with the research and recommendation side. So there is a team that helps the buy side as well. Okay, question 1 about cheating the platform. Happily, we have not really seen much of this because we provide such a useful platform that both the buyers and the sellers love what we're doing. And the risk of not playing nicely in our marketplace is you can get blocked on our marketplace. And we do have various security features where we can see if people are trying to put an email address into a chat or a phone number into a chat. We block all of that to try and keep the spirit of Viewer, which is working with us, which otherwise is a free platform until you close a deal, right? The other little psychology about this is remember that for all the buyers that in the world, you get it free. So if you try and cheat the system, you're not gaining anything. You're not saving any money by going off the platform. You're going off a platform that is super useful, has the biggest catalog in one place for you, and you're running the risk of getting blocked if you choose to go off the platform. But why would you go off the platform if it's free to use? So the only way you can be incentivized to go off platform is maybe if the seller says, hey, psst, let's go off platform, and I'll kick back maybe some of my 10%. Now, so the buyer's got to cheat and the seller's got to cheat, and they both run the risk of getting blocked from the platform. And if we discover it, maybe that gets back to the employer, and then maybe their job is under question as well. So look, I mean, this is obviously the worst possible scenario, but there's no psychological reason why people will want to do this. And the super positive conclusion to this answer is that, we've had sellers come on board the platform. They've got an offer on one title on the platform, but the buyer then says, hey, have you got something else? And they say, yeah, we've got other titles in our catalog. And instead of doing the deal off platform, they put their titles on the platform to continue the negotiation on the platform because they love it. It's so easy for them, and they want to continue to use us as an additional distribution channel to get more revenue alongside all the other ways, the other channels that they raise money. So we've got people who are stopping people from going off platform as well. They love to keep it on the platform.
Thank you. Sorry,
Sorry,
I
I
just have
told you it
one more
was
question.
a long answer, that one.
Yes, it's fine. I just have one more question. So you're talking to an audience that has a lot of Nigerian producers, content creators, and I'm kind of wondering, what is your strategy for Africa? Have you paid attention, to content coming out of Africa? Okay, on the buyer side, have you got demand? Specific, and of course, that Nollywood is very highly commercial, coming out of Africa, and also the most traveled genre as far as Africa is concerned. So what kind of interest have you gotten on Vula for Nollywood content? Do you have buyers and sellers of, do you have sellers of Nollywood content on Vula? What's the size of the catalog that you have on Vula for Nollywood content? I think it's also very interesting for the people who are sitting here, especially the content creators, the producers here, to understand that, okay, there is a possibility, there is an opportunity, there is demand for, their content on Vula. Please, can you highlight that? Thank you.
I know I'm probably well over time here, and this is again quite a potentially long answer, but just to keep it really short, and please believe me when I looked the other day, and I saw that I think some of the most active buyers that we had in the top 10 countries of the world were Botswana and I think South Africa. So that was for with buyers within Africa. Of course, we have buyers across 120 different countries, all looking for content. I don't have that data at my fingertips to say they're looking for Nollywood content right here, right now. If you can find my email through the summit, I'm happy to answer this off platform. But another little anecdote: I started reaching out to some friends of ours in the industry in Nigeria to say we've got a buyer coming out of South Asia that's looking for a regular stream of African content, ideally West African Nigerian content. They are a streaming platform that is an AVOD platform, and they have 280 million unique subscribers. They are 3 times bigger than Disney Plus, out of South Asia. Can't say who, but that is a brief that we're dealing with right now, and our buy-side team are helping to manage that. And I've been reaching out to catalog owners in Africa to try and source content to get more on the platform so that those transactions can happen. That's one or two little examples of the interest that we've got for African content.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. I'm not sure we can take any questions. Okay, can we just have that one more, please? Just one more.
I'm happy to keep going, but I know we've got other people, so.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ben. I think you've answered 2 of my questions. So I wanted to know, how much data do sellers have? For example, if someone has screened, do you have numbers? Would the sellers be privy to the numbers of screening? So it gives them a sense of how many people are looking at their stuff. I think you've answered that question, because from what you've said, on my page as a seller, I should be able to see some data. Then the other one is it non-exclusive, or you can sell to multiple buyers? Then the third one, are you looking at just features or short films and the likes?
Okay, so very quickly, we track every single click that happens in the marketplace, and there's millions of those every month. At the moment, we actually do not have an analytics tool where we surface that data onto the platform, but it's in development. We know that this is useful. Second question, exclusivity. That is, doing an exclusive or a non-exclusive deal with a buyer. That's up to you. A buyer may make an offer to you for exclusivity. you're able to counter offer and say, sorry, I can't offer exclusivity, but I can do non-exclusivity. That's up to you and the buyer to agree that through the negotiation period. And then the third question about feature films, no, we handle everything from full feature films to TV series to shorts. We don't do clips. So if it is a short, it has to have a story. It has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. But, you know, it can be a minute long, 3 minutes long, and it still has that mini story within that short. But yeah, we don't do standalone clips. But yeah, everything else in between those parameters of a full feature to a short, we do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ben. That's much you can take. I think we have to find a way of getting details. That possibly, Jamal? Okay, so that would happen, so you can ask all your questions. Thank you so
Great.
much, Ben, for today. And
you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Simple start. Anyone who's interested, register for free on Viewer.com. That's it.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ben. All right, bye. Thank you, guys. So we're jumping straight to the next session, which is a presentation by Akoma Media Group. The topic is globalizing African films through virtual cinema releases. Our speaker is the CEO, Akoma Media Group, Daniel Olubemiga Ben Daniel. Is he here? Online. Okay, so we'll join virtually as well. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Daniel.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
We're here for you. Okay, so
Hi.
over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Do I need to share my screen or there's a presentation somewhere? Already?
Guys, you can share. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry, just a second. I thought I wasn't prepared for this. I thought, okay, all right. I don't select the window. Okay, sorry, I got it now. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, all right, awesome. So this is Akumad. We're Akumad, African Content Marketplace. But today we're talking about globalizing African films through virtual cinema releases, right? African Content Marketplace is a digital platform. It's a 3-in-1 platform built by Nigerians for the world, specifically for Afrocentric content. But our focus today is just one element of our platform, which is the virtual cinema releases. Now, virtual cinema releases, it's coming up now. It's been a talking point pre-COVID. Gradually, now COVID kind of escalated it, and now it's becoming a major talking point globally now. Though even in Africa, generally, it's still a very, it's still conversations, right? So no doubt the physical cinema experience, right? It's been a very a dominant experience in terms of physical cinema. We still be here, and average cinema goer would rather prefer to go to physical cinema to have that experience because of the premium. It's a premium entertainment destination, right? And we can see the numbers also from the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria that some cinemas are actually still doing great despite the COVID. So, but we're still in COVID seasons and we're gradually entering post-COVID. But today we're trying to look at the possibilities of actually extending the successes at the physical cinemas using, with virtual cinema releases. So current challenges, this is just basically to Nigeria cinema environment, and without too much talking about the challenges. Why? Because I'm hoping I'm speaking to producers of cinemas, movie makers in the room. So the major challenges that we all know is in the public domain. One is the limited physical cinemas that we have, cinema screens all over Africa, all over Nigeria, not just Nigeria, Africa as well. Of course, this leads to limited revenue possibilities. We've seen the numbers. Very few movies have gone beyond the 100 million, 200 million gross box office earnings. And also, of course, challenges of getting movies to the cinemas. The standard has been set and all of that. Then also, because few global cinema releases are coming from Nigeria, very few. A few have gone to Dubai and a couple of other territories, but mostly we're focused on Nigeria. So these are the challenges that Nigeria cinema releases are having. So we're not saying that, okay, despite these challenges that are being faced, you know, like we highlighted in the previous slide. Now, does virtual cinema release really replaces physical cinema? Personally, I don't think so, right? Because virtual cinema just brings a global dimension of cinema distribution. You know, that what I mean by globalization is the fact that you are able to release your movies not just in Nigeria, globally, in Ghana, across Africa, even the UK, the US, European market, including, I mean, of course, UK. Everywhere you have Africans in diaspora. There are more than 50 million Africans in diaspora, you know, that could actually, that really actually look hungry for Nigerian cinema content. So that's the value that virtual cinema brings, you know. Now, the next question is this. Physical cinemas offers a lot of, you know, better experiences. I won't call it better experience, I will call it cinematic experiences, you know, that virtual cinemas cannot replace. But the big question is this. When Nigerian movies get to the physical cinema, once they're out of cinemas between 5 weeks to 6 weeks, where is the next point of monetizing that movie? Oftentimes they end up in straight to other windows like SVOD, PATV, airline, which has not really done justice to those content, because oftentimes when those movies premiere on SVOD platforms like Netflix, you find out that oftentimes Nigerians in diaspora, that was the first time they're seeing those movies. So Netflix takes the glory, okay, this movie premieres on Netflix. Whereas if this movie has an opportunity of being premiered almost simultaneously that is being premiered in the physical cinema in Nigeria, a lot of people will have seen the movie as well. They will have paid for it as a movie, not under their normal subscription on those SVOD platforms. So we're looking at virtual cinema as a creating like a 3-month cinema window where Nigerian productions, high budget movies, cinema releases could actually leverage on the power of the internet to reach more audience globally, you know, than what is currently doing. Just while talking about that, I've mentioned this in my introduction. So Akumat is a content acceleration aggregation monetization platform. It's a 3-in-1 platform. We've got a marketplace that has the screening room and all of that. And thanks for being presentation earlier on. So the content acquisition procedures are gradually changing, right? And also our platform has capacity for virtual cinema premieres. We're exclusively an African platform. We're exclusively for Afrocentric content. So we don't do any other content except Afrocentric content on our marketplace. While then integrated to our platform is a virtual cinema platform called Afro Cinema. What we've done is that we've looked at the market. 3 things. One, like I mentioned earlier on, the challenges of the physical cinemas in Nigeria, now validated by COVID situation last year. Thank God COVID is going. But we felt that we need to find a way of scaling up cinema productions from Nigeria, from Ghana, from across Africa, to speak to a global audience in multiple languages, whatever language they want to consume the content, on a business model that is based on pay-per-view, right? So that producers of those cinema releases are able to monetize their content effectively at that 3-month cinema window before it goes to any other window of in that journey. So the platform typified, you know, what we're talking about is that Afro Cinema typifies that virtual cinema experience that we've been talking about. Now, my conclusion, I just want to take you to so I can have a lot of time for questions and answers. Now, in conclusion, there are 2 things that I just want to bring up. The question is, are we here to kind of saying that virtual cinema should go into extinction? Never. Somebody made a comment yesterday, the opening, that if Nigeria has over 700 cinemas, it's still, the market can still handle it, which is very true. But we're maximizing value for cinema releases for producers producers of cinema projects, you know, in Nigeria, cinema movies, films that they want to maximize revenue beyond just the bracket of 50 million, 100 millions, because we know 50 million is just gross. But by the time we start doing all the calculation in terms of deduction, taxes, and all of that, The net that goes to producer is even less than 10 to 15 million naira. So I personally don't look at the gross, I look at what goes to the producer at the end of the day. So the question is, where does virtual cinema sit in all of these conversations, right? One, we could do simultaneous cinema releases between our platform and physical cinemas. Of course, that is very dicey, very, very controversial. And then the second option is to do a staggered cinema release. Cinema release, meaning we have a first run at the physical cinema for a period of 1 to 3 weeks. Then, boom, it goes on a virtual platform like Afro Cinema, globally. Because of that three weeks window, physical cinema owners, operators, are protected in terms of business-wise revenues and all of that. At the same time, producers benefit from the power of the virtual cinema. The third option is to look at a combination of the two, a combination of simultaneous release and staggered cinema releases. What do I mean by that? Is that, for example, Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, that's where you have the footprint of most Nigerian cinema owners. Then why can't we do a simultaneous release where the movie goes out simultaneously, then we wait 3 weeks in those territories, whereas it goes live other part of the world. Then after 3 weeks, then they see it in Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon virtually. So those are the kind of options that we're looking at, how we can partner with cinema owners, so that we need to. I always say this: like, we need to grow the pie, we need to grow the cake, because for the industry to survive, there must be more options for producers to explore in terms of monetizing their content, in terms of maximizing their content. And we, as a platform, we pride ourselves as a content acceleration, monetization, aggregation platform, is that we look at various ways how producers can fully explore their content. And that's the essence of Akumat, because Akumat is 3-in-1. We call it 3-in-1 because one is a marketplace, two, it's we've got our own SVOD streaming, and also the third one is Afro Cinema, the cinema platform. Why? Is because we don't want to sit down idle and saying we're waiting for a licensee to come and license this content on our marketplace, going aggressively to see how we could actually monetize this content whilst we're waiting for the big deal with other third-party platforms that will come and license this content. We monetize them on our SVOD platform. We monetize them. If it's a cinema release, we create a journey where he spends 3 months at the cinema, then it can now continue on his journey SVOD and other platforms. So we're literally taking our destiny by the hand to say, listen, we're not going to wait until an international platform to license this content. We're not going to wait until somebody in Asia, somebody in Europe comes to license this content. We're actually opening up the opportunities, right? There are over 40 million Africans living in the US, more than 80 million in Brazil. There are a lot of them scattered. There are a lot of markets that have not been touched with African content. And that's our vision, that's our drive as Akumat. We want to see how we can accelerate African content to those markets where they've not really seen or consumed African content. Because we own the platform, because we develop the platform, we're able to scale up, leveraging on the power of the internet to reach all these audiences. But today we're talking about virtual cinema, and that's the power that virtual cinema brings. I think that's all. That's just in the brief. I don't know if we have some questions. Then maybe we can throw more light as the questions come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dano. Questions, please? So we'll start with Mr. Patrick.
My name is Patrick Lee, and I'm actually the chairman of the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, Mr. Patrick.
Yes, hi. I'm a little bit interested in your presentation because, as you said, you mentioned physical cinemas. Now, one of the things that strike me with your introduction is you call yourselves a cinema. Now, I have no problem with that, but you're actually a platform for distributing movies or exhibiting movies. Basically, you're not a cinema, and that's the reality, because there is a definition, there is an expectation from our customer base when they actually go to the cinema. And as you rightly pointed out, there are certain things that we provide in terms of being a destination point and calling ourselves a cinema, but that's beside the point. The other area that interests me is when you mention that the movies would go from the cinema onto your platform. Now, currently, we have agreements with anyone who brings a movie to the cinema, and we used to have as much as 90 days whereby the movie would actually be in the cinema for up to 90 days before going on to other platforms. Now, because of COVID, we've actually streamlined that, and quite a lot of the international distributor producers now do 45 days, sometimes 60 days. In Nigeria, we do a minimum of 56 days where it stays in the cinema. But of course, that depends on how popular the movies actually are. Now, you mentioned in your presentation about blockbusters. Now, blockbusters in Nigeria tend to stay anything from up to 3 months, even 6 months. Omogeto, the last major big blockbuster we had, stayed over 6 months in the cinema. Prophetess stayed about 12 weeks. Ayla stayed 13 weeks. And Breaded Life stayed 12 weeks in the cinema. So a 1 to 3 week is not going to be an option. That's not a reality in the Nigerian cinema business when you mention blockbusters. And in terms of monetizing the content, I appreciate what you're trying to do in terms of getting more and more avenues to be able to monetize content for Nigerian movies that are being made. But there are also a lot of other platforms that do exist. There are airlines, there are SVOD platforms, there's Super TV coming up, which is also a platform. So I don't know where you stand in these, among these platforms, but I think that the sooner you have a discussion with some of these platforms, including the cinema exhibitors, which you haven't had a discussion with yet, then you'll be able to understand exactly what your plans really are. So right now, I'm a little bit confused by the way and manner in which your presentation has come out in terms of being a virtual cinema that is going to monetize content, because you don't seem to have taken into account all the platforms that currently exist and the timeframes they work with.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. Thanks for I mean, that's my presentation is, I intentionally made it very short so that I knew I was going to come up with a lot of all these questions. One is this, in terms of definition of cinema, it's a virtual cinema, right? I mean, it's there for everybody to understand, to check the definition of what virtual cinema means online and all of that. Yes, cinema is, in fact, even DSTV has a channel they call Afro Cinema or something. It was recently I discovered. I mean, not recently, some weeks back. So what I'm trying to say is that it's why we call it, basically, to address some of these three questions you asked is that basically we looked at the challenges facing the industry, right? That I highlighted briefly in my presentation. To tell you the truth, Mr. Patrick, I was being very careful when I was doing this presentation because of how things that you raised. I needed to be sure that I don't want to, it's a conversation we can have separately. I'll just try to answer some of the questions, right? What we had in mind originally, right, is how do we extend the reach of many productions in Nigeria, many cinematic releases in Nigeria. What I mean by that is that, okay, you brought the issue of Omogeto. I mean, what I saw last was about ₦500 million. Cool, right? But most likely, Omogeto can be licensed to Netflix or any other platform. That, if, of course, Netflix will pick it because of the performance at the Xbox, at the box office. Sorry, maybe Netflix will pick it at another whatever, $50K, $100,000 and whatever. But what is wrong with a blockbuster movie like that, right? Making more than 3 million, 5 million at the same cinematic, at the same box office window. That for me, that's a big question. Why can't African productions cross the 2 million, 3 million, $5 million barrier? If we start looking at the scale which those cinemas, those releases could actually perform in terms of the numbers where we are across the globe, right? That's where we are. That's the impact of virtual cinema. It's not about talking to other. So when you mentioned other platforms like SVOD and all of that, those are subscription based. For example, based on my experience, I mean, I've worked for international studios, working for Disney, all these other guys. The question is they are so deliberate in terms of structuring the windowing releases for every movie, right? The movie comes out at the cinema, right? Spends 3 months maximum. From there, we take it out of the cinema. It spends, there's what we call the cooling period. From there, it goes to a pay-per-view window. Then from there, it goes, before it even gets to S4 is just the last end of the value chain. But because of the aggressiveness of Netflix in the market right now, SVOD has come to the fore. So every time it comes out of cinema, it goes straight to SVOD, right? So we don't even explore other windows for those movies. So the movies are not giving up to make more money before it ends up on a flat fee model. So, and that's what virtual cinema is all about. So virtual cinema is just a concept that people are adopting now, but it has actually been existing in the form of a TVOD. They call it transaction mark, but it's just that it might not run simultaneously with the cinema releases. But people are saying now, okay, for example, there are movies that are rejected by your association. They say, okay, no, this is not cinema quality. Or producer can say, I can't afford to pay whatever that is being demanded to pay as marketing, right? But I want my movie to go straight. If I have a platform that I can still monetize in a transactional way, not in a subscription model, and I can still put my movie there without going to the cinema. So it now boils down to the decision of the producer where they want to take the content to. That's why I'm saying that the essence of the virtual cinema is, there are a lot of ways that we can have the commission we can have with the association. Like I said, I mean, it's not. I'm supposed to be physically at this place because of the regulations of COVID regulations. That's why I couldn't make it. They're going to lock me down for a week or so before I get into Lagos and all of this. That's why I couldn't make it physically, because this is a convention I know we should make actually, and we are really hoping to work closely with the association. That's why I even made reference to your website. You know, the numbers and the figures that are there. So going straight to your question, the movies, the producers determine, number one, how they want to journey with their movie, and number two, we believe that a virtual cinema experience is a window that can actually leverage on the existing window that is already, that the physical cinemas are working on, the box office windows, and begin to say, how can we extend the reach of this movie beyond our physical geographic territories? And that's why I gave those three options in my presentation that we can look at various ways of working together as well as we drive more value, right, for the production. And in terms of airline HVO, I mean, those are windows, those are flat fee windows, but we're talking about extending the reach of the transactional window where producers can make more money than just going straight to a flat fee licensing model. I don't know if I answered your questions.
Thank you.
But I assure you, I'll be in Nigeria in October by the grace of God. I'm coming. If you grant me audience, I'm coming to sit down with you, sir, if you don't mind.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Thank you. One more question, please. Yeah, I can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Okay, what is my name? Mr. Ben, you see, the truth of the matter is that if we continue this debate, there's no way the cinema owners we agree with what you're saying. So my own advice is for you to channel your own energy towards the producers, and know, because some producers might not even want to go to the cinema. But if we continue this, you say you're having conversation with them, definitely there's no way you will say you are going to have a release simultaneously with the cinema people. It's not going to work. It's better we call a spade a spade. So your own target should be reaching out to producers, knowing if some producers actually, maybe they don't want to go to cinema. They want other options and order. That's my own candid advice to you. So that you won't be like, keep on going around and round and round and round and round and round. You keep on having problem with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, do you have anything to say to that, or should we just go to the next question?
Well, okay, thanks. That's a very good advice. I agree with you, but I still believe I still want to open the opportunity to engage with. I mean, this is not new. Maybe it's new to Mr. Patrick. I've spoken to some of the players there before, on the site, like Mr. Moses Babatokpe of Film One, Okpe of Genesis Studio. I mean, they know about me. They know about us, So it's not that it's new. Maybe Mr. Patrick, I've not met Mr. Patrick in person, but I've heard a lot about you. We have attended conferences together, but you might not know me personally. So we will continue to engage to see how we could, not simultaneous window, definitely. I know there will be a pushback on that, okay, I agree with you 100%. But there must be a way where we could, in the interest of the industry, extend the reach, of that cinema window for producers. Thanks. Okay. Anyway, for that advice. Yeah.
Okay. Right?
Okay, yeah. I want to approach it from this angle. First of all, we know there are cinemas and physical cinemas that exist. I always believe that the cloud is really too big for all birds to fly. But everybody will always look at this thing from an objective point of view. Like, let's say Film One, for instance. If Film One is distributing a film, Film One could finish with the physical cinema stuff. If there's an opportunity for a virtual cinema like what Akumat is doing currently, why shouldn't Film One extend to doing such a thing? Why should Film One want to work with your company to do that? Because I feel that financially they also have that capacity. But I think I've also come to a point in my career where I understand that I seem to have come as far as I can come on my own. I can sponsor a couple of my films, but you see this concept of collaboration, I feel it's a major thing we really, really, really lack. And it's like owning 5% of a multi-billion thing or owning 100% of a small thing. So we need to start looking for that opportunity where we can really, truly, truly work, not just say it, but truly work together. You know, I don't understand yet the concept in full of the virtual cinema. So I want to ask at this point as a question that if I don't go to the conventional cinema, or if I finish running conventional cinema, I want to get my film down straight to Netflix. Instead of going straight to that platform, I want to come to your platform. What exactly is the experience? What's the different experience that someone will really be getting than just watching it on Netflix? You know, I'm talking of both an audience who would, because I know Netflix is a subscription-based platform, but in this context, it's more like a ticketing. You get a ticket. Why would someone want to do that, you know, than just wait and get it on Netflix? Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. I mean, collaboration is the key, and the market is massive, you know. So thank you. So in terms of the experience, right, for the user, now it all boils down to the fact that, do I want to wait for the possibility of this movie getting to the Netflix? Because we know the challenges in terms of not every production that comes out of Nigeria gets to Netflix, right? That's one. So do I want to wait? Or do they even, at that moment, does the viewer know that this content is even going to go to Netflix? One. Number two, what is even the Netflix numbers in Nigeria? We need to be practical with that. So except you're talking about the diaspora audiences as well, right? Okay. But oftentimes, even the diaspora audience want to see that movie because, mind you, a lot of marketing has gone to it, a lot of campaigns have gone to it, and they can't really wait to see the movie. And because there's no other place right now that they can really watch the movie, that's why they have to actually sit down and watch and hope that movie gets to Netflix. But if they know that I can actually catch up this movie on Afro Cinema once it has done its run at the physical cinema in Nigeria, why not? Why not? They will really catch up to that. In addition to that, we on our own, our platform is mobile friendly. We've got this week we're releasing our applications for big screen, Android TV, or the big screen, so that to give you that experience at home with your family. And again, so there's a lot of factors to take in why people actually consume content online. You just want that privacy in your sitting room to be able to watch this amazing movie, that has not gone to Netflix. You're not even sure if it's going to go to Netflix. So the essence of it is that we're still flashing a quality movie that everybody wants to watch, and they would be even willing to pay for it specifically to watch it, knowing fully well that they don't know where this movie. There are a lot of movies. 76 for one. After 76 has done its run, people that missed at the cinema would have loved to watch it before, until now recently premiered on Netflix, right? It came on Netflix. But that would have been if there was a place where they could have watched it even before it comes to Netflix. So that's the experience that virtual cinema or opportunity virtual cinema brings to a consumer. To the producer, extra revenue.
We lost you for a bit, Mr. Daniel, but I think the question is answered, right? Are you okay with that?
Oh.
So we lost you for
okay.
a minute.
Okay, let me quickly say what I said. So I'm so sorry because of the internet. What I said is that oftentimes people can't wait once they hear about the movie, it's been marketed online, it's been pushed digitally. They are not in Nigeria. I'm speaking to the diaspora audience now. They really want to watch this movie. Why? Because they don't even know where the movie is going to be. I mean, what's the next stop for the movie? Is it Netflix or any other platform? So there's a platform. If you know, oh wow, I can actually watch this movie on the virtual cinema. Why not just buy the ticket and watch it? So that's the experience for them. They can sit at home and watch it on the big screen, on the small screen, and all of that. I mean, I gave an example about 76, about Izu Ojukwu, that eventually came to Netflix after almost 4 or 5 years. But if there was a virtual cinema where somebody else could watch that movie before it eventually came to Netflix, they would have watched it. So for them, especially the diaspora audiences that look, they want to catch up with the latest movies that are coming out of Nigeria. So basically that's the fundamental experience I see here for consumers, but for producers, the opportunity to extend the reach of your production and be able to make more money beyond just the physical cinemas. I just hope I answered your question, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ben. So basically, more money for the content producers. Would quickly want to jump to the... We're actually very late. That's the next speaker is waiting. So unless you ask quickly, all right?
Thank you very much. Victor Okai, President Directors Guild of Nigeria. I'm wondering why you're calling this virtual cinema. I'm looking at definitions right now because what you're doing is exactly what Netflix is doing, what some of the online streaming platforms are doing, whether you're doing it live or you're doing it whether it's live or not live. I mean, I really don't understand. And another thing is you're not on ground here. The issue of extending it, for me, okay, I have finished with the cinemas here, so I see what you're saying. You want to close the gap, and probably your niche area is probably the diaspora, but I'm wondering, isn't that what Netflix is about? Isn't that what Amazon Prime is about and all that? So what is that competitive advantage that you have? What is that differentiating factor that, will give you that edge, and make anyone want to say they're coming to you and that you're not just replicating any of the other online platforms? Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Now, yeah, I mean, the first, that's the advantage, the first, there's something we call the first move advantage. The first person that appears in the scene wants to define what happened in that scene. And that's what Netflix has done. And that's why oftentimes people want to benchmark you with Netflix. We're not like Netflix. Netflix pays you a flat fee, right? In terms of depending on the performance of your content at the box office. Netflix oftentimes waits for your content to come out of the box office. So it's still, and what you get from Netflix is not, a flat fee. Let me put that, it's an SVOD platform. In the world of online, there are many platforms. There is TVOD, there is SVOD, and there is AVOD. TVOD is transactional. It's like buying a ticket, to watch something. So the producer makes money per viewer, per person that watches the movie. Netflix, SVOD, they pay you, okay, I will only give you $50,000 for this movie or $100,000 for this movie. That is it. You don't make money on top of that. You don't make money beyond that. AVOD is even worse, where your content depends extremely on the advertising that your content is able to generate, right? So those are the different models. So TVOD, because it's transactional, is oftentimes targeted towards premium content, not just any kind of content. So these are kind of content that normally should not be on an SVOD service, or even if it's going to come to an SVOD service, it should come pretty much 3-4 years afterwards. And that's why you will never see, in those days before the international studios revolted against Netflix, even when Netflix used to collect content from international studios, you will never see, for example, a Disney put a current release movie on Netflix, never, because it's a flat fee model for them. That movie will have existed for 3 to 5 years before they put it on Netflix. Then Netflix went aggressively and started doing their own originals and all of that, because that put them on the back foot forever. So doing their own originals, we're able to put them in the front, competitive with the traditional studios. So the competitive advantage for us with producers is the fact that, number one, a lot of producers might not have opportunity to put their movies on the physical cinema in Nigeria. You know, they might just want a virtual place where they can still, be able to make money per view. True. Number two is the fact that they're able to, even you put your movie on the cinema and it doesn't do very well, then I can say, okay, I have another place to put my movie and potentially make additional revenue to what I've already made at the physical cinemas. I hope I answered the question. So now back to the question that we're not on ground. We are super on ground. We're Nigerian. We are 80% Nigerian, 20% non-Nigerians, right? We are somebody that's from Ghana, from Kenya. We're an African platform. I'm a Nigerian. 60% of our team sits in Lagos. The people that actually built this platform are in Lagos. We've got our development team in Lagos. I'm from Lagos, you know, even though I live in South Africa now, but I'm always in and out. I've been to Lagos this year like twice. So even not for the COVID restrictions and all of that. So we're super on ground, right? So in terms of effectively working on ground, we have a global footprint. We've got office in the US, we've got office in Canada, and that is able to enable us to be able to reach a global audience. And that's our passion, that's our vision. Our passion is to break barrier of revenues for, you know, high budgeted movies to be able to make so that producers can confidently invest in content, knowing fully well that there's a platform, there's a place that they can actually effectively monetize that content, you know, before it even goes to another window. So that's what Afro Cinema is all about. I don't know if I answered your questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ben. Thank you so much. That's the much you can take. Any questions? I think there's a rep here that you can ask further questions. We're going to quickly jump to the next session, which will be from the fourth session today. And that will be Natalia Mali. She's the Senior Vice President of Content Acquisitions, All Rights. It's also a virtual session, so I think she's ready. We'll jump into that quickly, please. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Natalie. Nice having you.
Hello, I'm Natalie Morley. Hello, Lagos. It's unfortunately, I'm remote. Would be nice to be with you. I've seen in the videos some familiar faces. For those who don't know me, before joining All Rights, I was Chief Content Officer for the Trace Group. So I know a thing or two about African content. And it's a joy to reunite with you all, producers and distributors. So here at All Rights, we are a marketplace, but not only. We do operate globally with a lot of content from all over the world, since I have arrived, I have to say, a strong focus on African content because, it's one of my fields of expertise and beloved region. The main difference with All Rights compared to other marketplaces is that we're extremely proactive. We're not just a platform, a technical platform facilitating a technical solution. We are a hybrid content concierge, as I like to call it, because we bring in a lot of our human energy and expertise. So we actually source the content, we curate for our clients, we propose them content mix. So on the editorial side, we're extremely proactive, and really we have ongoing conversations with each one of them. We are supported by a platform that I will show you in a bit. So we bring bespoke attention on an editorial front. We're also proactive on the technical front because we receive the content from the providers, we check it, we vet it, we encode it, we have our DRM, and we monitor it at our clients' end using on the platforms. We're also proactive legally because contrarily to other platforms that are providing an open space, we are actually doing the contracts. So for our clients, instead of doing contracts with 5, 10, 20 providers, they have one contract with us, and we're centralizing everything, all the information, and we do the negotiations and the back and forth as well. That allows flexibility to our client because we do bundle deals and overall deals with the content providers. And we also push our partners, right holders and content providers towards our client according to their request, but also offering them new ideas. And because we're coming from the production and commissioning, from the broadcasting side for most of my team, which is the content team, we actually have an insight of the market. We know the content and the providers. We're all very happy to welcome more and more newcomers and new content makers every day, which is what we do. But we are extremely proactive. And the consequence of doing the contracts ourselves as well is that we provide a security for our right holders, sellers, and buyers, because we pay the sellers. It's automatized, and we pay in US dollars. There is no change issues or unsolvability of the clients because we are the guarantee. All Rights Legally is a company based in Singapore. We have a team of around 25 people now between Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, Dubai, Tel Aviv, France, Monaco for me, and America and the UK. So here we are operating globally and really ready. Both sides, lovely and creative African content, and newcomers in the OTT space and broadcasting space, to give them tailored-made solutions, flexible, really a reach to the global market. And there is more and more appetite nowadays with really the great work that the big platforms have done, pushing content that is different and coming from different regions. And so we're reaching out for that, and we're pushing African content all over the place, not only in Africa, and we're proud to do that. So that's in a nutshell who we are and what we're doing. And I'm very happy now to eventually take some questions from you guys. Hello?
Questions for, yeah, we're here.
Hello, hello. Yeah, sorry, because I don't see you. I don't see you. Okay, here.
Can you see me now? All right.
Yes, absolutely.
Any questions?
No questions? No questions? Come on.
No questions. We'll have one question.
Yeah.
Ask all your acquisition questions now, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hi, Natalie.
Hello.
It's good to see you again. So I think at this point, the majority of the people listening to you, of course, they have content available that they would want to monetize globally, leveraging on the All Rights platform. So before you came on, we had a presentation from Vula, which is also a similar marketplace, but clearly your own approach and strategy is different. You are involved in the process of negotiations, of contracting, you are part of everything that is happening in that whole acquisition process from end to, from beginning to end. So in terms of opening up this platform, where are you? Again, I asked this to Ben earlier on. What is the level of appreciation for content coming out of Nigeria? I mean, we are Nigerians, and of course we know that our content is very commercial. So what is the level of interest so far that you have? Is there an opportunity, right, for producers coming out of Nigeria for Nollywood content on All Rights? I think it's important to highlight that. Thank you.
Well, to be honest, we've been very pleasantly surprised, or not surprised, because I've been dealing with African content for a few years, so it's making me very happy that the doors are opening, and that not only African clients, but upcoming platforms from France, from the UK, from America, from Canada, for example, are super keen on discovering and showing to their audiences good content from Nigeria. And we know that in the past, that I mean, Nollywood is a huge industry. I'm not going to lecture you on the Nollywood industry. Frankly, that would be ridiculous. But we know the content has evolved. We know that the way the stories are told has evolved. We know that technically, artistically, the way it's directed, the way the art direction is done, we know that really now, which was not necessarily the case at the very beginning of the Nollywood industry, now the content is really à la part for international market. And the way that the stories resonate with everyone. For example, we're open now. I have clients in Asia, in India, namely, that are totally open to content with black cast as long as it resonates in the storytelling. And that's where I've been, I've been into this market for a few years, commissioning, producing, acquiring myself. I was acquiring for Africa and for other regions for the channels I was managing. And it was difficult for me to push the Nigerian content. We could get other type of content out of Africa, but apart from the diasporas, it was difficult. I think now the big switch is that we're not only addressing the African and Nigerian diasporas for the content, we're addressing a wider audience that has developed an appetite for it. So it's really the beginning of breaking the borders for it. And what I've seen in summary is interest from France, from the UK, from Belgium, actually, as well, and from the US and Canada, and also in India for Afrocentric content, which is a new thing.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a question from Mr. Barr here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Søren Bauer. We are trying to, no, we're not trying. We will produce a movie made in Nigeria, most probably in at least English, French, and Portuguese. That's the plan. Yesterday, I learned from Hiventi all the technical specifications we need to consider. Now, I'm relatively new to this, and my question is, what kind of deals, what kind of contracts would people like ourselves sign in terms of exclusivity or non-exclusivity if the aim is to distribute such a film as largely as possible? So personally, I'm not necessarily interested in platform X over platform Y or Z. I'm just interested in large distribution. But are these contracts usually, are you bound to a certain exclusivity? How does this work?
No, the whole thing with all rights is that we are dealing with rights that are non-exclusive, mostly, and we have a special sort of department for premium exclusive deals, which we take. It's a small portion of the business, but it's a different licenses. What we do mostly is bringing out there for a lot of possible buyers in a non-exclusive way the potential monetization of your content on a global scale. So that's, let's say, that's the core of the business. The exclusive deals is more about really specific inquiries. When I say we're doing bespoke attention and editorial recommendation to the clients, in that case, we often design a package between the non-exclusive and a small portion of exclusive titles. I was listening to what people were saying before, and we have had inquiries from clients to organize digital premieres of films that haven't been released because of COVID. So this is something that's coming up. We had those inquiries, as I say again, in Africa and well, in India as well, to be honest. because this is a new way of doing things. We're all discovering and exploring new ways of doing things. So it's a case by case for the exclusive deals and special holdbacks. We'll take it case by case for that.
Okay. Thank you, Natalie. I think that's enough questions for today on Ijoma.
Yeah, I've been here. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Bright. Okay, so the question I want to ask, it's that 5% or that small portion of exclusivity you mentioned. Now, you've honestly told us that in the past there's not been much inquiry with respect to Nigerian films. It's been challenging, but there's growth. There's growth in it. But I want to speak specifically. All Right platform really getting people to seek African content or specifically Nigerian content. Is there a possibility or is there a window, some kind of window? It may not necessarily be commissioning project, because I know this is a distribution platform, but not necessarily commissioning, but if there is an intentional approach to get the multi-million Nigerians to your platform, can it provide some kind of maybe collaborations? Is there a possibility? Because I feel that one of the reasons Netflix came into Nigeria is when they realized Nigeria really has this very big market to tap. So now they are actually commissioning. I'm not saying All Right may need to commission, but is there some kind of a collaboration that could now bring you not just getting the producers here to bring their films on the platform, but creating some kind of a partnership that could help both teams build something workable? In other words, you'll be able to guide based on the data you also have that this can work. This is what we're saying. These are the kind of inquiries we're getting. So it can really help us here build something that really, really works for the platform through collaborations. Thank you.
So it's funny because, as I mentioned quickly before, I am a producer and a commissioner originally. So I hear you there, and it is very early stages for All Rights to be a commissioner or a producer for now, because it's a distribution platform. But we actually do that recommendation with our partners, and not only for African people and African companies, because I have that kind of inquiry. Yesterday evening, I was talking with a production company in Colombia that are designing and producing content in Spanish, but also in English eventually. And they try to expand out of Latin America. So we do have those conversations, and we're taking the pulse of our clients. We have more than 4,000 registered users and partners on our platform. So we do have feedback from a lot of people, and we actually advise our partners. For example, if you have a portfolio and you come up with your library of content, we will curate before we bring the titles on the platform. In the case of African content, well, it's obviously me and someone else in the team, but we will curate. We'll say no, these titles this will not work. I think we prefer to push this and this and this title, or maybe if you have more of this or more of that, or we want family orientated because we've got 5 clients wanting family orientated. We want faith-based content because we've got 8 clients all over the world wanting Christian content or Muslim content, or that's part of the personal human factor recommendation that we do. We do that every day with our partners, sellers, as we call them. It is part of what we do. We're not involved financially, that's for sure, but we do that every day.
Thank you, Natalie. And that's it for today, this session. We'll be jumping next to that one. Please, can we just give her a hand of applause? Thank you. We'll quickly jump to our next speaker, and that's the CEO of Super TV, Ijoma Ona. Hand of applause for her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I find myself sandwiched between speakers from marketplaces, digital marketplaces that are B2B, that are providing B2B services, right? So I think it's important for us to understand all the speakers from Ben in the UK to Daniel in South Africa and Natalie that just spoke to us from Monaco. They are all digital platforms, distribution platforms that are, providing distribution, digital distribution services on a B2B basis, meaning business to business, all right? So I'm here to present also another digital distribution platform. Super TV is a subscription video on demand service platform that is launching commercially 1st of October. We did our premiere launch 2 weeks ago. So we are ready now to go live to the market. And what we are doing is to really begin to relook or reassess how this business is done. I mean, for some of us here this morning, if you have been doing international business, buying and selling, distribution, where I have a very strong background from, I'm sure you understand that, Natalie and Ben and Daniel, everybody is, going towards digital, right? And that is why they were able to talk to us about the platforms that they are providing so that you can begin to monetize content. So you don't need to wait until you go to Discob. For those of us, a lot of us here have been going to Discob for almost 10 years now in Johannesburg, and then MIPCOM and the rest of them. So providing you opportunity where your whole acquisition process or as a buyer or your whole sales process as a seller can actually happen in one, ecosystem, digital ecosystem. So, so that is actually what this first slide is about, the rise of digital. I mean, they've made my presentation a lot more easier, I find it very interesting. So we all know we have cinema owners here. We have the chairman of CEAN, he's seated here, Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria. And then in the theatrical space, of course, you understand that you have the exhibitors, which are the cinemas. You have the distributors. We also have the president of FDN, Distributors Association of Nigeria. She's also seated here. So they are the ones that are the interface between maybe the major US studios and the exhibitors. So, I mean, sitting in between the content owners and then the actual exhibition. So this is the traditional model. And of course, you have the content owners as well. Now, you go to television, you have the pay TV operators who are also the platform for exhibition, right? And then you have the thematic channels. If you are a channel here this morning, you own a channel, you're also a distribution channel because the movies, the TV series that you are putting on those channels, they are being monetized through advertising. And of course, you still have the content providers. Then you come to telcos. We're looking at the disruption happening within this ecosystem. So if you go to the telcos, to the digital now, you see you have telcos at the platform, at the carriers. You also have the VOD services, either transactional, subscription, or advertising-based. So these are distribution platforms. VOD platforms are essentially distribution platforms, right? Digital distribution platforms. And then just to mention that what you saw earlier on from my colleagues who presented before now are all more like VOD platforms, but on a B2B side, okay? And then if you notice, there's a common denominator in all these different ecosystems we are looking at, and that is the content producers, the distributors, and so on. So you find out that, everyone, whether it's traditional, whether it's television, whether it's TV, or whether it's digital, content producers are very, very critical in what you are doing as a distributor. Next slide, please. So a lot of people have said Super TV. What's Super TV, right? Now, There are a lot of subscription video on demand services. I don't need to mention their names, both local and international. I have worked with a lot of producers, and a lot of producers sitting down here for over a decade. I've also worked closely with you in terms of helping to monetize content, mostly outside of Nigeria, across different markets and different territories. Now, we looked at the whole traditional model. Okay, it's easy for you to call me and say, okay, how much are you buying my content for? That's what we are used to, right? But we decided to look at that strategy of, and Ben actually mentioned it during his presentation, the different models, where you have the flat fee model, and then we also see the stream per minute model that is actually coming up now, and then of course the revenue share model. So there are about 4 different models now for monetizing content. So having worked, with producers, with content producers and distribution, we actually know where the issues are. All right. And that's what informed our decision to open up Super TV. Instead of just saying, okay, let's buy content like every other person, we decided to open it up as a marketplace. You've heard presentations from 3 different marketplaces before me, but they are all business to business. We decided to open up Super TV as a distribution marketplace for producers, for distributors, to be able to monetize their content directly to consumers, directly to telco subscribers. And what leverage do we have? I'm sure a lot of you are asking, why are you different from other subscription platforms? Now, we invested in a unique technology, a proprietary technology that allows, subscribers to be able to stream with 0 data. All right? The cost of data is very expensive. We all know that. As much as people are, able to stream this event for free on YouTube, you also find out that there's a strain. Okay, my data, how much of my data am I going to spend to stream this for a whole day? So there is bundling data and content, all right? It was something that we needed to do, and taking away that cost of data. So any cost you see on Super TV as a subscription pricing, okay, is just the cost of everything, both data and content. So now what we are trying to do is the creative economy in Nigeria is quite untapped. Okay, we believe so much that it's a lot. It's a $1 billion industry. And most streamers will rather pay you off. I'm sure a lot of us have licensed our content to different streamers. They would prefer to pay you off and go make all the money, right? And then make all the subscription and keep for themselves. But we decided to look at that, to approach us differently and open up our service, our own subscription service. When we are making money, you're making money. When people are watching your content on Super TV, you're making money, right? And that is why, those are the 2 things that makes us different. Number 1, on the consumer side, we've been able to take care of the cost for data, right? To alleviate that cost, that heavy burden of streaming. I don't know how many people can just, open up a TV channel and begin to watch a movie or begin to listen to news. You know the way you leave your TV on and you're doing all that stuff, right? So that is what we are actually trying to do. And our market is, we want streaming to be affordable to the mass market. Our offering is mass market driven. And that is why, even as you're going to see later, in terms of pricing, our pricing, there's flexibility. We are doing the sachet pricing strategy where we know you can do daily subscription, you can do weekly subscription, and you can also do monthly subscription. Next slide, please. So, content strategies will continue to evolve, right? Competition, budget, these are all issues. Alternative and credible distribution platforms. You've seen 3 distribution platforms this morning alone, all of them digital distribution platforms. And then we'll have to also help develop creative economy through solid and mutual partnerships with content owners. And then the next thing we're also looking at is to begin to drive content, local content revenue. Now, I understand that there are windows. When you come to distribution, we have to respect windows. We spoke about that yesterday, about you producing and then you're not going through the cinema, you're not going during the theatrical release and you're going straight to VOD, right? So most producers have gone through all those windows. You've done, your movie was released in the cinema, and after the cinema, you went to the first window where you usually make at least 50% of your budget. And then after the first window, you go to second window and so on and so forth. As I'm speaking here, and I'm sure that there are producers who have exploited their content on different platforms and is sitting down somewhere very well put together in a hard drive in a cupboard. I have such producers, right? So what we are trying to say is that rather than shelving, that's the term we use. Rather than shelving your content, right? Why don't you put it out? Again, there are free streaming platforms where everybody can stream, but you know that you can't put your content out yet on that free platform, right? Because of the life cycle. Because maybe you've not even recouped your, your investment. So maybe in another 5-10 years, you can say, okay, I've milked this content enough. I can put it out on a free, on an AVOD service. So that's why we're saying that rather than shelving your content, there are still people who have a lot of following and love for some of you here who have created very strong content in the past. Why don't you put it out and allow them, allow them to be able to see those content again, and even if it's residual revenue, right? It's still some sort of revenue that normally, if it was seated in that hard drive in your cupboard, in your shelf, in your office, you would never have been able to make. So that is what we are trying to do here, to drive local content revenue, all right, for producers. And then we've looked at different business commercial models earlier on, challenges of existing models, one-off licensing fees. I'm sure a lot of producers, you still want, just pay me my money, please. I don't want. Just give me my, pay me upfront, take the content for 2 years. But that is changing. That is the reality. The market is changing, the ecosystem is changing, the industry is changing, there is disruption and it's here, and we just need to come to terms with that. Please go to the next slide. So why is Super TV unique? First of all, I've already talked about the zero cost of streaming. You don't need your data on Super TV. If you go to Play Store now, you can be able to download the app, and then from October 1, you can actually start your subscriptions. Now, we already talked about the flexibility to subscribe, and then I also talked about the pricing, the daily, weekly, monthly, both for live TV. So we have a bouquet of 30 channels. We're launching with a bouquet of 30 channels, local and international channels. And then we also have the fact that you can actually verify your data. Like before you start streaming, check your data. Okay, I have 1,000 MB or 200 or 100 MB or 200 MB. Check your data, and then be sure that when you're done, you also go back and be sure that your data is the way you left it on before streaming on Super TV. We are available to, right now it's prepaid actually, okay, customers, and right now we're just available for MTN subscribers. And very soon we're going to introduce a la carte pricing. And a la carte pricing means that you can choose 2-3 channels, or I don't want 30 channels. You can select your channels, your preferred channels, and just subscribe to only those channels. We can also, of course, linear TV channels, traditional TV channels, your live programs, anywhere people are in Nigeria. As far as there is MTN 3G network, even if it's in their farm, even if it's in the mountain on top of the tree, as far as there is MTN network, they're actually able to watch, they're actually able to stream on Super TV. And then we also talk about, I talked about the download on Play Store, and then we're actually available just right now in Nigeria. We're looking forward to expanding to other territories within Africa. Okay, so what's the value creation for creative entrepreneurs? I'm sure if you're a producer or a distributor here, you are in this ecosystem. Well, right now our trials actually, for you to try out everything on Super TV, it's not actually free. I needed to correct that. It's 200 Naira. and then it gives you access to everything. Now, we have different bouquets. We have gold bouquet, we have silver, and we have bronze. So for gold bouquet, this is where we put all our premium stuff, everything that is very recent between 2018 and 2020. We sell it for producers, distributors in that bouquet. You know, we're just sellers, just like every other person you heard before me, right? We're just helping to sell your content. But now we're selling content for you directly to the consumers, right? So if you want to try out Super TV from 1st of October, you just pay 200 Naira and you have access to everything. And then after that, we have silver, content produced between 2014 to 2017 will sell there. And then bronze is like your catalog. So what we're saying is that even if your content is old, those content that you produced 10 years ago, for example, as far as they are still relevant, as far as they are still okay, you can still put them on the Super TV platform. So on the bronze catalog, on the bronze bouquet, that's where we put all the library stuff. That's where we also we sell the local content outside Yoruba, Igbo. You find a lot of that in the bronze bouquet. And then also, we are democratizing streaming. I already talked about that. Before I came on this presentation, I was looking at the pricing comparison between, when you buy data to stream at, I think, 480p. Okay, I asked my team to do that compilation, and I found out that on Super TV, for an hour, including content and data, you are streaming at 42 Naira. There is no, the cheapest telco providers, or their data streaming on other platforms is almost like double that amount, all right? And so I think we have a very, very strong proposition on the consumer side that people need to pay attention to. If I have time later, maybe I can still share those breakdowns with us. So we want streaming to be very affordable to everyone. Either you're in the bus, whatever you're doing, the lowest demographics, we want streaming to be available to them. And then we're looking at our content marketing. We're putting a lot. I'm sure you would have seen our marketing as well. We have a very strong marketing proposition, consumer marketing proposition from our marketing team. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to let you know, we started about last year, okay, during the COVID. We are working all through. Please go to the next slide. And then so far, these are the companies that have signed up to work with us. In Nigeria, we actually just work with aggregators, so we don't work directly with producers, okay? It makes the whole work a lot more easier. So we have for Yoruba, for Hausa, we have aggregators who work with us. We have aggregator in Kano that's working with us on all the Hausa. I think at now, we have 200 and something Hausa titles on Super TV. For Yoruba, we have about 99 plus 136, over 200 titles as well. Anyway, and then we have the box office film. We have Film One as our, our aggregator. These are all our different aggregators. For TV series, we have an aggregator working with us for TV series. For the different, local content genres that we have, we've got aggregators. So it has made our work a lot more easier. Right now, we're launching with about 843 titles on Super TV, cutting across different local genres. And then for international, this is very interesting. We have so many companies across different countries. You can see Germany, Korea, Colombia, France, Australia, Switzerland, Canada, US. You can see, we have all of them, all these companies have all signed up to Super TV to sell their content on Super TV to the consumers, to the local, telco subscribers. So they have been working with us. We've met with quite over 100 of them, right, and presenting our proposition. But the reason why it's still at this number, which is not actually bad, is because we've not gone commercial. I'm sure by the time we begin to go commercial, we'll go commercial by the 1st of October, and the revenue is coming and we're going to have a lot more. Now, to also let you know, it's important to say this, that all these companies, wherever they are seated across the globe, they are able to actually log into Super TV, not to stream because there is geo-block, okay? But they have a dashboard. There is a portal that we have in place where all of them, whether they are sitting in Germany, in Australia, as far as Australia, we have like 3 Australian companies already, Singapore, wherever they are, they can actually log in to their account on Super TV. They can see their performance, because revenue on Super TV, which I'm going to explain very soon, is based on performance. It's not like, okay, what's my share? Let's share this money. No, the more streaming people are watching, the more, every minute means, every minute is revenue for you on Super TV. So these are our partners that are working with us. Then for Live TV, these are the channels that we have, 30 of them, both local and international. We're also monetizing Live TV channels as well. So the same thing with VOD, right? The more people are watching. So instead of you running, for those who own channels here, for example, we do, for the local channels, we do what we call cross-promotion. So people need to know that they don't need to get home after work at 8 p.m. so that they can catch their favorite, let me use Super TV that we know that for over a decade has been very successful on NTA network, AIT network, and it's every 8 o'clock on Thursday. I'm sure it hasn't changed. I have it in my head. So imagine that we're working with WAP TV, for example, and then they are promoting to say, you know what, even if you're in traffic, you're caught up in traffic, Lagos traffic, you can actually watch the current episode of Super TV, Super Story, of Super Story on Super TV while on the move. So we are doing those cross promotions with our local channel partners, because the more people are watching them, and by the way, it's important to say that there is a cost to us. There is a very, heavy technical cost for us to carry all these channels. So if your channel is not being watched on Super TV, I do not have a justification to carry it, because I'm paying every month. You met yesterday, for those of us who are here, the guy from France, okay, who's working with us, who's been working with us on. There's a cost to carrying all these channels, and we're not asking those channels to pay for this cost. We are bearing that cost right now. But for us to continue to justify, paying every month for your channel on Super TV, then it must have traction. If it doesn't have traction, I'm going to say, I'm so sorry, people are not watching your channel, and I'm paying this cost, I want to take it off Super TV. So it has to be a collective effort to drive viewership, both on our side, with our marketing team, and also on the side of the Live TV channels. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the very important part. The money part. Next slide, please. Okay. So every of those companies that you saw, I think we have over about 30-something companies now, almost 40 working with us. They understood this. They had their questions to ask, and usually everything else is easy. But when you get to this point, I have to have a special session with them across all those companies, every one of them. I had to take time to explain this. And the moment they get it, it's like, let's sign, okay? So I start from the A, B, and I'll try my best to run because of time. So you have your movie, you have it in a plan, maybe it's in a silver, depending on the year of production, because year of production is very important, right? And then you have, at the end of every month, we are looking at what is the total, the silver bouquet, for example. If you look at here, this is the pricing for the silver bouquet. Silver daily is 280, silver weekly is 1,000, and silver monthly is 3,400. So at the end of the month, how many subscribers paid us for the silver bouquet? Daily, weekly, and monthly. We make a calculation, okay, of the total subscriptions for silver. And then your movie, Oyenusi, is in a silver bouquet. Now, at the end of after that, when we find the total bouquet, of course, we have partners. Just to say, we're not exclusive to any telco. We are open to different telco operators to work with them. But right now, we're working with MTN. So at the end of that month, they have a network access feature that they take from the subscriptions. So they have to take that. We find out the total of the network access fee for daily, weekly, and monthly. And then, for this silver bouquet, what is the total streaming minutes for the month? how many millions of minutes the people spend, watching on Super TV. When we finish finding that total minutes of the plan, then for your movie or your new C, yes, for your movie or your new C, we're also going to find how many minutes the people stream that particular movie, right, on Super TV. And then what is the percentage of Oyenusi against the total, streaming minutes for the silver bouquet for the whole month. And when we find that, we now look at the total content revenue. So the total content revenue, is actually, by the time the telcos take their network access fee, what is remaining is the total content revenue. But this total content revenue, out of it, the telcos still have 30% of it, because the first cost I mentioned is for their infrastructure, that, there's a cost for them to carry us, right? And then, so we have, as Super TV, we have 42% of the revenue remaining. And then after that, we now have 28%, which is a pool of money, okay, that is remaining. And from this pool of money, we now find what is the content partners' revenue per minute. I hope you're all following me. I'm happy to answer your questions if you're not clear. So we're going to find that percentage that you have of the total streaming minutes. What is the monetary value of 1 minute? So the monetary value of 1 minute, we use it to multiply your total streaming minutes for the month. And that will give you your revenue for one movie for that month. So this is, and the same thing applies for the silver. This is for the gold. So your gold movies are the more recent kind of movies that have gone to the cinema, they just came out, or movies that are on first window. So just to also explain, for the gold movies, we're happy to operate with a minimum guarantee, which is an upfront payment, but is recoupable. Okay, we have an MG plus revenue share for the gold titles, but for the silver and the bronze, it's strictly on revenue share. Please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so this, I want to talk, and after this, I think I should be wrapping up. This is so far, the transactional VOD window hasn't really been exploited in Nigeria, okay? And this window is like, is like your rental window. Once your movie comes out of the cinema, normally it will go to an SVOD platform. But where the TVOD platform, the transactional, is where, subscribers who are not able to go to the cinema, who can't afford going to the cinema, are able to rent the movie just for about 8 to 12 weeks. Maximum of 12 weeks, 3 months. It's a very short window, very short, right? Where they're able to rent these movies. So right now, for Hollywood movies, it's about 550. Okay, it's not here. 550 to rent. Once it comes out of the cinema, it goes on this transitional VOD. So what we're trying to do here is, we call it the Super TV Cinemat. Okay, there will be Nollywood movies that want to premiere straight on the cinemat, meaning that they don't want to go to the cinemas. Okay, so no theoretical release. They go straight. They just premiere the same way you go to cinema. You do your premiere. We're actually opening up this for movies that are new to premiere straight on the platform. Then we also have the movies that went to the cinemas, okay? And after the cinemas, they want to come to Super TV for, at least 8 to 12 weeks, 3 months maximum, all right, before they go to VOD. Because most of the platforms, the streaming platforms, they don't actually ask you for your TVOD rights. A lot of producers do not know that those rights are not being exploited. That's the truth. They don't need that right. So when you're doing your negotiations, please, I need my TVOD rights, because it's a window that can actually help you to monetize your content and get money out of that content. So why do you need to go and tie it down to a streamer that doesn't need, that doesn't use that right? So, yeah, the premium blockbuster titles that have successful theatrical run can come here immediately once they come out of the cinemas. So now, there are two options for our cinemas, for movies that want to premiere on our cinemas. There is the no minimum guarantee option. So minimum guarantee is an upfront cost. It's not flat fee. It's recoupable, right? It's a cost to us. We are just saying that we believe in your content. So, a lot of producers say, oh, they took my content and they didn't, after I didn't earn any money. But now we're saying we're putting money up front to say, yes, we are guaranteeing that this movie is going to make money on Super TV. We believe it's going to make money. And so we're paying you this money up front, even though it hasn't made any money yet. But once it starts making money, we'll take back our money first. All right? And then, so for this, we have, if your movie is coming on the cinemas and it's non-exclusive, right, we have shared marketing costs between Super TV and the rights holders. The marketing cost is not recoupable for us, so whatever we spend, it's our cost. Whatever you spend is your cost. It's not recoupable because it's non-exclusive on our platform. And then we already talked about the duration, 8 to 12 weeks, Nigeria only. And then the sharing formula, it's quite different. So for the cinemas, okay, there are just three parties involved: the owner of the movie, Super TV, and then the telco. So it makes everything really straightforward, right? In terms of sharing, everybody knows, okay, this is what we've made. This is how many people who have rented the movie for this period, and then we split the revenue accordingly. Now, if we are paying you a minimum guarantee, if we are paying you money upfront, then it has to be exclusive. The TVOD rights has to be exclusive for at least 3 months. And then there are some MG qualifying criteria. It must have been released to the cinema. So we are not here to take away cinema audience. It has to be go through the cinema. And then if, in case there is you choose not to go to the cinema, prior to Super TV, then it has to be very, very, high budget movie as well. Then the box office revenue on cinema has to be at least 15 million naira, okay, for us to take it, for us to put down a minimum guarantee. And then we also ensure that the joint marketing. So when you're promoting your cinema release, you can also do that after cinema is going to Super TV, so that people can also know. So you can save costs on marketing by doing that joint marketing when you're promoting your theatrical release. So back to this minimum guarantee side, we share the marketing cost 50-50, okay? And then the marketing cost for us as Super TV is recoupable. What it means is that before we begin to share revenue, we have to recoup our marketing costs. If we put 5 million behind that movie because we want 1 million people to subscribe or to rent it, then before we begin to share this revenue, we have to take back that 5 million. It's recoupable cost for us. And then the duration is an exclusivity period of 3 months on Super TV. The territory is Nigeria only. And then I already talked about revenue share before, recouping of MG before revenue share. So that's our cinema, digital cinema offering that we're opening up for our content producers. Next slide, please. Next slide. So yes, this is the onboarding process, and this is my last slide. The onboarding process, you have to register. When you register on Super TV, you send in your content. We need to, we have a very strong QC process internal, that everything, so we don't just take anything, okay? It has to make sure that it meets our criteria, internal technical criteria, before we can actually begin to accept onboarded on the service. Before now, people used to go on, if you go to supertv.ng/partners, you can actually upload directly, but because of bandwidth issues and all that, we are now beginning to take it directly from producers. But we have a lot of people who have actually gone through this process and doing everything from beginning to end on the Super TV platform. And after the quality control, then of course we go into contract. Once we confirm that, our team confirms that everything is fine, with the content, then we go into contractual agreement. For foreign content, usually it's just screening links that they share, that they share with us, and then once we review it, it's fine. we go into contracts, and then after that, we onboard the content on the service. We also have a very strong digital rights management in place. Our DRM security features are also in place. On Super TV, right now as I speak, you cannot do a screen grab on Super TV. You cannot do screen recording on Super TV. Those are some of the security features that we have put in place against piracy. Next slide. I think I'm almost done. Yeah, thank you.
Hello? Okay, my question has to do with the money side of it. I noticed that you had on your slide, you had 38 million, one of the figures that I saw there, as 28% of
Okay,
the
sorry,
total
yes. Please,
amount.
can you put back that slide? I needed to explain something there.
No, I just wanted to find out. Now, that 38 million, because there's a movie title at the top, does the 38 relate to that movie or the total number of movies that were actually screened for that month, based on the people that actually
Yes, please, I'm terribly
paid?
sorry for skipping that explanation. Please,
Yes,
can you put back
I just
that?
wanted
Yes.
to be sure. That, you have 37 there, you have a movie at the top, but I don't know whether that 28% relates to
Okay,
that
so-
movie or relates to total number of subscriptions
Yeah.
to be shared by everyone.
I get you, sir.
Yes.
I get you. So, so this is the content, this is the retail price. Now, from this 300 naira, the content price, all right, from 300 naira is 150. From 1,000 is 500, and from 2,800 is 1,200. So this is what we are sharing. So assuming that we have 400,000 subscriptions, for example, for daily gold plan, and then weekly 100,000. So this is the subscriptions, okay? Now, the breakdown is 13,000 subscriptions per day. That's what gave you this 400,000. Now, the total content revenue, you have to multiply this 400,000 subscriptions by 300, okay? And then by the time you make all the deductions for the network access fee and then the telco, their own content revenue, you have 60 million, right? And then from this 60 million, what our content partners are going to be sharing is 16,800,000. So it's a pool. That's what I was trying to, yes. So it's a pool. This 16 million is a pool of money. Now, how much you're going to earn from this pool of money is dependent on the streaming minutes, how many minutes the people spend watching. So that would determine, I mean, you can make, if you have a very good content, you can make 5 million out of it. It depends on how much. So, and please know this is just for demonstration purposes, just to help you understand how you can earn money on Super TV. So that's what this is about. So the total revenue for the gold in a month is 37 million, for example. And then how much are you going to earn from this? And that's why I always tell content producers, don't come and dump your content on Super TV, because again, people have, people have their preferences, and quality content will always be a key driver any day, anytime, in terms of viewership, in terms of the eyeballs that you're getting. So it's not like, oh, I don't need this content again. Let me put it. Our team will even reject itself. They'll tell you no. We are not interested, because it's a waste of time for everybody, okay? So we need to make sure that in terms of quality is there. It doesn't matter. Their contents are 10-year-old and people still want to see it. That's the truth. So we have to make sure, both on our side and on the side of the producer or the distributor that we're working with, that the content is still relevant. That's the word. It has to be relevant in terms of storyline, relevant in terms of quality, okay?
Sorry, can I just add to that, please? Will you make your data in terms of the amount of money being shared out available? Because I foresee a situation whereby producer A, who gives you a content, gets 50,000, and producer B gets 3 million. Producer C gets 2.5. Producer D gets 100,000.
We don't have control.
Fair enough. I know you don't have control, but remember, the issue is going to be what people will say outside with regards to how much money they're actually getting from you. So the more transparent you are,
yes,
the better it is for the producers to understand
Okay.
that I will not necessarily make the 5 million that you are talking about, but I may also make 10, but I may make 100,000.
So like CEAM publishes their data. That's how
That's
you
where
know.
I'm going as well. Yes.
Okay, I mean, it's not my call to actually, but I understand the need for transparency. And why what are the things we've done to be transparent is to give you access. So you have your login details, right? If you're a content owner, if you're just all those companies that you see there across different countries and different territories, they will not be able to watch, like I said, but anywhere they are in Germany, they can actually log in and they see, oh, 100 people have watched. This is the number of minutes that. So when we are sending the report, they can actually reconcile and compare with what our finance team is sharing with them. That's very important. The transparency in this business is the soul of what we are doing. So we actually understand that bit of being very, very transparent. But like I said, we do not have control, right? We know what people are watching. The only thing we can do is to market, to push as much as possible. But in terms of controlling from October 1, what you're going to watch there, what everybody's going to watch, we really don't have control. So that's why content has to be very, very good.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the presentation, which, of course, gives us, at least to me, it's a lot of encouragement that things are still happening in this country against the backdrop of those who belong to the negative parts of life. You are proud to us in the creative industry for coming up with this. I always want to dine with people who sees opportunities, never cares about challenges, some of these challenges, and tap into the opportunities. You're one of them, among others. I'm proud that this is coming out, especially your Super TV. Coming into business, it could be like you rightly know, we are regulators. I'm supposed to be doing that in the next one, but we do it on the professional board. Let me quickly put this to you, that you should not join those that probably want to set up business and it's going to collapse very soon. And the reason is this, that you should follow the government procedure when you are acquiring your film. The best that's happened in this country so far, so good in the last 4 years plus, comes from the cinema owners and distributors. There is nothing they're doing that they're not conforming to government standard rules. Yeah, we're the best content provider in this country, in the world, I would say, because even Asaba alone can finish up with the US, with the Nollywood. Asaba production can finish up with the that's the fact. Moses is not here. He will have given us probably, well, you are the cinema com this year. You will have given us our rating, but the last we had, you had Moses up where everybody had the best content. I want to pray, if you've not been doing it, I should, because in your presentation, I didn't see you. I did not see the steps. You're saying, Lord, send to us. But there are policies that guide you acquiring those films. And that's why I said, so far so good, the cinema owners and distributors has always been the best. So that tomorrow, if you think NFVCB, you've been able to escape NFVCB, then we expose you to FRRS. And that's going to be massive because virtually all the things happening are transparent. You're going to give records. But then, with your records, I know no businessman wants to pay tax. And with the government policy, double taxation is not allowed. And with our intervention, we can as well assist in reducing the tax you're paying. But then, if you don't follow the procedures, it becomes problematic for us to assist you in that, and we go after you. So it's like an advice that a lot of films are coming up, but then they must present to you, what is it called? The certification from National Film and Video Censors Board. To a larger extent, DSTV are doing that. We're engaging Netflix And definitely Netflix and other VOD providers, streaming platforms are going to be here before December. It's compulsory. It's from the government. So they're going to be here for a lot of you to equally engage in them and for all of us to know how they come into their market and how other people can come into those markets. It has to be. Nobody goes to South Africa, even Rwanda there, even Ghana, Benin Republic, and flaunt their laws. So I would advise you not to join those. If I start mentioning even Nigeria, those we are tracking, you'll be shocked. So congratulations once more.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
More questions?
At the back. Thank you very much. My name is Amina Mohammed, MD, CEO of Ames Media Company Limited. We majorly produce television programs. I just need to seek some clarifications. Also, a proud member of MQuan, which you know very well. Since yesterday that I've been here, there seemed to be much emphasis on movie, TV series, drama series, and all that. So my question is, also yesterday somebody mentioned social impact media content. So is it only in movie and drama series this can be explored? Is that your focus? Because there could be some other programs, either documentary, conversations, and all that. That's one clarification I seek. Sorry, just while she's asking her question, please, can you put up the inventory page for me? Thank you. Then the other one is the slides that we have been seeing since yesterday. Would we have the opportunity for you to avail us of those slides? Yes, everything is on the website. So we usually upload all presentations on the NIF Summit, website. Okay. Finally, yes, free data. I don't know how long that will be. You are probably giving the likes of Netflix a run for their money, because we know that even with Netflix now, the bouquet that is on monthly, probably the least, you pay 1-2, and then you still use your data. So what is the window period? It's new, fine. What's the window period you are giving to your subscribers or viewers, to the extent that when do we start having or paying data? And I'm also quite enthused with your inclusion of faith-based content, which you are going to be, the opportunity to listen to later on. So probably this is also an inclusion of your bouquet. Thank you. So for now, that's my clarification. All right. Thank you very much. So on this, to answer your question, can you see the genre column? So we have, apart from the Nigerian TV series, Hausa movies. So here you can see we have Korean telenovela, sports, wildlife. Under documentary, we have wildlife, lifestyle, adventure, travel, entertainment, food, kids live action, animation. So why I put this up is we want Super TV to be like your buffet. You know buffet? Everybody has to find something they can eat in a buffet table. That is one of the successes of a chef, right? So we don't want you to get in here, no matter how niche your genre is, right? We want to make sure that you are able to find it on Super TV. So we are very much open to different genres, okay? Because people consume different things. There are people that the only, someone very close to me was saying that for the past 10 years, he has been subscribing on a particular pay TV operator, and he has never watched one movie. One movie. He has never opened the movie channel to say, let me sit down. And then he was like, so you mean that, because what the channel was on, and then they were showing a movie. So you mean that in 2021, I'm going to sit down and don't know where this movie is starting from and ending from? No, I'm not going to watch this. And that got me thinking. That's the times that we are in, right? You flip a channel, and then you see the movie is already gone, maybe halfway, and you don't know what has happened before now. So people want control. That's the beauty of digital and disruption. You want to pick up watch what you want, when you want, where whenever you want. So it's no longer running home, oh, this thing is scheduled for 10 o'clock, I need to be at home to watch it. No. So that is where we are right now. And as content producers, we all need to evolve. If we do not evolve with what is happening, we stand the danger of going into extinction. That's the truth. Because if somebody feels that watching a linear channel, a programmed, movie is a waste of his time because he wasn't there at the beginning, that tells us something. Because he's now used to, oh, I want to watch this full movie. I go on, I click it, I watch from beginning to end. I'm not under any pressure, right? So I think we need to begin to look at that. But anyway, this is just to answer your question, Ma. I hope I've answered every other thing. Thank you. The data. So our business model is data. we are bundling, we have invested in technology that allows you to stream without data. And that is what our offering is. We're not planning tomorrow to say, come and watch them. Maybe, because we are not an OTT platform. It's important to understand that. OTT is data. But we are not running on internet. So even if internet crashes in Nigeria, Super TV will still be working because it's not running on internet data. Thank you.
Hello?
No.
Yeah.
I wish our CTO was here. The technical guys that know how they were able to achieve that. But as far as you're a telco subscriber, you're actually able to stream without your data. Yes. So I think thank you for that question. So Super TV is the first platform that you don't need any login details. You just launch the app. We're not doing OTP, get it forward, confirm, do your password, recover password, no. You just launch the app and that's it. Once you launch the app, you go straight in. Now when you get into the app, you have a default channel. So on this default channel, right, you have adverts playing. It's more like your normal TV channel. So you have different adverts. Even brands can actually advertise about because we can go as much as how many million subscribers? I mean, as much as possible. So all those subscribers, that is your first touch point. Now, once you get in there on this default channel, on this home page, we call it the home page, whatever videos you're going to play, these are short videos, maybe brands advertising or trailer videos, you're going to use your data at that point. The moment you click the subscribe button, and you start to subscribe. Please, but when I'm ending this presentation, I want to play the subscription video. Please, can you get that ready so that people can understand how to launch Super TV? It's very important. So from the moment you click the subscribe button, and then it takes you the process of subscription, you start streaming, you don't need your data anymore.
All right, okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oke Nwosu, the CEO of Key Media Nigeria Limited. Ijoma, congratulations for Super TV. My question is talking about marketing. You made mention of someone maybe you want to release on the cinema, a person will have to help to market, maybe telling the audience that, okay, after this, that they are going to Super TV. So my question is that since you are involved with telecoms, what are their own contributions in terms of marketing? And what is your own contribution as Super TV in terms of marketing the content that the producers are bringing to you? What are the lead and what do you have on ground to actually help the producers that are bringing this content to you between the Super TV and the telecoms? Please, I want to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question. So I just got this message this morning from our product manager in MTN. This is the SMS that went out this morning. Super TV brings you, and MTN sent it out. So talking about marketing, this is one of the things they are doing for us. So they sent out this message. Super TV brings you the best of entertainment as you enjoy streaming with zero data. Available on Play Store from October 1. Visit supertv.ng/app. Terms and conditions apply. So they sent this out to 1 million people today. Okay? And this is just one of the things that MTN, is doing below the line, marketing for us. So they are very much it's a partnership. They know that our success is their success. So, and the same thing applies. I tell producers, your success is our success. If your content is successful on Super TV, that means we are also successful. So on the telco side, yes, they are, showing very, very concerted efforts. They are putting in efforts. They are doing a lot. Trust, they are doing a lot. MTN is doing a lot to push 70 million subscribers. Is no joke. Yeah, so we are available to potential 70 million people just in Nigeria alone. That is their, that is their base. That they're making this service, and that is once all those foreign companies they have before you finish 70 million, they've said, "Can we sign this contract?" Because for them that number means a lot to them. They know the power of numbers. Imagine, I don't want to always use 1 million. 10 million people, for example, subscribing to you on a daily basis, paying 200 naira. Do the calculation, right? That is where we are looking at getting to. Conservatively, 10 out of 70. I don't think that is being too optimistic, but we believe it's possible. Working, like you rightly asked, our marketing team, we're doing a lot of digital marketing because of our target demographics as well. We're doing a lot of digital marketing, and you're going to see a whole lot more as we launch on October 1. You're going to see a lot about Super TV across different radio, TV, billboards, and so on. Thank you. But producers, again, have to, you need to take ownership. That's the truth. The way you tell people, go and watch my content on YouTube channel, this is another digital platform that is going to help you to monetize your content. So you also have some programs on TV, for example, you have very strong followership on Facebook. You tell them, this program that you normally watch every Tuesday by 8 p.m., you can catch it on the move. So that data of people watching, you have access to it. It's good data. You can use it to go to advertisers to say that, that people are seeing, 1 million people are seeing your content on Super TV. That is also very, very instrumental to the business that you're doing. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Biola from PEFT Film Institute. I would like to congratulate you on so many things. The presentation was very thorough. I fully understand that we can't absorb everything today, but it was very deep and provided a lot of information. And what I want to say is we look forward to, more dissemination of information. We're excited to be part of this with WAP TV on board, and as PEFT, we're looking forward to even workshops to explain to upcoming filmmakers the opportunities that are available and how they can be part of this. Congratulations, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think it's something we need to continue this engagement beyond here, right? With the workshops to explain and answer questions. Just bring everyone who is a producer, into one room, and we'll walk you through the whole process. Like I said, those 26 plus companies that you saw from all over the world, I had to sit down with them. They had to understand what we are doing. And I actually did more than 100 companies across the world. But at the end, these are the people who said, okay, let's start. Let's even give this a try. Thank you.
Hey! The new Super TV app is here with super entertainment and fun time for everyone. Now you can watch whatever you want anytime, anywhere with zero data. Let's show you how. First, download the Super TV application from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Open the Super TV app and you will be automatically logged in without any registration process. On the home page, click on the subscribe button to view the subscription packages. Then select your desired bouquet option to view. Select a plan and click on subscribe at the bottom of the screen to continue. A flash message is displayed for you to select one-off or auto renewal. Select your preferred option and click send. You would get an SMS informing you of your active subscription. Once you receive this message, your subscription is active. Now, log out of the app. To log out, click on the menu on the top left, then click on the logout button at the bottom of the list. Then reopen the Super TV app and enjoy the world of super entertainment. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data. Available on Play Store and App Store.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we quickly jump to the fifth session today, and that'll be the next industry conversations with the National Films and Video Censors Board. The topic is building structure and professionalism in the Nigerian film industry. The speakers for this are Mr. Adedayo Farmers, the Executive Director, NFVCB, Peace Anya Musigwe, the President, Association of Movie Producers, Victor Kai, the President, Directors Guild of Nigeria, and Kepie Young, the Board Member, NVCP. We also have Fred Amata, who is also an actor and a director. Are they all please here? Can they please come forward? And while we just welcome them with their hands of applause, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, is Mr. Victor around, please? How are you? Maybe I late. Maybe I late. Hey, you know me, but I won't hear you. You know God, the principle.
Yes, I said that.
Yes. Oh, leave that. Oh, you just Marana. I don't know. About your name, speaker. Yes. Speakers as well. Okay, that's why you start looking for space. All right, Mr. Victor, we're waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't interrupt you by going to the toilet.
Okay, so we can start if everyone is here. All right, Mr. Jay, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. This afternoon. Yeah, it's 12:35. It's another great opportunity for us to be here, courtesy of NIF, which has been a yearly thing, except the fact that it was disrupted last year due to COVID-19 issues. Well, basically, people see government as hindrance to government, to business. But then, the functionality of life, again, depends on government and how creating an enabling environment for business to flourish. At the National Film and Video Censors Board, like you all know, it's a regulatory agency, but a couple of things as being a regulatory agency to a lot of you who are in the business means throwing a lot of challenges on your business and not having you to have your ways. And especially when we're talking about such issues, you talk about the creatives, independent ideas. But then you need to understand that not all government agencies that are in the regulatory section are hindrance. In fact, none are hindrance to, it depends on leadership and how an environment is supposed to be created for that business to flourish. and National Film and Video Censors Board, that happen to be the only regulatory agency has been consistently been doing that in the last 4 years, I guess. One of the issues we have in the industry when I came in was professionalizing the industry. In the first place, it's been looked at entertainment industry, but hardly do people understand the fact that it is not actually, it is an entertainment industry, but then it's a business sector. The business side of it has been neglected in the past, that anybody can come into the industry and do whatever he likes, which is not right. I'm coming from the creative as well, with my background as theater art graduate. I'm from one of the best universities that teaches theater arts and film, University of Jos. We need to look into the act and do the needful. Let people see us as highly professionals instead of being quack. The industry allows a lot of people in. People with money, with finances, can stand as executive producer in most cases, but not a producer, but not a director. The act of producing, even distribution in the industry, is professional. And when we look into it, I never believed the number of professional associations that I met, that they claimed they have. Probably because they want to aid, they want to get 1 or 2 grants from government or free lunch. As of 2017, 16, 17, and before that, when the issue of, there's this free money, something fund, I will remember, Project Act Fund. On our database, we have about 1,000 associations and guilds. Some registered by the wife, the husband is the president, the in-law is the secretary, and all manner of things. The industry has not grown up to this level in terms of digital whatsoever. Probably that would have been better for us because it would have been more useful. But the front, we couldn't get, the fund went out, but we couldn't get anything. So what we decided was to actually know, to look for those who are actually in the industry. And the best that, my model, I'm sorry to say it again, is not that we don't quarrel when the need be, but our best model in terms of professionalism is the theatrical side, the Cinema Exhibitor Association of Nigeria and the distributors. They are competitors and they are equally professionals that follows all due process within the country and even outside the country. I can tell you any day, anyhow, that there is no cinema in Nigeria that you go and watch a foreign film that has not been classified by National Film and Video Censors Board or did not collect the copyright from the origin. And that is the model that we use. We have a couple of challenges, and that's why I'm equally very happy that 2 of the best associations that we've been able to recognize at the government level, because out of the 1,000, only how many submitted their registration? Some are NGOs, some are limited. That makes it unprofessional. And you see some, but I don't want to start mentioning them, who are entirely politicians like myself, that don't have anything to do with the industry. We're able to get only 18 out of that 1,000 that are professionals in terms of costume, in terms of producers, in terms of cinema, in terms of distribution, in terms of directors in the movie industry. So by and large, we have been working with those that we believe and are registered with us as professionals. In the first place, a section of our 17A says you cannot even present a film if you are not a member of a professional association. That you must be a member of a professional association with an ID card. So it goes thus to say, how do we now know the ID card you are presenting to us? So definitely, professional association that has registered with CAC must equally have our own registration. And from that bank, they will be able to give us the members, the membership list, so that when they come, we will recognize them, even with their ID card. Even international passport is being faked. Talk less of an ID card that we just print out from the system. From that point, your registration, your censorship goes to us and is being approved. Let me quickly mention this again, that the act of looking at regulatory body, especially NFVCB, as a stone, a block to your business is no longer the case. And people who has worked with us, you don't need an agent. All you do is fill your form. Even now you can do that on the internet. Fill your form, submit your film, and the maximum that is going to take you will be 1 week for you to have your certificate or to have the result of your film. Either it is G-rated, 18-rated, 15, or 12, or 12A. That's the system we have. And since we have done that, we have equally been reaching out to those associations so that better we can share ideas. We are bureaucrats. We sit in the office. How do we know what happens on the field? And since we've started doing that, a lot of expansion and development has been taking place. I would have, if given 2, 3, 4 hours, I would have gone on and on and on. But I know a couple of you will still come up with some certain questions that I will answer, which if I have not discussed. But the beauty of it is this, that today, to be well respected in the creative industry, you have to be a professional. You have where you're going. You can't present yourself as a quack anywhere any longer. It has gone past that. And that's the reason why we need people like you to be part of enforcing this professionalism in our business. One of the advantages is quality production. You belong to an association. If you don't find A, you can always rely on your association if you have good leaders within that association, if you elect good leaders. B, your association can always liaise. You don't have to stand up from whatever you are doing to liaise with the government. I know several times I've had disagreement with Association of Movie Producers. At a point, was it this year? I think late last year. They were in our office for about 3, 4, 5 times, flying from Lagos to Abuja because of one film. And I did not meet, as I speak, I have never met the producer of that film. We drag it up to a point that we have to go to DSS. The president has to be there all the time with members saying no. And they are not the producer. Those are advantages. It's one of the advantages of. I remember so many times the DGN president here will give me a call and tells me he's in meeting with other executives. That can he put it on speaker? I said, go ahead. And what comes out from them is firing, that we have to be dialoguing on that phone all the time. The same thing, other 18 associations. It gives you the leverage to understand government and get closer to government. Before I drop the mic, let me give you just one example. At BOI, don't let me use BOI, Nexim, and some other industry. Do you know the names they will mention to you that are in this industry and have never been part of us? When governments are looking for where to do things in the creative, who are the people? We never have one until the formation of this association, where I have to introduce them to Lagos State. You have Lagos State is pushing about 40 million. I'm following up with that. If you are not a member of any association, you cannot benefit from it. we've sent letters to several ministries, that people who has been tapping using the creative industry, especially the business, the film industry, are not part of us. And they take that money and use it somewhere else. And why? Because we are not professionals. They look at us in most cases like beggars. At times when we are discussing in the social ground, they say, how are you managing with your begging industry? I tell them, no, we're not beggars. You should look at the number of those who are doing good in the industry and the image of the country that we have been able to, sell out positively. So those are the kind of things, and that's why this forum is one of the best that at least that come this year, trying to discuss, we attend every year with staffs and stakeholders, but trying to discuss how do we professionalize ourselves. People argue about it, that this is a different style of government doing something else. But you can't be an accountant. Even as government establishment, we cannot employ an accountant to come and audit as an external auditor, or an auditor to come and audit our account as government agency if that person is not a member of ICANN or any of those professional bodies. Some will say the legal aspect of it. But the issue is there is nobody. The best that can happen to you if you go to university and you read law, if you did not pass, what is it called? Law school, probably you'll not be able to represent, what is it called, anybody in the court. But then, you'll still be recognized if you are doing property. And you still have to become a member of Nigerian Bar Association or whatsoever. The medical as well. So, if you look deep into it, even abroad, it is not just for all. And the end point of this is the fact that, look at South Africa, self-censorship. It's not just anybody on the street. They've been able to identify those who are professionals. And this is the law. This is what the government says. This is what you must do. If they're able to do that, then they censor their film and only send back the results to the government. That's what they're doing now. But if we don't have that in the country, in Nigeria, it will be difficult for us to do that. So, coming into the creatives, especially the film industry, we have always been doing our best to make sure we professionalize the industry and people respect us. Let's put our name, Adedayo Thomas. M-A-M-P. People ask, what do you mean? Is it a degree? No, member. Association of Movie Producer. Simple. Adedayo Thomas. MDGN. They want to know. But if we don't do that, then we keep on, whatever creatives we have, whatever we're doing, we keep dumping in the dustbin. And government will find it difficult to recognize us. Part of the things we've been able to do was, again, having to change the act. Since 1993, aside from the import and export import and export infusion law, the act has not been changed since 1993 to meet the global standard. But some months back, last year, we've been able to go through the first reading. Second reading, we invited the stakeholders. And of course, the public hearing was this year. Hopefully, the law and our act is going to change to meet the best world practice this year. Because from the public reading, it goes into concurrent, and from concurrent, I think it goes back to the president to assent to it. So let me stop here and give my other colleagues the opportunity to tell them their challenges and their roles in professionalizing the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, DG. I think I'd say that this is the best time to be in this industry. The reason is, as is the nature of all disruptions, when Nollywood started, people never took it seriously. While everyone else was shooting on film, we embraced digital. That was a low-hanging fruit for us at the time. And so for purists, it was like infradig. What's that? But as you know, that's what happened to Kodak. Kodak also looked down on digital. And today they're playing catch-up. Nokia and BlackBerry did the same thing when Android OS started. Today, they're all scrambling to be on the Android OS platform. And so Nollywood, whether or not we like it, has redefined African cinema. I was in a discussion yesterday and someone was telling me, he said, can you imagine? He saw something on YouTube, a Mozambique, is it Mozambique or Zimbabwean movie? Maybe Zimbabwean. And they called it a Nollywood movie. You know? And I said to him, he's also right, because the truth is that has become the generic name for African cinema right now, whether or not we want to accept it. And so we started out with baby steps initially. And as one of the speakers said, that the movies are no longer where they used to be. Standards have improved. And I would always say there are no two standards for filmmaking. There are no two. So we must rise to compete globally. And we're getting to that point now. Technically, we have the same equipment available. In terms of training as well, we have the same opportunities. Many Nigerians in the diaspora are coming back home to work, and we have access to some of the best film schools globally right now. So which means that we are at that point where technically, in terms of ability, we're almost at par. We may not have the same funding available to us, but we're getting there slowly. And then the differentiating factor, which for me is the X factor, is what we have. We're great storytellers. The best stories, the stories that are yet to be told, are from this part of the world. But where does that leave us? If we do not get ourselves properly organized, then what you're going to find is like the scramble for Africa, where in this part, in the late 19th century and thereabouts, raw materials were here, and then people will come from outside, and then invade the continent, take away the raw materials. I'm not even talking about slavery now, and then we were only providing raw materials, but the real money was going outside. And so this generation is a smart generation. We will talk as equals. But for that to happen, we've got to get organized. And I'm glad that we also have, in this generation, particularly the current leadership of the guilds and, of our partners in government as well, we have people who are very aware, who are willing, and who have decided that we must professionalize so that we can be together and we can truly harness the potentials that we have. Because of the way we started, not too many people, people were in the guild system, but it was difficult to tie people to the guild system, especially those who were making a lot of money. He said something, the executive director here, that you go to BOI, the names that they're calling are people who are not even in the industry, because you find, who are not necessarily in the industry, who are not in the guild system. People come, they give them money, they make big films and all that, and they are not part of it. And that creates some sort of problem for us, So we're unable to speak as one, we're unable to control what happens. And so in coming on board, he has decided to partner with us, and together we have all agreed that if we must build our industry, one of the things we must do is ensure that everyone belongs to a professional guild. And in belonging to a professional guild, to ensure that you cannot get your movies censored for distribution or exhibition, without belonging to the guild, because the guild has to, recommend, or if you like, send your name to the censorship board. So that has helped us. And then on our part, our responsibilities are, recruiting the right people, training as well, getting them younger, making sure that discipline is also maintained. This is very, very important, because as we do what we do, every filmmaker in this industry is an ambassador. Excuse me, madam, I just want to use as an example. If you come to do business with someone in this country, I'm not necessarily saying Nollywood, in this country who purports to be a filmmaker, if you get your finger burnt, then it's like all Nigerians are scammers. That's what you would say. And the problem is you have no one to, if you dealt with someone who is not part of the guild system, then strictly, as we say, you're on your own. You understand what I'm saying? So it's important to work with a structured system, whether you're talking about distribution, exhibition, production, or any aspect, or directing, as is the case, or whatever partners you're looking for. It's important that you walk through the guild system. That way you're protected. That way you know that your interest is also being looked after, and you know also that you are talking to the right people. Okay, just like you said, when an opportunity came some time ago in government, all sorts of people went to register there, and they had nothing to do with the business. So it's important. So that's why we have all agreed together as one to come together, work as one, and begin professionalism. Like I say, the recruitment system, then capacity building is also very, very important for us, because it's the only way we can compete globally. And it's the only way also that we can partner with our colleagues across the world. So this is something we have started doing. We're building a proper database now, because that's something that's been missing in the past. You can't do anything without knowing the numbers and having the right demographics. If you ask any question and you don't have answers, you cannot plan effectively. That's something we're working on as well. And so you can be sure now that going forward, you can get the right data, you can speak to the right people, you can get the right people. And if you choose to operate outside the system, then obviously you're on your own. I'll leave it at this point for my colleague here, who will just take over from where I've stopped. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peace Anyamosigwe. I'm the president of the Association of Movie Producers. One of the things that a lot of people who are in the film industry always say is, why must we belong to any guild? What are the values that the guilds bring or associations bring? And I've always said to them that for us at the Association of Movie Producers, we hope that we can help you walk the new walk within the new scope of the digital era that is going on. We try to build as much capacity for our members that we have. We try to make sure that it's not just to pay us their dues, as a lot of people would say, but also to educate them about the different windows that have come in for filmmakers in distribution as well. A lot of the funding that is available for filmmakers in Nigeria and through other grant systems, a lot of our people have not been able to access, so we've actually put them through the grant writing system and different things. So there are reasons to belong to professional associations. Rightfully said, as Peace, I helped, before I became president of the association many years ago, I actually did write the document for Project ACT and pushed it through with the then government of Jonathan. And one of the saddest things about it was that the core people that needed to access those loans never did. So it was a lot of people, a lot of different people that actually accessed the loans. And when you say to some of the bigger names who previously did not belong to any guild or association, why didn't they? They had issues. But for a lot of people who have also got burnt, including the Bank of Industry, etc., I have very little sympathy as well, because you didn't follow the due process of actually having somebody to fall back on that will follow up on if the money was not paid or if the money is paid. And I'll explain this. If you say somebody is a member, if you say somebody is a filmmaker, because there's something that happens today within the country, everybody is a filmmaker. And you cannot say, no, they shouldn't be a filmmaker, because creativity is a free gift that anybody can get up. But when it's coming to do with issues that has to do with money parting ways from one person to another, then there must be due diligence that that person is able to manage such funds. And one of the ways to do that is to be able to have somebody to fall back on that can almost not guarantee, but can be there like a buffer between you and whoever you're loaning the money to or who you're releasing the money to, so that if there is a problem, you will be able to come back to us. And even for members, like the ED explained earlier, I had a member who had a problem with his film. He said 5 times. I would like to tell him that we actually screened that film for censors about 22 times. 22 times, and I made 10 trips to Abuja, sometimes spending almost a week there trying to make sure my member's film was released. And there were different things. And at each time, like he said, he never met my producer. My producer never went to him. I did. And that was because at every point in time, I needed to see the values on each side. So I'd have the negotiation with the censors board, and I'll also go back and have the negotiation with the producer and the director and the whole team till we finally had a halfway house. And at one point he said to me, "You've got to sign for this at the DSS office." And I'm like, "Otherwise you better get the producer to come and sign." And I felt that I could afford to stand for my producer. And that was one of the reasons that, you know, you have an association. We should be able to back you up, and we should also be able to put your issues across to the executive director and censors board or any of the other regulatory agencies that there are. There isn't, nobody's trying, and this is one thing I want to say to filmmakers as well, nobody's trying to control your creativity. Nobody's trying to say that you must do your films in any particular or peculiar ways. No, nobody's trying to do that. You can express yourself as creatively as you want to express yourself. What we're saying is that there are certain professional areas. I mean, we would like to see improvement in actual producers understanding the full process of production, understanding the full value of the ecosystem of the production value chain, and doing their job properly, and breaking it down that there are different levels of producers. There are associate producers, line producers. There are different types of producers. There are showrunners. And this is the thing, it's to teach and to make sure people understand the full value chain, as well as to work with the relationship between the inter-guild relationships as well. So I want everybody to take it away from us that by professionalizing and saying that, because recently we had a memo from the ministry saying that even films going on YouTube and all streaming platforms have to be censored by censorship board. And I sent a message to our minister, and I asked him, how is this going to work? You know, because we cannot control everything. And he explained how this is going to work. I mean, it's a journey. It's not overnight. We will have dialogue. We will understand that there are issues that come up. Other countries will write about certain things they're experiencing. So let me give you an idea of why some of these things happen in terms of censorship. So the South African Association wrote about certain things to do with porn from our YouTube channels. And of course, that's going to affect certain things to do with censorship. And of course, censors board is going to come down on my producers to say, where's all this coming from? So we have to look inwards and start to look at our producers and what's happening, et cetera, and have discussions. Again, that's not going to say that we're not going to discuss how censorship is and why you cannot control everything and the levels of censorship, etc. But I just want to put it out there that for the guilds and associations that belong, that are registered, that are there, we are not controlling creativity. That's not part of the mandate, and I don't think that's what censorship is about. There just has to be some levels of understanding between both sides, and that's what we're trying to do. I see.
Well, thank you so much. Let me quickly do this as we seated. Two other who were in this panel came in, and like you rightly know, what we're discussing is professionalizing the industry, and being a former board member, Kepe Ekpenyong, we want you to have it and chipping into what we're discussing, which you know earlier on. And of course, a former president of a guild, an actor, Fred Amata will equally chip in those things. So that's where you met us. Thank you.
I'm going to say everything I want to say in about a minute because I'm sure my colleagues have handled the topic sufficiently. My name is Kepe Ekpenyong. I'll quickly say this. I'm late and I apologize because I just made an ambassador for the Nigerian Heart Foundation. Thank you very much for the applause. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay then. Like a football match, film-making business is all about teamwork. You know, it's a collaborative approach. We need the production assistants to work in tandem with all the other departments. Everybody has to be on the same page. One of the major issues we found out in time, I'll just say this quickly. I also produced the second film in Nollywood a long time ago. Thank you again. So through time, one of the major problems we've noticed is the fact that there's always some imposition of authority in terms of hierarchy. I am this, it must be this and that. No, the ultimate goal for a product to evolve from that large consensus of ideas is success. And ultimately, from the producer's point of view, is to be able to translate all that hard work into money. And that sort of sprinkles back, you know what I'm saying? So everybody at the end of the day gains profitably financially from a work that's produced and everybody being on the same page. I'm sorry, I'm sounding a bit disconnected because I'm looking at so many faces looking at me, but that's what it is, you know? And at the end of the day, please, maybe this should be like some kind of take back. There's no seniority in the business. It's all about ideas. It's all about pushing ourselves to the next level. It's all about challenging ourselves and bringing out our best ideas, first of all on paper. Then we attempt to use technology to translate that, those dreams and our aspiration to reality. Thank you very much. It's very short, but I had to say something. Thanks.
Hello. I have a microphone. Good afternoon, everybody. And let me join Kepi in apologizing for coming late. He actually was made ambassador, and I was an attendee. It's a good thing to be here, see everybody here this afternoon. It's a bad thing to have missed the beginning of this session, because now it gives me a very difficult time knowing where to jump in. But maybe I should just take a hint from the idea that it's a collaborative effort, and all the various departments in that collaboration are individual and completely professional in their outlook, and therefore there must be some kind of coordination between all these various departments, both within the production time and without. And in our experience as former president of a guild, we have discovered that there are so many hiccups affecting this organization. There's a huge need, whether we completely grasp it or not, to have these structures in place. We have had the experience, especially in Nigeria, of practitioners shying away from guilds and associations. And then ironically, going further to set up, well, for instance, WhatsApp platforms that address the same issues that were supposed to be addressed by the things that they are shying away from. And they try to build those things into what the associations and guilds should be. And this causes further structural breakups. But in my understanding and experience, there's enough room for every department in this collaboration to be able to soar. One thing I want to say also is that these various departments of, I don't know what to call it, of collaboration, the actors, directors from one time, Professor Kwasi listed over 121 different departments that all need to, that are all part of this collaboration. It is interesting to note that in the evolution or development of Nollywood, all these various departments are not developing at the same pace. Some catapult into the future, like acting, seems to have taken, because that comes naturally. Other things, script writing, directing, producing, they're all involving at various levels. One new area is art direction that is also beginning to evolve. And the need for the coordination of all this is still very, very apparent. So without trying to go further, I don't know where everybody has gone, I'd like to say that then I heard Pete say something about strangulation or killing of creativity. No, that's not it. It cannot be it. Because once you begin to associate within a profession, there is need for the members of that association or that profession to actually associate and make sure that there can be betterment and progress in their vocation. So I'd like to conclude with that the needs are enormous. We must continue to strive to make sure that we can fix all the loose ends. With that, I hope I've contributed. Yeah. I don't know what has been said, so I've got to be careful. Thank you very much.
Legendary gentleman. So Q&A, questions for the panel, okay? Where's the mic? Does someone have a mic?
Hello, good afternoon,
All right.
everyone.
So when they finish, you can talk.
My question goes to the representative from the censorship board. Whilst I would like to appreciate you for the work you're doing, I would like to ask, the laws being set and applied by censorship board, does it go across board, as across the states? If so, what is your take on the recent pronouncement from Kano State on the ban on certain kind of movies in cinemas and what have we? Where you say you can't showcase movies that have kidnapping and a bit of it. Thank you.
Yeah, for censorship in Kano, I think there's an issue with that, and it has to do with the stakeholders in Kano. I'll tell you that they are not enjoying one thing, the federal government policy on single taxation. They're collecting double taxation, and there are some certain things that they're not supposed to do. But then the federal government presence in Kano is lesser than that of the state in terms of enforcement and state security services. So, but we're trying to deal with that. There is a court judgment that favors the private in terms of double taxation or censorship against the state, which is Lagos State versus, and Lagos State has heeded to that. But in Kano, it's a difficult terrain, which we're working hard to do that. But the stand about banning of film, again, it's we don't do that at the national level. Where the law says where states and law conflict, the federal law takes the dixon. But then the banning of film, it can equally happen to the national. But what we look at film is this. You see, for the protection, in the first place, it's everywhere for the protection. The classification generally in the world is for what? Protection of the kids. And where you have some certain films that did not end well, that has no moral, we shouldn't say it's creativity. The film you are talking about, I have not watched it, but what we look at in most cases, where such things happen, then it should be classified higher. If it's totally against the Constitution, like pornographic film, is not allowed. So it's not going to even be a general or have any rating. It's totally out of it. But where issues of morals are being touched, and let's say an armed robber is being glamorized at the end of the film, if it comes to censor board, we're not going to rate it. That has to be a detect, because for every evil committed in the society, either African concept, even the spiritual concept that we all agree, we believe in this country, there must be what? Consequences. So if there is no consequences, what are we talking about? Justice. So if such film comes up, then we totally ban it, even if it's musical, that is morally not in line with the culture and even the global trend. We will definitely ban it. But for the Kano one, I know Kano censorship board are doing a lot of erratic things, hiding under religion, most cases. But then we're working hard to make sure that the government understand what is really happening in Kano. And that's going to drive, at the point it's going to start driving away markets and resources away from Kano. Censorship board in Kano agrees to registering downloaders. Downloaders Association is an intellectual theft. And it brings down the rating of our protection of intellectual IP rights in the country. So, but such issues are being handled carefully. And I'm very sure soon it will be resolved.
Okay, my name is Fefyong Akpan. I'm supposed to be a member of the Screenwriters Guild, but I've refused to do so for 20 years for reasons that are best known to everybody in this room. The point is, I can't define the value dictum of that guild, in the sense that through the years, I've watched guilds fight over political money. That's number one. Number two, I give kudos to KP, who said, we don't have hierarchy in guilds. Believe me, that is how guilds are supposed to be. In the 40s, 50s, and so on, a lot of artists from America, from all over the world, went to Paris and shared in artistic evaluation of their work. They didn't claim to have positions or didn't claim power or authority over anybody. Before then, it used to happen so, far back many years. So artistic creativity is about sharing. I'm sorry to say it, Ms. Peace, I am. You use the word my producer. My producer, for me, is not a tenable word in craftsmanship. We should learn to delete such words from our vocabulary as craft people. So my question would be, we'll now go to the director. What are we doing about nudity, the glorification of nyash, online, all the time? Why do we allow such things to flourish? Every short comedy online is about nyash. What are we doing about that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me quickly tell you something. In the first place, let me encourage you to. You don't say because, excuse me, please. You don't say because something is bad, has been bad in the past, and you are seeing the new format, changes. You should try as much as possible. And if you look at the leadership now, the leadership evolving in those few recognized professional associations, I'm very sure you'll be proud about that leadership, that there is no free lunch anywhere. People want to be members based on leadership and whatever they offer, which is presently happening. So I'll plead with you to come closer and look at that and be part of the gates. Maybe my other colleagues too can answer that, but in terms of nudity, yansh in all the things you see now, you see, the National Film and Video Census Board Act says, aside from our functions and any other related functions, which of course, it goes down to deal with YouTube, Google, online streaming, and whatsoever. Because it's there, we can use the act. But specifically, we have gone far to again included that in the coming new act. That's one. Number two, we have been discussing, like I said earlier, on Netflix, Iroko, DSTV, almost on the online your streamers that you're seeing. And I'm assuring you before the end of this year, all of us they are all going to be seated. Even the way they do their businesses, how your misunderstandings, the challenges in trying to submit, in accepting your work, is going to be addressed, and I'm bringing them to hot seat for stakeholders this year. So that what they come out with will not be yansh, and whatsoever you call it. On the last lap, you equally have the duty. You see, all of us are our brother's keepers. When you see such things, now you can access us easily. On phone, report those things to us. Fine, we have staff everywhere in the country. We have offices in the country. But then, how many staffs do we have? We cannot be everywhere. We're like police. Police equally needed help from the stakeholders. When you report those things to us, we take up the challenges. I could be in Agbada today. This is the way I'll be in Agbada. But they will tell you, of the 500 staffs that I have, there is no war that I have never led. I take up the challenge. I came in yesterday night, very late, from Sokoto, from Kebbi to Sokoto, Sokoto to Abuja, Abuja to Lagos. So, Bob, it's based on your report to us. In most cases, we sit down in the office if we are not enforcing or monitoring. You are the one who seeks a lot. And even your reporting to us and getting closer to us is like building our capacity. We're bureaucrats. You understand the business more than us. We understand the law. But if you are far away from us with what you've seen and what is really going on, then there's going to be a problem. If you cannot tell us directly, belonging to professional association, your associations will tell us, we've been able to, this morning, before coming onto this panel, we've been able to resolve 1 or 2 issues. So please, my brother, we need your assistance. You need to be part of us so that we can resolve the issues you have mentioned. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Effiong, you're one of the good script writers in this industry. I've known you for many years. So I'm surprised that you haven't joined the association led by Yinka Ogun, who is also, as you know, a very forward-looking member of the Scriptwriters Guild, and who has been there forever. And he has managed to bring almost all the professional scriptwriters in Nigeria together under the SWGN. So I would expect that you would actually reach out to Yinka and listen to him. I'm sure you'll be surprised how professional your guild is right now. And I would like to say that even for the Association of Movie Producers, that there really isn't a professional producer in the Nigerian film industry today that does not belong to the Association of Movie Producers, because we've gone out and reached out to them. So please do make time. I know I've known your work for ages, so I'm surprised to hear you today speak that you have still not joined us. Please come on and join the guilds. We are waiting for you.
Okay. Theo Akatuba is my name. And it's beautiful that we're talking about structure and professionalism in the industry. It's very nice. I'd like to quickly suggest that just like Peace has just said, that the guilds are now professional, they are now very well organized, and is inviting that writer who's refused to be there for 20 years to come now and join. I mean, the table is now beautiful. The menu is now vastly, varied. I want to suggest that if the guilds are now well established, you should reach out to film schools and academies that are springing up, so that as we train them and train the future filmmakers, they are also taught the importance of the guilds. That way, they will value it and join. Then again, there should be incentive. While you might not be able to force everyone to join the guilds, it's a choice. But there should be an incentive. For example, a movie that's been produced where the writer is not a member of any guild should pay more money to censor. Or an actor who has been featured in a movie and has used 100% guild members should have some incentive. That can help producers to make these choices. There are many other ways that you can. Then opportunities for members of the guilds. That is the biggest part of it, so that if you are going to assess a government grant and you are not a member of any guild, that should affect your chances or should give you less of the grant. Something that can make people join more voluntarily because of the benefits that they derive. Like he also said, does he know why they are there? The dictum, why is he established? The guilds should use the movies to promote themselves and tell us why they exist and the opportunities and advantage. After all, your members are making the movies. And I've not seen in some of the movies promoting AMP. I just see at the end, member of AMP. But you can cut a 2 seconds message or something so that the message of structure, the impact of structure can drive through all the things we do on a daily basis. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Phyllis. That'll be our last question, because it's actually lunch time and lunch is getting cold. So answers to the panel, and then we go. Thank you very much. Who's answering? The last question. Okay, that's a comment. Oh, thank you. So that is the last. No, thank you, Brad. We're done with the questions. So it's actually time for lunch, unless you want to wait to answer here another question. But lunch is ready and it's getting cold. So do you want to sit or do you want to go for lunch? Yeah or nay? Who wants to go for lunch and who wants to sit? Lunch? Lunch? Are you serious? Okay, so it's asking the last question. Mr. Patrick.
Thanks for the support, by the way. Okay, my question is a few for now. The Census Board director of the Census Board stated that they were not keen on movies that glamorized evil. But in that same report that came out, it also said that the Census Board was considering censoring script writing. I just wanted to know if that report is actually true, but that's one question. The second question has to do with disruption. Our economy, or our business as cinema producers, is facing disruption. Disruption from the streamers. From Netflix, Amazon, we hear is coming, Disney is coming. And this question is to the producers. We have this disruption coming into our business, and we have spent a lot of money to invest in this platform. We have, over the years, helped to develop certain IPs that are now being pushed into the streaming platform. And throughout this investment period, we have created a number of jobs for the economy. We have helped to develop Nollywood. With the introduction of these streamers, we are facing challenging times. What are the guilds doing to help the cinema businesses to promote and continue to support the promotion of Nollywood through the cinemas, as opposed to going onto the streaming platforms? I understand the need for monetization. I understand the need for trying to get as much revenue as possible. But we in the cinema business understand that more than anyone else. We have spent years developing this platform, and we are continuing to help the platform provide very good monetization for Nollywood content. And over the years, I've seen us go from 10 Nollywood movies in 1 year to over 50 to over 100, and it's continuing to grow. I remember when Jennifer was first introduced as one of the major movies in this country, and it made 50 million from how many cinemas? Very few in the country at the time. Now, Funke Akindele has done it again and made 600 million. We are looking for the first 1 billion movie. So I want to know, what is the guilds doing to help this platform develop and help us continue to monetize content for Nollywood?
For our producers, we are already talking to our producers, but like we have already said to the distribution companies and the exhibitors, there's got to be a little bit more dialogue between us, and to make it cheaper for producers to actually present their films in terms of what they spend on P&A for the cinemas, and how are those things recoverable, as well as transparency. And we also find that some exhibitor distribution companies are telling our producers to sideline cinema releases and go straight to streaming platforms. So it's very difficult for us. I mean, I have peculiar cases which I've brought to your attention where a producer was told, you have a better chance of this film making it on cinema, straight onto cinema, distribution on a streaming platform, rather than going through the cinema release. And I totally believe that that particular film, which today is doing very well on Netflix, would have done amazingly well in the cinema release as well. But it's difficult for me as the president of the Association of Movie Producers to convince members when the distributor is saying, no, go streaming only. So I think dialogue has to happen between the two of us, and let us look at how it can work, because we can advise, and we do know that we need the local cinemas to continue to thrive, and that will also give our youth something to do. So both from the professional arena and from the way that we feel that the creative industry can help harness our youth's unemployment rate, is also helping to build both the local cinema structures as well, and to sustain it. So from that aspect, like I said yesterday, I think there's got to be dialogue. Producers are willing to work with you people. They do want cinema releases, they do. But sometimes the figures scare them as well. That's the honesty.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, for script, we don't censor script. The beginning is the script, or the beginning is the conception of a story, then comes into script, but then the director equally has to come in, who knows the law, who knows what to produce, where it should start and where it should end. So script is just part of it. It's still going to be edited, and a couple of people, even parents, called to say, no, we should do the scripts whatsoever, but no, we said no. That's going too far in terms of our duties and mandate. So we don't censor scripts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick one. Sorry. I just needed to chip this in on a lighter note to my friend and brother, Mr. Lee. This just reminds me that the rich also cry. You know, this is what we have been crying out since. Not you particularly, but, you know, the cinemas for too long have been treating the industry players as if they are not partners. I'm going to be honest with you. And it has removed us. It's like us and them. And so when I hear you talk, I hear a cry, the same cry we have been, you know, crying all this while. Now a disruption, you know, a disruption is making you, your part of the industry feel the way we are feeling. But I'm glad we have reached this point. It means we have reached a point where we can talk. And no, on a serious note, because I feel you, because the investments that have been made, loans that have been taken, you know, these things have to be paid back, and we need to continue. We need each other. I think, if anything, what this has just proven is that we need each other, and that no segment of this industry should be arrogant. You know, we need to support each other. We need to see how we can accommodate. In fact, I wish that the cinemas had some sort of segmentation. If I were a cinema owner, when I would have where I do all these ones, and I might just have some community cinemas where those I can't get into this mainstream, I'll say, okay, I'll deal with those ones. Because when we make these products, we want outlets for them, you know. But what we find is a situation where even the cinema owners are now competing with us. They are making films, so they act like they don't care about our contents anymore. It does not help. So I think that we need to take this conversation a step further and see how this symbiotic relationship can be taken to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions. Ijom, I knew you wanted to say something. Just please zip it. So it's time for lunch, guys. So unless you don't want to eat, do you want to just keep talking? All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a
pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
Good afternoon and welcome back. So, Bright,
It's a
I
pleasure
see you. Good
to be
afternoon.
here again at the Nigerian
So I'm
International.
sure we're all refreshed and ready to continue our discussions and our panel discussions. Are they here? Was it one person? Where is it? Okay, yes. So we'll quickly jump to the next session, which is the future of faith-based films in Nigeria presentation. This will be done by Mike Abamiloye. He's the CEO, Mount Zion Films. Whoa. It's a pleasure, sir. I'm a fan. So can you please come forward? Thank you. Thank you. So the same wow for me, Mr. Victor. I said the same thing. Nice to meet you, sir. How's your wife? Do you want to stand? Are you standing? All right. So it's all yours then. Okay.
Just give me the signals.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am very, very privileged to be here, and I'm happy to be in this place. I will be speaking on the future of faith-based movie. I'll be speaking on the future of faith-based movie here. The future of faith-based movie. And I'm going to be very brief. So, all right. So, and I have a very short time, so I'm going to be very fast with you. Thank you very much. Yeah, to appreciate the current status and the future of Nigerian faith-based movies, we will have to have some throwback accounts of the systematic growth of faith-based movies in Nigeria, and this is going to be very, very necessary, and so that we help us to appreciate the future of it, and so we can look at it that the wave of faith-based movies in Nigeria is not so long. We have not spent so many years. We've not gone far. And it is just less than 30 years old. And because we can start our own counting as from the early 90s. And that's compared to what obtained in America, especially which began more than a century years ago. And for example, if we look at Ben-Hur, and the first production of Ben-Hur, the first release of it, the very first version of it is 1925. And then the earliest version of King of Kings is in 1927. So we could say that, okay, in America it has started a long time ago, but we are talking about, Christian movies have started a long time ago in America, okay, but when we are talking about Nigeria here, we'll be looking at the fact that even when I myself, when I was growing up, I grew up to know the foreign movies in the church. I grew up to know the movies that we use for crusade, that our pastors use for crusade for us, and Ten Commandments, Moses, King of Kings, and Pilgrim Progress, Burning Hell. Those are the ones I even grew up to know. So at that time, we would say, the Nigerian faith-based movies have not started at all. It has not begun. At least we've not had any Nigerian Christian movies by that time. So we want to pick our past, the beginning of our past. That is Nigerian faith-based movies. We want to pick it from the 1990. So if we calculate it from 1992 up to now, it's just about 30 years, around 30 years. So let's look at the past of it. Let's look at just 1990 to 2010. Then we'll be looking at, in Nigeria, for example, we can trace the faith-based movie surge to the much celebrated 1993 television series, Agbaranla. And that was around 1993. And that was just, you can say it is the surge of it. Not exactly when it started, but the surge, when people began to take note of it, when the street began to take recognition of what Christian drama is on television. And before then, okay, 1993, Agbaranla, then followed immediately 1994 also was The Ultimate Power, which ran in many television channels in the eastern part of Nigeria. As for Agbaranla, it ran in all the existing television stations in the western region at that time, because we didn't have many television stations. But it ran in all the major ones, in Ogun State, in Oyo State, in Lagos State, in Kwara State. It ran like that in Ekiti, in Oyo State. It ran in all the stations, and it was so synchronized that the same thing that was happening in Ibadan was happening in Akure, happening in Ondo. It was at the same time. So we will say that was when we had the actual surge of Nigerian faith-based Christian movie. Though it came on television, but it was also released on VHS tape, and it was moving around. It was spreading around the country at that time. Now, but earlier than that, the Mount Zion Films production actually have released movies even before that surge. So the first movie was Unprofitable Servant, which was a common stage drama that has gone around the country at that time, and then it was made into movie. That was 1990. And then Beginning of the End actually was therefore considered the real major beginning of our own, and that is beginning of Mount Zion Films production. But even at that time, we have not actually really found any other Christian movies at the time that the Beginning of the End was going around from church to church. And then Lost Forever came up in 1991. Lost Forever. All these were tools of evangelism from church to church. And in many regions, they were using it for conventions, for crusade, revivals. So because it was going from crusade to revivals, showing in the midst and in the presence of thousands of people, because of this, it spread into homes. And then it went into some churches or into some television stations. They were showing it at that time. So, but we can't say that, okay, there is no other faith-based movie makers. Because when we consider Eli Ukpabio of Liberty Films, who was another celebrated Nigerian faith-based movie producer, who joined the production wave at that time, when she came up with her popular movie, The Prize, and then End of the Wicked, Married to the Witch, Power to Bind, Highways to the Grave. So we will see that therefore, we can say emphatically that Nigerian faith-based movies have gone systematically into better perfection and more professional standard. The present way we are was not the way we were before. We know before we were just using what we had. At the time that the Nollywood were enjoying sponsorship from marketers, enjoying sponsorship from cooperation at that time, when the Nollywood was really making serious wave with the VHLs in the Alaba market, in Idumota, in Haba, at that time. And at the same time, the faith-based movies, Nigerian faith-based movies were picking up and moving. We didn't have, the faith-based movies didn't have the sponsorship support that the Nollywood actually really enjoyed at that time. So it has not been all bad, and yet there had been systematic progress in the production of faith-based movies in Nigeria, and now it has not been all bad, despite the fact that no corporate or religious sponsors do offer to take off the faith-based production. And the reason being that as the movies were coming at that time, it was like the property of the church. It was like the instrument of evangelism. And because the Church of God have not got such things before, we have been used to Ten Commandments, Moses, King of Kings. We have been used to the American faith-based movies that our pastors will be interpreting the way they understand. Even when they don't know what the Englishman was saying, they must say something for us, and we must follow them up. So when they now begin to see Christian movies, faith-based movies coming up, so the church pick it up. So it spread so much among people. Now, yet Nigerian producers of this genre of movies have been trying their best to mount up to the acceptable professional standard in their production, which are now accepted in many broadcast platforms, both in Nigeria and the foreign nations. That is, the standard has picked up now. You are not the way we were before. The faith-based movies before, we know the standard was very, very substandard. The power that was moving it at that time was not the professional standard. The power that was moving it, that was making it to spread left and right, was the power of God. But today, we can say we have increased, we have stepped up, we've updated ourselves, and things are getting better. For example, from Mount Zion Films Production, without mentioning some other movie production companies, from Mount Zion Films Production, there are some national and international awards that they're given to her faith-based movies. That is, from the Mount Zion Films Production, we can cite some awards that have been given, international one actually, not even from Christian Film Festival, from secular film festival. So some of them, examples of them are this, the Bronze Award for the movie Enemy of My Soul, which was in the 38th World First Houston International Film Festival in Texas, in US in 2005. And then another one was Platinum Remy Award of the movie Youthful Lust from the Television Drama and Cable Production Award at the 40th World First Houston International Film Festival, Houston, Texas. That was in 2007, so as far back as then. And then another one was the Gold Remy Award for the movie The Broken Picture. The Broken Picture was a joint production of Zion Film Production and Northward Film Production in Arlington, Texas. And so it got an award at the 42nd World First Houston International Film Festival in Houston, Texas, 2009. And then another one was The Prodigal Son. The Prodigal Ones was also a joint production with Northward Film Production in Texas, US. And that was at 42nd World First Houston International Film Festival. So these are just few examples of the upgrading of faith-based movies in Nigeria that the award was not even from Nigeria or from the Christian Film Festival, but from International Film Festival, from the secular film festival, that is the films that are working with professional filmmakers. Now, these are just two of the several awards. I think these are just some of the several awards from secular film festival and not even from faith-based film festival. And that is the journey of Nigerian faith-based movies from the past. That is, there have been an upgrade, there have been a development, systematic development, even with the fact that there had not been major sponsors, there had not been corporate sponsors, there have not been helpers, foreign help or whatever, that it has been work of faith, as we will call it. And then still, there had been progress. And now, if you want to talk about now in the faith-based movie, Nigerian faith-based movies, many faith-based movies and television series are on many Nigerian television channels and cables and online platform now. We cannot say we don't have Christian movies again. You can't say we don't have faith-based movies in Nigeria again. They are scattered all over television channels. They fill the whole of YouTube channel. You can just Google, you can just search for any title that you are aware of, and you'll just find it there. Now, many cable and television satellites, TV, are broadcasting many Nigerian faith-based movies in many African nations and many foreign countries. Now, in the past, many faith-based movies are very substandard and unprofessionally made, but not anymore. A lot of faith-based movies being produced today are very, very high quality and suitable for the cinema. A lot of film production crew are rising from among Nigerian faith-based production circle, like movie producers, directors, producers, script writers, makeup artists, costumiers, and fantastic set designers are all coming up. But that is not to say that we don't need an upgrade. That is not to say that we have gotten to the climax of our performance. No, we are still open for development. We are still moving forward. We are still hungry for development and hungry for more opening. Now, it is interesting, therefore, to note that many movies made by production outfits like Zion Films Productions have been translated to some other African languages, like Lingala, Portuguese Creole, French, Swahili, Hausa, by African indigenous missionaries to aid their mission work. So that means that the assignment, the production, the movie production of the Nigerian faith-based movies is not only beneficial to Nigerian audience alone, it has spread to African nations, it has gone beyond Africa, and has gone to America and Europe, because people find it easily to use. They find it easily to use for the work that they are doing. Therefore, the Zion Films Productions have had a lot of joint movie production with many foreign-based churches and organizations after holding training with them An example of it, just one example, is the movie that we did about 6 years ago in India by an organization, Shalom Gospel Center. And it was purely Indian movie. All the languages were Indians. All the actors were Indians. But the script was written by me. And then I wrote the script and then sent it to them. And then I and the script writers over there, they subtitled everything to Hindi language. And then we traveled there and it was made and produced there in New Delhi. Now we have made joint productions with some other production and organizations and churches in Canada, Spain, UK, Australia. We have a lot of foreign movies that we have jointly done together. This is just to speak to us that Nigerian faith-based production is increasing and is expanding and is improving. Now, an example is Abejoye, the Kingmaker, and a good example of a good faith-based movie that could actually really work in the box office, for example, is Abejoye, the Kingmaker, which was premiered in more than 360 venues in Nigeria, US, Belgium, Spain, Canada, Australia, and then Cameroon and UK. It was premiered in venues in all those countries. And most of those venues were church venues, actually, because it was organized by Christian organizations. And so, 360 premieres in all those venues. We are not sure if cinemas could take audience of that movie. We are not sure because neither are we sure a cinema could accommodate the duration, actually. And so, the duration was 2 hours, 48 minutes, and people will still sit down. But this is just to prove that even with that duration, people were still able to sit and they were able to watch in all those countries, even though that the larger percentage of the production was in Yoruba language. They still followed because of the technicality and the power of the message there. And therefore, Abejoye movie series, highly celebrated movie series of the Mozambique production, they are in season 1, 2, 3, and 4, shot within 4 years. And since the first series was released in 2017, the movie has been premiered in more than 550 venues all across these countries. Yeah, Cameroon, UK, US, Canada, South Africa, Belgium, Spain, Germany, India, Finland, and so on and so forth. Now, these are just some of the venues. You can see Barcelona. You can see Finland, where they premiere these movies. Now, running to the end, coming towards the end before I conclude, of recent, therefore, there was The Train. One of the most celebrated Nigerian faith-based movies is The Train, The Journey of Faith, the biopic movie of the life of Mike Bamiloye that was written, produced, and directed by my son, actually, which hits 1 million views within 15 days. 1 million views on YouTube within 15 days. And was #1 trending movie on YouTube for 2 straight weeks. Now, these are just examples of the progress of Nigerian faith-based movies. And then, finally, just a week ago, Legion was released. And the Legion was released, and the very latest Mosiah movie. And within a week, it clocked 564,000 views in 1 week. Now, what is the future of the faith-based movies? Finally, it's that we'll go to the cinema. The faith-based movies that will go to the cinema must be very captivating, socially, technically, and spiritually balanced. Because we are not laying emphasis only on the technicality and professionalism. We lay emphasis also on the spiritual balancing of the message inside. Because our real motive is that people who will sit either in the cinema or in the hall will have solution to their spiritual problem. They'll be so blessed. It is not about, wow, it's fantastic, but wow, I am blessed. And finally, the movie must be very strong in social spiritual messages, addressing common problems of society, preferring sound spiritual and logical solution. And then picture and sound quality must be genuine and professional. And these are all what we are working towards, and God is helping us, and we can see that there is serious development happening in Nigerian faith-based movies. So as a result of all this, as I've said, the future of faith-based movie in Nigeria is very bright, because we are a set of people that are eager for development, and we are spread, and we are moving, and we are jumping forward. We want to catch whatever we are able to catch, just that people might be blessed, and we don't want to be relegated to the background, and the future is beautifully bright. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you. Okay, questions? Mike, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very powerful presentation. I'm one of your admirers. Yes. You have been so consistent over the years. As a content head with NTA, your content was one of our premium contents to fill the space. Wonderful presentation. Now, sir, it does seem that you see morality that sells among the corporate world in Nigeria. You could see the barrage of commercials and corporate identification with BBN. So how come, what do you think, we the producers of faith-based content can also catch their attention? Because I've yet to see commercial in your drama that is very inspiring, that teaches morality. Even to, about 2 weeks ago, I still watched one of your movies on, I think, TVC. You know, so as a pioneer in that space, how do you think we can bring in the corporate players for them to identify with some of our content? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It seems as if, like all the explanation I've given right from beginning to now, is like the faith-based movies evolving. I would take it as the foundation, the growing, the development of Nigerian faith-based movies. But now we are stepping up into a new phase of operation. And that is where I believe with your suggestion, your question comes in, that it is possible now. Because if people can sit down, if there can be 1 million views in 10 days on YouTube, not counting downloads, it means there is future and there is market for Nigerian faith-based movies. So what you said is correct, ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Bright. I'm the assistant admirer. I've always admired your works. I grew up watching Agwaranla and all that. Still
now
date.
we know your age.
Yes. Okay, sir. I think what I want to say, it actually takes flight from what she said. I also make faith-based films. I think our audience matter. At some point, I was bothered why corporates, people will not put money into making some of those films. But I'm also beginning to understand that a corporate organization does not want to look religious, whether Christian or Muslim. So they don't want to, more in quotes, divide their audience. But one thing I so treasure about the work you've done, sir, it's the consistency. I believe strongly, because I make films, I make faith-based films, and I make secular films. If I'm President as a movie, it's not really a faith-based film. It's a secular film, but I still make faith-based film. But one thing I understand about it is that making faith-based film, like you said, is a spiritual thing. It's not just I can make a good film. So anytime I'm working on such projects, I want to tell myself this is what it is. So I might not get sponsorship from certain people who are not doing me any evil, but I understand what I'm doing. Now there are films like Machine Gun Preacher. Machine Gun Preacher is, in quotes, a faith-based film, but not necessarily a faith-based film. If you're on Netflix, you see a film like Greenleaf. They said it's a faith-based series. That's not a faith-based series, because faith-based means giving Jesus, as in Christendom, it's about glorifying Christ. But that film is not designed to glorify. And that's one thing I think you've been consistent with your production. So, what I'm saying, sir, is we may not attract certain corporate stuff, but what you're doing already has its audience and is working well. And you said, the production keep getting better and better. And I think that's it, sir.
Thank you so much. Right. So we have questions. We'll take Mr. Patrick, then we'll come to you. Thank you.
Well done, sir, for a very good presentation. From my perspective and the cinema's perspective, you said that the YouTube production on the YouTube got 1 million views. Over the years, we have introduced a number of faith-based movies to the cinema. Some of them, we've even attempted to introduce a faith-based movie during the Easter period. The expectations were high, but the results were disappointing. How do we encourage more people to come to the cinema to watch faith-based movies? They watch it on YouTube. There are so many numerous TV channels where they are fairly successful in promoting their content. But in the cinemas, it appears that those who go to church or do not want to pay money to see faith-based movies in the cinema. How can we encourage more people to come to the cinema to watch faith-based movies? Because some of these movies are really good. The messages are fantastic, but people are not willing to come to the cinema to watch them. How can we change all that?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think it has to do with spiritual culture. I think it has to do with that. But the development of Nigerian faith-based movies, I would say it has just begun. Even the 30 years that I mentioned is a foundation. Now people are beginning to see. They're beginning to appreciate. For example, when I said that people sat down, there was a particular time that people were waiting for abattoir every Sunday on YouTube, and they are taking this YouTube as a cinema. And I think that though the YouTube is like a public platform, but now that we have started, I think what will happen is just coming out with a fantastic production and then announcing and then encouraging the church, because naturally the church don't go out so much to the cinema. Naturally, it's a spiritual culture. It's like every parent wants to sit down at the comfort of their house. As the way they have been used to watching television and watching VHS, watching DVD, and that culture is still there. But it has to grow. We are growing, and we believe that things will change. But we will not stop producing classical production, high-class production, and then gradually the cinema will be introduced, and then the church will begin to move around. But now, even churches now beginning to use cinema for their gathering, and in the process, they show movies. So, by force, people are coming to the cinema after church service to watch the movie.
But they go home after the service. They don't work.
Thank you very much. I think it's just the spiritual culture that is going to change with time.
Kill me.
God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, those of us that want to talk, well, many. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
It's actually a major, major honor, for me to have this conversation with you. Not just myself, I'm sure for a lot of people, maybe my age, we all grew up on Ishawuru. And I'm standing right in front of Ishawuru. It's like a major big deal.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to say that in understanding the structure that you have just explained to us, it was just recently I got to understand the impact of faith-based from the YouTube channel. And that was just in July, because I saw my mom, who is actually one of your ardent follower. In terms of all of those movies that you listed, I have personally watched it. I can assure you about that. So it was through my mom, because we were on holidays, and I saw her, glued on YouTube, and she was watching a lot of the faith-based. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, Christian movies are now, what do you mean? I watch it every day. I don't watch all of these things you guys put on television. This is my own channel. And I'd like to say that the same way we had put the Agbaranla on, I watched it on NTA 10 in Lagos. And it was just during school holidays that were opportune. But every time we would tell them, please try to write down what exactly happened. So when we come back from school, we can know what is happening. You can see that it was an Islamic woman that listened to you, that just spoke now. And I'm sure she was an ardent follower of Agbaranla. We have to come out of the Christian fold, thinking of it as a business structure. I know it's actually the understanding that you want to spiritually preach. I'm also a Christian, but I'm also very business-minded. And the fact that now cinemas, I own Heritage Cinemas in Abule Egba. My center is used as a church on every Sunday, and it's by Covenant Christian Center, which, you know, they are in Ijora, or where are they, but they converge there every Sunday, and they have their own pastor. And it has actually generated, and this is based on the footfall in our location that has brought the church to our center. So I'd like to say that it's a good conversation that we're having here, but it's important to look at it from a very business standpoint of view. And looking at your numbers at 1 million views, it's only the music artists that convert that so please, a round of applause for them. It's only music artists in Nigeria that convert that. So that means that we have, there's that aspirational followership, not just from the Christians. Yes, we would preach to them in the long run and convert them, but we must look at it, taking it into the churches. And imagine you had said you dubbed it into multiple languages. I was holding the crest of dubbing my series into, and I've met someone who has just, beat me to the game, because you have much more languages that you've dubbed into. So congratulations on everything you're doing.
Thank you very much.
But let's use our fold, sir. And from a business point of view, because it was from the business point of view that Agbaranla became a nationwide and almost like a worldwide phenomenon. So we need to take it away from what we have now and then begin to structure it from the cinema angle. My president is here, and I'm sure that we will be having much more conversations with you, because we need the grassroots, much more grassroots members. And you are one of the tools, or a medium for us, a leveraging medium for us to connect in the cinemas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's such an honor to have you here. I know you are quite busy, but I really want to first of all thank you for the support. This is the second time you're coming here to talk to us about this genre. Now, at the American Film Market, which happens every November in Hollywood, Santa Monica, I go there for that market, and I find it very interesting that, after Hollywood, I think faith-based movies in America are the second highest grossing movies. And I keep asking myself when I go to their sessions, because they have AFM, the American Film Market gives them a dedicated session, right? And I ask myself, why are we not paying attention to this genre? And like Sheila said now, from a business angle. So just to give us some insights about faith-based movies in the US, okay? God's Not Dead made $8.6 million during its first weekend in theaters. We have another one that's called Days of Future Past, that made $64 million also in the theater. And the budget was just $2 million, right? So I think it's very important for us to begin, and I'm happy that the chairman of the Cinema Exhibitors Association is here. They've had their own share of challenges with faith-based movies, but that doesn't mean we should give up on the genre, because there is it's a niche genre, but there is also a huge following. And you've got data from YouTube to demonstrate, that Mount Zion is just dropping it on your Instagram that you're releasing a movie in the cinemas. I just want to imagine what is going to happen because of the following that you already have over the years. Okay, now how do you convert those people to cinema-going audience? I think that's what we need to look at. That's the critical question that, I would want you to answer. How would you convert your followers who have been following you on DVD in the days of DVD to VCD first, before the VHS to VCD to DVD, now to YouTube? How would you? I mean, you have a heritage cinema that is in a place that, you have a lot of following, I believe, How would you convert those your followers to cinema-going audience?
Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you.
Sajima, thank you very much. I will give my answer just like similar to what I explained. And when my big uncle was talking, I would say that this is just starting. This is just starting. For example, in the church circle, they have to be convinced of some things before they can move, because it is most of the time it is not they that will move, it is their head, their leaders that will talk about it and move them. But presently, I think the level, the phase that we have presently is the phase whereby they are being convinced gradually about the impact of the faith-based movies. But as I said earlier, I said there is a spiritual culture of Sunday, going to church, coming back home, sitting down with family, crossing the leg in the sitting room, watching television, and then watching the YouTube is the culture. And I believe that very, very soon, this culture are going to start changing. Actually, it was about changing, if not that coronavirus came. And then everybody sat back again. They ran back again. Everybody began to sit down in their houses again. But when we don't stop these quality productions, when we continue, because presently I want to assure you that not only Mount Zion, there are a lot of fantastic quality Christian movies and faith-based movies from drama ministers and Christian movie makers in Nigeria that is coming out now that with high quality. So I believe that all this is just a build-up. It's a build-up. Very, very soon, we have been known on the YouTube. Very, very soon, the cinema will begin to feel the impact.
Thank you, Mr. Bamidele. Mr. Bar?
Thank you, sir. I'm not an admirer yet, but I'm ready to be convinced. It's just because I don't know your films yet, but they're on YouTube, and I promise to start watching.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you.
My question is about collaboration, because I have one experience where we worked with the National Association of Imams in Morocco to sensitize people on water conservation. This was because our research showed that there are so many important and beautiful messages about water in the Holy Quran that we realized they are the right people to help us convey water messages on a national level. So my point is, we want to produce a similar movie with similar strong messages to society in Nigeria and in other countries. So my question is, are you ready, are people like you ready to collaborate with people who want to produce not necessarily a faith-based film, but a film with strong messages for society and for people, whatever their respective religion is, so that we can use your experiences and your expertise to do those things?
Thank you very much. In Nigeria, we have a lot of experienced filmmakers that are not even into faith-based movie productions that can successfully, professionally handle such things creatively, and they will give you exactly what you want. Our own specialization is only evangelism. Our specialization is just faith-based evangelism, preacher. That is it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bam. So, please can we, please a hand of applause for Mr. Bamile. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for your presence. Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you. A hand of applause for him, please. Thank you. Okay, so next we're almost done for today. I think this one and then the last one. We're having the Electronic Media Content Owners Association of Nigeria, MCON. They're having industry conversations. The topic is quality content equals to eyeball to ad revenue to content sales. This will be presented by the MCON speakers. We have Jibe Ologe, who's the president MQuan and CEO ROL Media. Is he here? Can you please come forward while we'll support him by clapping for him? Thank you. Okay, so the vice president is here. Here's his second. Okay, sorry, Renee? No. I think there are other people. So there's also Theophilus, okay, standing with me here. And then there's also Agat Amatha. Okay, and then Ronan Redmond, TVC commercial director. Is he here? All right, is Mr. Greg Odutaya here? Royal Roots, all right. So I think I'll let him do all the talking to invite the other people here. Thank you. I see Mr. Paul somewhere. Mr. Paul, you're here somewhere. I think I've seen your shadows.
All right, we have Greg Odutayo in the house. Ladies and gentlemen,
Hello,
good afternoon. Greg Odutayo. I'm the second vice president of MQuan. MQuan is the electronic content, media content owners of Nigeria. We have been talking film for a long time. We are now about to talk about the other part of this event, which is television. And I'm happy that Ijoma launched the Super TV, but Super TV powered by no data network. No data. But here, we're going to talk about the business of broadcast television and broadcast radio. And so this panel is going to discuss the importance of content in the broadcast ecosystem. And to join me here to do justice, as you have seen already seated, is Greg Odutayo, the managing director of Royal Roots Productions. I'd like to invite also to the house Mr. Paul Igwe, the producer of Clinic Matters. Mr. Paul Igwe. And I'd like to also invite Amina Mohammed, the managing director of Ames Media. She's always quarreling. You guys talk about film, drama. What about the other genre of television content? So, Mrs. Amina Mohammed. Yes, yes. No, I'm going to take my seat, but I have one more person to invite here to join this panel. Let me invite Jerry Isichel, another producer and member of MQuan. These are television programs producers. They are not producers for the big screen. And so I hope Mr. Lee will find us useful in this conversation. But what we are here to talk about is to discuss the business of television, and the content you produce for the big screen also have a destination to television. So it has a role, it has a place in our business. So, ladies and gentlemen, the panel. All right, let's start quickly. Greg, you've been in production. I'd like to start with you. What is really, because somehow the business of television has been turned a bit upside down the way we do it here. What you have is a TV, an entrepreneur, we have a TV license, set up a TV channel, broadcast whatever he has, and thereafter wait for people to come and buy airtime and flight whatever they have. Some will flight their church programs, others will flight their religious, their burial ceremonies, others will come and do drama. A drama producer who has a valuable content will go and buy airtime and own a portion of that TV and go about looking for sponsors or advertisers to fund his little 30 minutes television. So Many Nigerian producers have 30 minutes TV station. It runs for 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes, his own TV station is off. Another TV station stands again. Paul Igwe's Clinic Matter will occupy another space. And all the TVs tend to have inconsistent programming. So they see Clinic Matters for 2 weeks, and the moment Paul couldn't pay, they take him off, and they put Theo Akatuba's Tentacles. Another 3 weeks, and there's no payment. So TV seems to have evolved because the people had no choice then. Now there's choice. TV seems to have lost their way. Please, sir, I want you to share with us, in your experience, how has TV business been done vis-a-vis content and its place in the broadcast ecosystem?
Thank you, Theo. But why do you think TV seems to have lost its way? I think TV is still the way to go. TV is going nowhere. The potato couches are not going anywhere. They are going to be there for a very, very long time. Anybody writing off TV, you do so at your own risk. Be that said, television is all about content. Yes, like you said, in Nigeria we have reinvented, let me use that word, that commercial wheel, of television, because for you to, put any content on air, you have to technically, like you said, own your own TV station. But be that said, everything still boils down to content. It's about what you think your audience desires. And it's not any different from whether it's the big screen, whether it's radio, whether it's TV, whether it's even documentary. Everything is all about content. And so long as we do not keep our eyes off the ball, we keep our eyes on the ball, and that's essentially ensuring that you create content that resonates with your audience. You are going to have that audience watching you every week, wherever you take your TV to. If Theo produces very good content, for instance, your audience will keep looking for you, wherever you take it to. So it's about that audience, it's about that eyeball, and it's that eyeball that will translate into the necessary money that you will use. You will need to keep producing more content. Some of us were forced into, when I started, I never envisaged that I was going to run a TV station, but you buy your content, you pay for your airtime, and you do not even have value for that airtime. You pay your airtime, and the NTAs of this world, they preempt you every minute, every week, because one airman, and I liken it to 419 actually in broadcasting, because the stations sell you an airtime, 4 to 5 p.m., and then 1 hour to that time, they inform you that, some airman is having a turban in Kano, and that your airtime has been sold to that airman, and so they preempt you and move you off again. So it's really 419 in broadcasting, but unfortunately we have allowed it to fester. We have allowed it to get to where it is today. But be that said, ultimately, so long as you produce content that resonates with your audience, you will continue to have those eyeballs. You will continue to make money. And the TV industry is one that is growing every day. A couple of how many licenses were licensed a few days ago for radio and TV. It's going nowhere. We're going to keep growing. So it's essentially for us to, as producers, ensure that, okay, what does my audience want to watch? What can I produce to them? We heard Mr. Bamiloye. Somebody threw a carrot at him, and he said, the only thing I want to do is faith-based. Christian, nothing. It's not shivering. It's not that today you decide that, okay, today I want to do faith-based. Tomorrow I want to do children. Next tomorrow you hear that action movies are selling, and you decide that you want to go there. You need to be known for something. When you are known for something, if you are known for sitcoms, if you are known for bloody good drama series, stay in that niche. Don't hear that somebody is making money from children's content, and you believe that, okay, I think I can do children's content. What's there? Let me go try it out. You are just dissipating your energy. You are going to be known for everything and known for nothing.
Right. Greg, thank you for that. But in what you just said, why are the content that are good moving away from TV?
That's a very long conversation, because for those who've run TV channels in the last, let me say, 5 years, I think technically we've not made money. And we have not made money because of digitization. And until that process is completed, TV is going to continue to take a slide. Unfortunately, it's going to continue to take a slide. But the minute that process is completed, the minute we're able to switch off analog, let me be brutal. What's happening to TV right now is not a function of eyeballs. Yes, we say good content is equal to eyeballs. Right now, it's not about eyeballs. It's about who you know. But when we get into that digitization space, we're able to measure who is watching. There's audience measurement. There's ratings. Those ratings would be, advertisers will be forced, because terrestrial television thrives basically on advertising and sponsorship. But the way advertising and sponsorship is right now in Nigeria, it's a matter of who you know. If you have very bad content, I'm sorry to say it, but that's the gospel truth. If you have very bad content and you know the people who are sharing, let me use that word, the advertising money, you will get. Even if you put two chickens fighting for 30 minutes, it doesn't matter. So long as they are there, so long as they are getting their cuts, everybody is fine. But all of that needs to change. All of that will change. Some of us started this digitization process 5 years ago. I think it was 2012. This is 2021. We haven't transited. A few states have transited, but until analog signals are switched off and all of us cannot watch television anymore until we have our set-top boxes, then we can start to count the real numbers. Those days of NTA saying 30 million viewers are watching me, no data, nothing, it's just for me to say, oh, I think I have like 30 million people watching. Let me put it out there. Those days are coming to an end. That's why things are moving, but it's going to go back. Yeah. It's going to come back.
Not such a good scenario that you face, but I'd like Jerry to speak. The question I asked you was, why is content moving from TV? And you talked about analog. The question is, why are they putting their great content on YouTube instead of the free TV? We'll come back to that. Please, Jerry.
If I'll pick up from that.
Why would you do an entire series, instead of giving it to NTA to show for free, you put it on YouTube for free?
That's simply because the ads are also moving to digital platforms. Just like he said, on terrestrial, which is where we usually operate, the advertiser can't be sure of how many people watched a particular episode at a particular time. Because the TV stations, they work with estimation. My channel or my TV station is watched by around or about so number of people. The advertiser cannot say for sure that at a particular time, this number of people watch. But on digital platforms, they can get that information, because on at the back end, they can say that at this time, this number of people watch this episode of this drama. That's why the DSTVs of this world African Magic will get all the ads. While people like us who probably run on terrestrial with our dramas that we have spent millions of naira to produce, you struggle to get ads. And of course, like he alluded, the agencies who we go to get these ads, if you're not ready to play ball, you don't get ads. So you see that as a producer also, you want to ask yourself, if I produce this content and put it on terrestrial, am I going to even make back the cost of production? If I can't, maybe I should look at digital platforms. Maybe that's where, if I go there, the advertisers will look at me because they can be certain about the number of people that watch my program at a particular time.
Okay, they're moving there because they have data to show
Yeah,
the
they have
viewership.
data.
Paul Igwe, you did Click Matters for many years and on television. Now, what was the impact of your content on the platforms that you showed on? Now, where are you?
Okay, I just want to be frank here. The major problem we have in this part of the world, I'm sorry to say, is that the TV station owners over the years have been selfish. Why? In this part of the world, you find out that the TV station owners will set up a channel. But instead of thinking about how to put content on that channel, when they set up the channels, they are busy thinking of how to sell airtime.
To the content makers.
To the content makers. Now, that's the reason. You asked the question, why is it that you put your program on the station, after a couple of months, you take it off? Instead of bringing it back, you would rather take it to YouTube. It is because we have not been getting the partnership that we deserve. I'll tell us something. There's something that's in the last almost 90 days now, the entire nation have been glued to a particular channel, watching one content. The reason that is happening is because the owners of that channel believed in that content. I don't know if you understand, they are not the original owners. They bought the franchise, but they believed in it, and they've been doing everything to make it work. But our Nigerian TV owners, what they do is set up the channels. You, as a producer, will go there, buy airtime to put your program. The moment your program becomes popular,
okay,
let me not go for that.
Paul, why do you buy when you have something so good for them, and yet you still buy the airtime? What they need to broadcast is what you are holding. Without that content, there is no TV. How come you still pay him for what he needs?
It is because the person I am paying to does not understand the market. Unfortunately, you see, the government that would have made it possible for me, the NBCs and the rest would have made it, possible for me, are not even there to support me. Because if there is a rule that says set up a station partner, let's look at what is happening. Let me take Kenya, for instance. You talked about Clinic Matters. Clinic Matters is an original content from Nigeria. But you won't believe that Clinic Matters in Kenya is bigger than it is here in Nigeria. Clinic Matters in Ghana is bigger than it is here in Nigeria. Why? Because I got partnership from the stations in those countries. They believed in the content.
Okay, which means these people here don't want to pay you for what they need.
But that is the truth. We know.
Just a minute. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Amina, you know what they've just said? Mr. Lee, how will it be if these movie makers just come to you and pay you for the hours they want to use your cinema? That you need. We're going to come back. I just want to know, how will it be? What we are saying here is, you are a cinema house.
Yes.
Just imagine producers queue up with their checks to buy your screen. They are buying it. You need to bother. You tell them this screen is so much, 1 million a day, and they just pay you. That's the description we're getting. You are getting the content for free. Your cinema is running. The producer is paying. He brings the movie as well.
Yes, but remember, in our own business also, we are also in the business of selling other things, for example, popcorn, this and that. So we have a vested interest. I would like to think that television owners see that and see the bigger picture and understand that the content is important, but just simply providing a platform is not enough. You need to understand the whole picture, that if you get one content today, for example, I was about to ask the panel, when they had finished, I would have said to them, what if your content now is bigger than television and needs a big screen? Would you turn down the opportunity to go to big screen? No, you wouldn't. And we would take you up on it. We would encourage you to come to the big screen with content that was originally meant for a small screen or for TV. And we would invest in it, time, effort, energy, and money if we have to, because we believe in the bigger picture of the business we are in. So we hope TV will do the same.
Thank you. Amina, you produce the magnet. You set up your equipment, you get your guest, and you go and pay the TV station to show it. Why do you do that?
Thank you very much. Before I answer that, let me allude to what Greg said earlier. We can't run away from television. I mean, let's say it's part of our DNA, irrespective of other platforms that exist. Even some of us that get commercials from agencies, they rely on the terrestrial platform to do their monitoring. We've had these issues before. Oh, it was shown on DSTV, it was shown on GoTV. No, we rely on the terrestrial platform, so that's to say that television it is. Yes, why do I pay for airtime? You know, I'm wearing two caps here. Just in 2015, I retired from NTA. When you came around then, I was on the other side. No, you have to, is this program sponsored?
That's what you have.
You know, if it's not sponsored, just like Greg said, another sponsored program displays. Where the excuse or the reasons they allude or they give is that we have to buy diesel. Diesel is top on the list of their requirements, even though they get subvention. That is the government owned. How about the privately owned ones? They have to survive. But the challenge I see here is that the stations themselves, it's either they are selfish or the staff don't just want to work, particularly the marketing departments. You bring a very viable content that you know that it will add value to your channel. It shouldn't be a collaborative effort to market that content, to sustain it, instead of giving the content creator issues, problems to go and market, produce, direct, and do everything. So if I've answered your question, is to sustain. Of course, as a creative, you don't want to sit down docile or idle. You have to produce programs. You have to churn them out in quality standard. But the same thing, you need platform. Everybody must own a channel. You are owning a channel for 30 minutes. Shouldn't be. You are adding value to a channel. That value should also be appreciated. We should jointly market it to the extent that that content should pay for itself. But the other thing is that sometimes we producers, we are also quite lazy. Some. We don't, I think it was Greg that said that, we must identify our audience to produce program for them. We don't do audience research before we go about producing program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The TV station, where do they make most of their money from? These same people, and what makes them make the money?
Good
From
question.
your experience, yes. You are a broadcaster now. I think Greg will answer last, so that it doesn't direct. No, the TV channel, where does he get his revenue from? Most of it. And what makes him get that revenue? Yes, madam, you were in TV.
Yes, like I said, I'm sitting on two sides. Yes, of course, the TV channel needs content. Without content, you can't even make money. Even when you place this advert on adjacency, it is quality content that will attract commercials. For instance, the magnet that we produce, we broadcast every Tuesday, 8:30. There is a very consistent and concerted effort to put a telecommunication advert immediately after the program because it's for the business class. Do you understand? So it is the program that will make your channel it is the content that will sell your channel, and then, of course, put program adverts on program adjacency that when I was at NTA, most people would rather put their commercial on a Thursday that we transmit Super Story. Either 8 or 8:05 or before news, immediately after.
That's a great content called Super Story, produced by Wale Adenuga. But he pays airtime. But it's one of the biggest content on that channel. Paul, come back to it. Identify where they make money and what makes them make the money. And now you pay the same. I'm trying to get to somewhere just to enlighten the audience so that, because a lot of this content that go on YouTube should actually pass this medium. And it's a real big ecosystem that we have not developed.
Money is not changing hand for content. The content maker is with his briefcase moving from agency to agency or some advertiser or some sponsor instead of focusing on building great content. Please, Paul.
Originally, stations should make money. TV stations should make money from commercials. Let me give us a scenario. Let me tell us what happens, what I have tried, you know about this, outside of this country. Let me use Kenya. You see, between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., most of the programs during that time are sponsored programs. What do? They look for a producer who has quality content, and they choose to partner with you. They say, look, Mr. Egwe, you have produced this content. This is very, very good. We love it. We just want more of this content. We provide sponsorship. We will provide advertising for it. And you see, between 6 and 9 p.m., go and check. In those days, they had a lot of Nigerian content. But when they started making so much money, I don't know what happened, but at some point, they started removing our content, our Nigerian content, and started putting in their own. Why? Because they discovered that they were making good money. The TV stations were happy. The
eyeballs were drawn.
The eyeballs were drawn.
And
if
they
you
switched
have
the
it,
content.
So if Nigeria, if in this part of the world, that the TV stations, like she said, are not selfish or have lazy marketers, they should also make more money for themselves and the content producers.
By doing what?
By looking for sponsorship. When there's a good content, look for sponsorship. I don't want to mention names. We know these things.
Jerry want to speak. Jerry's been producing some great series, and I saw him launching this series on YouTube. So Jerry is telling me between that free TV and the World Wide Web, free YouTube for global view. Why did you do that?
Because the TV stations became very, it wasn't anything that we could make money from. To answer your question, first, I think the people who work in TV stations, the marketing department, they are very lazy. They are very lazy. So I am the producer. I will write, produce, direct, then get money to pay them. If I can get ad to sustain my program, she mentioned adjacency. They are waiting. If my program becomes very popular, if I'm buying the airtime 8 to 8:30, they are waiting to slot their ad just before my program because they know that people will be waiting for my program. They are benefiting. They have not gone to market their whatever they have. Then they also wait immediately after my program to put their own ads. That's the only way they make money.
So that they can catch those eyeballs.
Yes, that's the only way they make money. But I'm asking, what about if I bring this great content? You say, wow, this is lovely. Marketing department gets sponsorship for this program. But they're not going to do it. So we pay them to show programs that we spend millions of naira to produce. They also rip us off with this adjacency idea.
Anyway, on the top of my head, why will I really bother when you are still going to pay me for showing a great content on my channel? I don't know why I should have a marketing department. Anyway, just a minute.
If we don't pay,
we'll get
if
there.
we do not pay, they don't show our program.
Then they don't have the eyeballs. That's what I think. But anyway, Greg, you are a broadcaster. You run a TV channel. Why are you not paying content and you are using adjacency to fleece off the same man who has paid you? Why are you not buying content?
I wear two caps in this particular space.
So stand now as a broadcaster.
I wear two caps.
Don't speak on the broadcaster.
No, I'm not going to stand as a broadcaster.
Use the broadcaster cap.
I'm going to stand first as a producer, and then I'll go back to the broadcasting side. And that's why I went down that story lane of digitization and all of that. You will find out that if you are not a terrestrial station right now, that's the free-to-air, you cannot make any money. That's the honest truth. So that's why we're all waiting for digitization. Because until that field becomes level, until it becomes that level playing field, right now it's not a level playing field. Until that playing field becomes level, then we can start to fight for the eyeballs objectively. The question you asked, why are producers taking there? So I'll go to that producer cap and wear the producer cap and say to you that, look, it's about following the money. For me, if I have a content and the way I can get my money back is to go terrestrial, even if it means that I need to buy airtime, the question I'll ask myself is, if I buy this airtime for 1,000 naira, what are my possibilities? Am I going to sit down like the station marketing department and not market? Can I go out there and do my marketing? Can I, that 1,000 naira I've used for airtime, can I make 10,000 naira back from it? If I can, I'll follow the money. I will go pay for the airtime. I will put my content there. I will get the value that I want from it. After getting that value from it, I can push it to the next medium to make more money. And it's just about the numbers. Why do stations have marketing departments that sell nothing? Because they are sure you are going to come. Like you said, they are sure you are going to come. It's still the lazy approach to marketing, but it's also fueled by the way we run our ecosystem. It's fueled by it. If we have an ecosystem that is data dependent, like you have online, you are not going to have lazy marketing departments because everything is going to be about the numbers, the eyeballs that are watching your channel. It's not going to be about who you know. So if I know that as a TV station, if I don't have good quality eyeballs are not going to be there. The measurement is going to show that I have 0.1% of the audience. Nobody is going to bring their adverts to my station. I am not going to make money. So when that push comes to shove, the broadcaster will be forced to do a turnaround.
It's not turning right now.
The broadcaster is not turning right now because really there is nowhere to turn to.
Hold on. He's saying so because he's a broadcaster.
There is nowhere to turn to.
Let me ask this. We saw the entrance of DSTV with all these many channels. And we saw them take subscription money. And then they moved on and take the biggest chunk of advertising revenue. A subscription-based television now have more revenue in advertising than free-to-air. What do you think has happened to free-to-air TV, apart from your digital challenges? Because this is not just happening, and it has happened consistently year on year on. DSTV ad sales and all other start times, they keep chunking up figures. And you, who is to survive on ad revenue, seems to be taking the lower share. What's happening?
Why do you think they continue to get those ad revenues?
That's why I'm asking the
Because
panel.
they have data. They have data. It's all about data. If I can today put out a data that shows that 20 million people are watching my station and I can back it up, advertisers will come. That's why I keep saying to you, until that we get to that vehicle of digitization, and we have set-top boxes that has data that can be measured. So it's not a function of what I say. It's a function of what an industry standard, regulatory, whatever says. It goes away from me. It goes away from me just saying I have 30 million viewers. No, it goes to an industry standard that says this program, not this channel now. Because when you get to this, it's not about your channel. It's about program.
Okay.
And you as an individual actually have your own TV station set up. What do I mean? I have on X Pro station, I'm going to watch Super Story, 8 to 9. 9 to 10, I'm going to watch NTA News. 10 to 11, I'm going to watch Channels Television. 11 to 12, I'm going to watch, that's my own TV channel. I have started it as an individual in my home because I am following programs. I am not following. I'm not following the station. I'm
just
following
because of
programs.
time, all this data you are talking about, we only give data about eyeballs that are seeing a content. That's why I asked the question, why do you have the ratings for free TV now that puts on TV in Lagos as number 1? What data gave us that information? This is also a TV station. What data gave TVC number 2? So there is some form of data. What I'm asking, with that data, with on TV as an FTA, why is it taking less figures than Africa Magic Channel, for example?
Number one is this. How accurate is that at the data?
No, we're not going to question that there is an inaccurate, but the data.
Okay.
The accuracy we can't debate here.
Okay,
but there is some data informing decision as we speak.
Okay, if you even look at it, I'm sure if we ask all the people here, when was the last time you watched a program on terrestrial? I'm sure not up to 10% have watched programs or have watched stations on terrestrial in recent times. Okay? Now, the people who have, in Lagos at least, the people who also have the cable network, they are coming down to mop up even the lowest, because there are cable this thing that you can pay 1,000 something now. So you see that even the lowest of the lows are leaving your terrestrial because it has become cheaper for them. So instead of probably watching no content on, I don't want to mention terrestrial TV stations, they can pay 1,000 something or 2,000 something and have Go TV.
So the content has been made available. My time is up. The content that is premium has been brought down.
Yes.
And so
on
the
cable.
FTA seems to have lost their place.
Exactly.
Is that what you, Amina has
Yes, please, before we round off, what we are saying, the pictures we are painting, let's not make it a generic thing. There are some exceptions to the rule. Let me share an experience. I produce, seasonally, Ramadan, I produce quite a lot of content. And I've had a relationship with some television stations since we don't have ours yet. And to a large extent, pardon me, I'm not patronizing here. Wazobia TV stood out. Last season, we always share revenue when you present your MPO and all that. For the first time in my almost 40 years of practice, I'll be 40 years in the industry next year, I got a revenue share. Instead of me to pay, my content was good enough for them to place their own adverts. So we shared the income that came from mine. We also shared theirs. And it was a plus for me, because by the time we shared, I got more from them, because the client had identified our program to suit their brand. So it's not all that gloomy.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Which means that is a broadcaster that understands the value and properly rewards the content. We're going to round up. Time is short so that we can take questions. The system that has been operated here is such that the content makers somehow became part owners of TV channels for however long, and they all went out to the marketplace to look for the revenue of the to share and drag the source of revenue for the TV channel. So it's a very, very tough and challenged market where it became who you know instead of content. The final point we want to raise, when are we going to do TV according to best global practice?
Regulators.
When?
Well, like Greg said, we are waiting for the analog to be completely switched off. It will be switched off. They don't have a choice. It will be done.
Okay, no, are you, okay, until that we can't do the business properly now by TV owner actually buying content and commissioning content? and leaving the producer to produce, because this is simple standard. Anyone else who wants to do anything
need
else?
the content. Content is king, always.
I hope we make it king. You will give us the last word because you wear two caps. Please, Paul, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop now and you ask questions. If you have not been doing TV, we're talking television, your content is needed there so that you understand how the TV people think. Yeah, Sheila, you should have been here. She produced one of the best. I saw her content on Canal Plus in French language while I was in Mali. Even in Niger, I saw it. So she's Transverse Africa with the content showed on TV3 as well. Beautiful content. Right. Please, Paul, when are we going to start doing the right thing? If we all agree that, look at the way we are describing it, I'm sure the audience will say, what kind of business is this?
Well, at the moment, we don't know when. But like Mr. Greg said, the moment we go digital, full, 100%, once we go fully digital, I am sure we'll begin to define.
Think the broadcaster will become born again and start buying content?
They will have no choice when that time comes.
Please, Jerry's anxious.
I think that's the time that things will change. Because now, they still think, in Nigeria now, I don't think that they know that, I mean the broadcasters, my Oga here not inclusive.
Really?
I don't think they know that content is king. But if we go fully digital, fully underline digital, then they will begin to understand it. I think that is when content will be king.
Where we become changed. Please, Greg, your final word.
I think it's a matter of time. We do not have a choice. Digitization is not under Nigeria's control. It's an international thing. So we do not have a choice. We're going to transit. But the reality of it is that until we transit, we're not going to do the business the right way. I'm talking both as a producer and as a channel platform owner. We are not doing the business the right way. But it's not a stone that we throw at the platform owners only. A lot of producers are not ready to collaborate. That is the truth. Until we see ourselves as collaborators, as partners in progress, working together towards the same goal, we will continue to operate in silos. I will continue to think that as a producer, I can do it all. But you can't. And the broadcasters will continue to look at themselves as, hey, we can do it all. We are here. You are going to come back to us. But the minute we start to see ourselves as collaborators, as partners in progress, you are bringing something to the table, I am bringing something to the table, and we're both looking at what we're both putting into that basket to share. And when we start to look at this like that, then we'll see that the dynamics start to change. And then when we're backed up by technology, we then ensure that whatever we're looking at is a figure that we can all truthfully believe in. Then we will have started doing TV the right way. And when we start to do that, we will see the change. It's going to trickle down all the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much. It's beautiful.
Yes, so I think we'll just jump straight to the questions. We are way behind time, and we can only do 2 questions. So we'll start with, who has the mic, please? Yeah.
Yes. Am I on?
Yeah, you can.
Awesome. All right, so my first question is, I want to know, can somebody in the panel please be brutally honest? Because I know that there was a time the government said they will fully switch to digital. Why are we yet to switch fully to digital? I know there's a reason, but I do not know what reason that is, but I want to believe somebody has that reason. Then my second question is, why wait for a higher power? I want to believe it's a higher power to switch off the digital, terrestrial space for us to switch, because I know that with technology, it's far cheaper to set up a digital station than to set up a terrestrial station. So why wait?
Thank you. Can you just bring the mic down? One more question. Okay, one more. Just ask your question, Shile. Yeah, we can't. Okay, Shile doesn't have a question. Okay, so thank you. And then I think you guys are next. Event is next. Can you ask your question, Bright?
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Bright is my name. Sorry, sir. I think the God of the producers have risen to fight for all their cry. That's the whole thing I see happening, because I've also made contents, for TV, and I know how those contents went. And I think also there's something that has come to stay. Is what we've been discussing since yesterday till today. There's a transition. So it's not just about people, the data. That data is 100% important, but beyond that data, I think there's already a shift. There's a shift to the online space. So even when that data is available, are people still going to sit back and watch conventional TV? Because right now, why Netflix did subscription for phone, that is 1.2 now, is because they've realized people have really moved to their phone. So everybody's there.
Yeah.
So right now, if the TV station, most of our TV stations, they have online channels. So I think that's even a stronger path to come. Now, but what producers have experienced dealing with TV station, trust me, it has been really, really bloody. And now that a producer, I dropped a film, even a film I dropped on YouTube, it took just less than 2 months. That film had 1.something million. I didn't pay a kobo, I didn't pay anything. So, and it's not like I put in so much into promoting it or what. So at this point, I have a friend of mine who every month he gets $5,000 minimum every month. And then one of the ads somebody put on his stuff was $3,000. In fact, they were supposed to pay $6,000. It was based on negotiation. They paid him $3,000 to put that ad. Why would that person want to come to conventional? So at this point, I think stations would start looking at how not just bringing us just only to conventional TV, but there's also a part I feel stations have neglected. What people are looking for, we say content is king, but most stations no longer produce content like things like New Masquerade. I don't think it was producers that brought that. But they've left all that. What African Magic and Multi-Choice ran with is beyond what producers bring to Multi-Choice. Multi-Choice powers great content. So if we're saying the marketers are lazy, even stations too are lazy also financially to power great content that will also create jobs. And because people are not ready, they are not waiting for any channel. Once they see what they like, they will watch it. And you start getting the numbers again. Because if we're talking of what Wale Adenuga did, we are still not, they didn't also have data. But a lot of people always watched it. But when these programs are no longer there, solid contents like this, it now makes terrestrial TV begin to lose it. But if they begin to make these things back, I think we start bringing people back. So it's actually content first. I think so. Content, because if we say data was not there when a lot of these other ones trended. So content was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bright. Thank you. Sorry, a very short answer because we're running late to the next session. So I don't know who's answering. Is that a comment? Did you need an answer?
I think it's a comment.
It's a comment. All right. So I think
Madam,
we'll just...
you want to say something?
I think...
Next time we'll talk about that.
So we just need to jump...
Yes. Is Sheila saying something? Because ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you all for Bright for your... Was there a question? There was a question, please. Please, let Greg answer. That question is to Greg. I knew that already.
Why do we have to wait for...
No, why is the switchover not happening?
Why is the switchover not happening? So many reasons. Political is part of it. The political will on the part of government is there. Nigeria is a very big country, unfortunately. It's supposed to be a strength, but it's a weakness. We sometimes compare ourselves to smaller countries that have transited. Some countries that have transited are smaller than Lagos. TV viewing audience. So it's about, if we say, okay, Nigeria, Lagos has transited, Lagos has gone. We're as big as a country. But the reality of it is political will. It's expensive to transit. But the bigger one for me is the political will. Because if government decides today that they are committed to that transition, we will go. My prayer, it may not be a very good prayer, is that one of the smaller countries around us transits, because then we will be forced to transit. Because our analog signals will start to interfere with their digital signals, and somebody bigger will shut us down. So if we refuse to shut down our analog signals, it will get to a point in this ecosystem that some bigger structure will have to shut us down. But also, NBC has been tactical about all of this. Let me give them that credit. Because if any of the cities that are, around, let's use the word Lagos. If Lagos transits and we shut down digital signals in Lagos, Benin has to go.
All right, thank you
Because
very much.
we will affect their signal. So they have started it from the center. They started from Jos to Abuja. So they've stayed around the center. Also, basically, to protect some of the other countries around us who may not yet have the facility to transit.
All right.
So we're playing Big Brother without thinking of the fact that, look, if we go and transit, we're creating an ecosystem that will actually blow up the production space.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel. I'd like to quickly inform you that wherever you are, whatever platform, television, traditional TV, YouTube, Netflix, anywhere, it ends and it's content that matters. And that's the reason for this conversation. We produce for traditional TV, this panel, but so next year, the electronic media content owners will be hosting in this city NEMSIA, which is the Nigerian Electronic Media Content Exhibition and Award, where the content will be traded. So whatever content you produce, we are happy to partner with Ijoma Honor. She has not agreed, but I'm reporting her to the house that we are going to blackmail her until she agrees. So ladies and gentlemen, next year, NEMSIA is coming down, so whatever content you make, the buyers will be there to buy for whichever platform. So keep a date with NEMSIA. Thank you, Joma, for the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming around. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, MKOAN. Yes, please. So it's always a pleasure partnering with MKOAN. In fact, I'm a member, an unofficial member of MKOAN. Yes. We're going to the technical session now with Hiventi. I'm sure a lot of us here have been. We are so sorry that we are 1 hour behind. But please, Hiventi is one of Netflix's partners. They understand everything you need to know about content delivery. If you are looking at doing international business outside of Nigeria, you want to deliver your content, so you need to listen to them, producers. You need to listen to Hiventi, Juliet, and her team. They are here. Please, can you just step forward, the Hiventi team, for your session. A lot of producers. Yes, please. A round of applause for them. They flew in all the way from France and from Kenya to be with us here. Yes. So they're going to be telling us everything we need to know about technical delivery, the audio issues that we have in our content and how to fix them, and how we can deliver content, correctly in the right formats, both audio and video. Barry. Okay. You want us to make it shorter? We can speed up on some. Please. Appreciate that. Let's in 1 hour. Oh yeah. We try. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You look good.
Bye-bye.
All right. Hi, everyone. So thank you so much. We are late. Initially, we planned for 2 hours session and to have something very intense. So unfortunately, we're going to have to speed it up. But by all means, we can recatch up later on and go more in depth into our subject. So we would like to, we would like to bring you through such a journey. What we are aiming to review with you is very quickly who we are, but that we won't spend time on that. To say that we are a global group, obviously, and here we have Kenyan, Nigerians, French, and we have also offices in Asia and in Poland. So, and we do cover this global market. And even if our headquarters is in France, we do present ourselves as a global company. So what we would like to go through after this short presentation about ourselves is a bit about the market. So we've been talking a lot over the past 2 days about the digital, the mobile, the pay TV, the free-to-air, and obviously us being in the tech and we are evolving with the new standards. We would like to do this small journey about what is the market nowadays and especially regarding the digital area. So on that I will try to go quick because otherwise we will really we're going to really make it in 2 hours. But just to give you an overview about this global market, the figures, and also we thought it would be interesting to have a comparison between Africa and Asia because these two continents are really booming. They are making the trends, and we thought it could be interesting for you to have some figures to compare these two big markets. So one which is really leading, Asian, and one which is completely emerging and booming, which is the Sub-Saharan Africa. Then we would like to stay back in your seat, and we would like just to review a bit of history of cinema. Because, you know, when we are talking about tech today, it's definitely related about history. What happened over a century regarding the tech within the film and TV industry. So on that as well, we will try to go as fast as possible, because then we will come into the core of what we would like to share with you guys, is all the tech specs, the requirements that you need to think about from the pre-production to the distribution. Because if you are not forecasting all the technical requirements from the beginning, then you may be stuck and with no possibility and opportunity to distribute your content. And we will finalize with the assets management. So you will see this is also a big stuff. You guys may have tons of content, it's not organized, and maybe it's not stored properly. So that also impacts the potential of your sales. Yeah. So here we are, Bertrand. So Bertrand is coming from Paris. He is our director for the development and the strategy. Caroline, she is our EVP Africa. Malcolm is our technical manager. Mr. Barry, which is our general manager in Nigeria. Thank you very much. So I'm going to let the floor to my dear Bertrand for a short presentation about the company.
Thank you, Juliette. So who we are, just briefly, and why we are here today. We used to define ourselves as a trusted partner to the entertainment industry on content creation, distribution, and preservation. We are here then actively helping content creators, distributors, and broadcasters reaching and maximizing their audiences and distribution-related revenues worldwide. We have been in the market for over 35 years, gathering a huge expertise in technical services to the entertainment industry. Our group generated $46 million turnover in 2020, and we have 380 full-time employees worldwide, spread across Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Asia, and Africa. We operate services on 4 core businesses and fields of expertise: image and sound post-production first, asset management and deliveries, localization, and finally preservation and restoration. We have been official partner of Cannes Film Festival for more than 30 years. We are also partner of some of the major industry networks, such as EGA for localization and DPP for all the media industry. We have also been onboarded by Netflix on all their programs, NPFP, NP3, DTT, globalization, and also by Amazon, Apple, and many other platforms, just as a proof of the excellency of the work we do provide. And finally, we do have a trusted partner network certification for our involvement in guaranteeing the security of the services we provide. So expertise, agility, innovation, security are part of our DNA. So these are the locations we are. So in France, as I said before, Poland, Eastern Europe, in Asia, in Vietnam and Singapore, and then in Africa, Kenya and Nigeria. The ambition of the group, I mentioned before, we try to be the trusted partner to the industry. So we are involved in achieving content partners creations, providing image and sound post-productions, in delivering contents on all media, whether theatrical, whether TV networks or digital platforms, through content distribution services. We are delivering contents to all audiences worldwide. We are providing dubbing and subtitling works from any language to any other language. And finally, to preserve these contents over the time and transfer them in new formats when required by the new media. And this is through restoration and preservation services. So basically, we are here to help content owners create and sell their programs worldwide. We are not at all dealing with right management. We don't do distribution. You produce, you sell, and we try to care about all the rest. And finally, I wanted to share some values of the group with you. We are here to share the world stories. And this is our involvement to be present in all continents and contribute promoting films and series from everywhere and all cultural backgrounds. We're also much involved in preserving Earth and its living resources through a huge CSR policy in the group. We're also fighting for inclusion and respect of everyone's essence, whatever the color, religion, or gender. We have a deep respect of creations and creators, and that's key in our services we provide. We try to respect your creative intents and make sure that they are preserved until the final deliveries on all media and in all the country. And finally, we are here to find solutions to ease business and create new business opportunities, developing workflows, new tools, fitting your own needs. This was a short presentation of the group, and now back to Juliette.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Bertrand. No, I'm okay. I will go fast on that. It was just to provide you with an overview of the market. Okay, we've been talking about digital, and digital is growing. Actually, what you are seeing in orange is the share of the digital market, which is taking over the global media and entertainment markets. So it's just to present to you the trend. And this one is important because in 2020, actually the subscription video on demand revenues is now worldwide higher than the box office. And this is something, sorry for the box office here, but this is something that will continue to grow. That's production, yeah. What's also very important, and I guess this is part of what we've been discussing earlier, how the mobile is taking over, and that's going to create a lot of business opportunity. So nowadays, the smartphone overtake the fixed broadband as a primary source of data consumption. So for instance, it means that worldwide, we're going to consume content and data through our mobile, and we'll be connected to internet through the mobile instead of having a fixed broadband. That is just about the mobile subscribers. So just to show how the progression, the evolution from one region to another. And we can see that the two regions that are booming regarding the number of mobile subscribers are APAC, so meaning Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Having said that, it's also important to say that currently speaking, as we speak, half of the worldwide population is connected to 4G, and it should almost reach 60% in the next 4 years. About the more dynamic countries regarding the consumer, so we are always glad to see that Nigeria is really on top, and that will continue that way, and the other countries are mainly from Asia. So that brings us on a more deep focus about the African market. It's a lot of blah blah. It's because, you know, with my French accent, it's not always easy to follow. But what's important here, if you compare the population, Asia is an aging continent. They are getting more and more old. And Africa, on the other hand, the average age of the population is in 22 years old. It's important to state that because it's completely related to the way our consumers will consume content in the years to come. And more younger they are, more they are into tech and into the mobile. What's important as well, because they are your direct customers, is the middle class. And the middle class tripled in Africa over the past 30 years. And while in Asia, it do represent half of the middle class worldwide. So just to go faster as well, as we said, the population connected to the mobile internet, it's booming in these two regions, and it's growing. So maybe later on you can review more in details these figures we can share. Pay TV is still dominating in Africa. So maybe free-to-air are facing some challenging, but the pay TV is going well. And currently speaking, in Sub-Saharan Africa, we can count for 22 million subscribers, and that's going to almost double within the next 5 years. And of course, you have the big players, but you know them. And now let's have a look on the OTT, because OTT is what's changing a bit the world. So Netflix nowadays in Africa owns almost 60% of the entire SVOD market in Sub-Saharan Africa, which counts approx for 2.5 million subscribers, which seems to be nothing compared to the 200 million they have worldwide. But still, that will almost triple in the next few years. And the market share of Netflix will slightly drop down because Netflix and Amazon are now almost there. So Amazon is there, but they haven't started localizing, and Disney Plus is planning to start tapping the Sub-Saharan Africa by next year. So having said that, all this OTT, so by 2026, the Sub-Saharan region should count for 13 million OTT subscribers and creating a revenue of 1.7 billion. So the nice figure is plus 340% growth. Here, the graph will show you the subscribers, Netflix versus multi-choice. And now in Asia, of course, the figures are massive. Out of China and India, you have 500 million subscribers to OTT. And what's interesting in Asia, because this is maybe something that will come soon in Africa, is most of the consumer, they are subscribing to 3 to 4 different platforms. So, you know, sometimes we are afraid that Netflix might take over the entire consumer. But when we see this trend in Asia, it's absolutely not the case. And actually, the local Asian OTT platforms are now grabbing a lot of market shares by providing very local content. However, once again, well, we see that later, localization is a key. So you have, yeah. And the other point that I wanted to share with you is the AVOD. AVOD nowadays in Asia account for 50% of the entire market. So we could imagine that's a model that will arrive very soon within the continent. Okay, I'll go fast anyway. It's about the broadband. We saw that. And no, let me go back, sorry. Something. Yeah, so in conclusion, what we are experiencing is, with this OTT platform is global. And if it's global, it means you reach out any people, any culture, any territories. And this is where the localization is becoming a key. And it's part of the way to increase your revenues and to expand your footprint. So this is what we're going to talk about. And also to express that this US major, they do design the future standard of our entire economy and industry. So if we want to grab this entire world and expand out there, we also need to meet this international technical standard. And this is what we would like to bring you through. So now, okay, I'll go also fast on that. It's about the localization. So just some key figures that I thought it was very interesting. 70% of the content 75% of the content consumers would rather prefer, non-native English, would rather prefer to consume content in their own language. And it means on the other way around, that all the content that you may have which is not in English, if you want to reach out the English-speaking audience, then you will have also to dub or to sub in English. What's also interesting is, according to Netflix, as soon as they started localizing, they doubled their revenues. So that's why their strategy regarding their rollout in terms of localization is to go one territory by another one, and then to start localizing. And as soon as they penetrate a country with localization, they double the subscription. Another figures, just for info, according to WHO, 5% of the worldwide population is hearing impaired. And within our work, we are also addressing content, and we should not let them aside to the blind and to the deaf. So this is also another market share that we have to keep in mind, that there are consumers, this is an audience, and we should not let them aside. So that is just to show you Netflix and Amazon Prime nowadays. This is where they are available, all the territories in red. So except Syria, China, and North Korea, everywhere. However, it doesn't mean they have localized yet in all these countries. It's a process. Here you have Disney. So in blue, this is where Disney Plus is. In red, this is where they are now penetrating the market by localizing. In yellow, this is where they are broadcast through a partner. And Disney make it clear they're going to complete their rollout in Asia by this year until mid-2022, and then we will see them around. So that's just a recap about the strategy of the majors, but just for you to understand that when they do acquire one of your content, we are in the back doing the localization. If I could give you an example of Namaste Wahala that has been produced in Nigeria. So we localized it in 31 languages, and that includes Japanese, Brazilian Portuguese, Norwegian, Swedish, whatever you may think about. Plus, we included as well the closed captioning SDH for the deaf impaired, for the deafs. So, and I will finalize here my blah blah about what localization is about. Because, when we discuss with our clients, in many occasions they are saying, but it's easy, just translate and send over. No, it's not that easy. Localization will require a lot of steps, a lot of human beings, and also we need also some materials from you. So I just wanted to do a quick recap that when we are doing subtitling, we will need from you a master file or a proxy file, and ideally a script or a dialogue list. What we're going to do then is, if we receive your master, we will create a proxy, and then we will ingest the material. We will spot. So when you spot, it's TC in and out about all the dialogues, and it could be more when we do closed captioning. Then we do a translation, and that also, it's a key part, because when you do a translation, you may need also to build a KNP, which is a key name and phrases, because let's say you guys, you have a typical pidgin expression. If I do not explain what this expression means, my guys in China, they will have no clue how to translate. And if we are not as close as possible to the original intent of the creative, you are the guys who are creating beautiful pieces. Our job is to make sure that we will keep your creation, your intent as it is. And that's very crucial also to keep the essence of the content. Then we do a proofreading, then we do a spot QC, and then we deliver. And along the way, all the files that we are creating for you guys, it's yours. So you can use them later on as you want. As per the dubbing, and this is where we're going to go more in depth with Malcolm, what we need from you is a proxy or video master. What we need is the original dialogue list, if that exists. The M&E, this famous M&E, music and effects, not embedded with dialogues. Otherwise, we have to recreate the M&E. And also in optional, the print master and the music cushion. What do we do as? Of course, once again, we create a proxy. We do an M&E QC, because sometimes the M&E can be slightly damaged, so it will not be usable. We will do a casting with you. We will do a spotting detection. It means that the spotting for dubbing is far more complex because we have to detect all the reactions. We will do a translation adaptation. We will review the adaptation. We will do the recording, the artistic direction, the mixing, the editing, the QC, and all of these files, once again, are yours. So it's your asset at the end of the day. Here I am. So now we go through a superb story of cinema. And also, because, you know, it's a lot of info, don't hesitate to ask questions along the way. Yeah, please.
Thank you for this. I just want to ask you, stopped at the dubbing, and I'm sure you know that there are other requirements, technical requirements when it comes to delivering to the OTT platforms. I would have preferred, or everyone would have preferred, if we had seen a list of provisos.
You will.
At what point now?
Just right after that.
Okay,
yes, as I said, we go from the easiest to the more complex.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll go through that, because we would like each of you to understand what are the technical requirements. So yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Malcolm. I'm responsible for Master QC and Asset Management at Hiventi. So basically, what you see here are two images, and they're the first instances of photographs that were taken in black and white. The very first one was taken by Joseph Niepce in 1826, and it had a process time of 8. Mike? Yeah. It had a process time of 8 hours, so you can imagine how long that took. Eventually, over the next decade, his colleague Louis Daguerre kept on working on the process, and he took the first photograph of a person. And I would like to challenge the audience to try and spot the person in the image at the bottom. Anyone? Anyone? Okay, so the guy is right at the bottom here at this point. And the story of the picture is that he's the only person who stood still enough for him to be captured in the image. So you can imagine the camera was placed for a total time of around 20 to 40 minutes. And eventually he was the only one captured. Guys were passing through the street and nobody else was captured. So a year later, Louis Daguerre introduced the process publicly, and in 1839, it's said to be the year of birth for still photography. And the reason why I'm going through this slide is because I want us to understand where pictures in motion came from. So let's take a look at the first video that I prepared for you. Emmanuel, please play the first video.
Another important photography
You can actually play
pioneer
all
during
of
this
them,
time
all
was John
till
Herschel,
from
who
number 1
was
to
a
number 3.
great chemist
Thank
and
you.
figured out many of the chemical reactions necessary for making fixing agents in the photographic process. He even brought the word photography into the mainstream vocabulary in 1839 and was the first one to use words like positive, negative, emulsion, and snapshot in terms of the photographic process. In addition to developing and improving many photographic processes that Niepce and Daguerre later built upon, he introduced the idea of using glass negatives.
Play the second
Another
one.
important photography pioneer during this time was John Herschel, who was a great chemist and figured out many of the chemical
the first
reactions necessary.
So this is the second video.
When Edward Muybridge began, photography was a relatively new medium. The pioneering photographers of his time had to essentially invent their own cameras and their own chemistry. Muybridge began his career making pictures of Yosemite, taking his bulky camera and portable darkroom through the valley's rough terrain to the high peaks where he could capture the landscape's dramatic heights and plunging chasms. To achieve the shots he wanted, he took his camera out to precipices where his assistants wouldn't dare follow. At this time, a controversy prevailed among experienced horsemen as to whether all the feet of a trotting horse were clear of the ground in the same instant. To settle the debate, the railroad magnate Leland Stanford hired Muybridge to photograph his prize racehorse, Occident, at a trot. Muybridge constructed a track specifically for the purpose. Multiple cameras were lined up, each connected to a wire stretched across the track. As the horse hit each wire, a camera was triggered to capture an instant in time. Horses on merry-go-rounds and an academic painting had long been represented with all feet off the ground, stretched out in front and back. Muybridge's pictures proved something else, that the feet do leave the ground at once, but when they're under the horse's body. Muybridge experimented with the optical gadgets of the time, the zoetrope, thaumatrope, and phenakistoscope, and he created something he called the zoopraxiscope, a precursor to cinema. It showed his still images in rapid sequence, reanimating the still photos, and cast the image on a wall. Some would say that the only thing lacking was the sound of the hooves pounding the ground, or they would have believed that horses were really running through the room.
French illusionist and filmmaker Georges Méliès was doing a lot with the medium of film in the most creative ways. Again, Méliès was an illusionist, so he was already working with magic and tricks in everyday life. The medium of film allowed him to really dive into the craft, and through some creative camera work and some more even creative post-production work, he was able to do some amazing things. Some things were even discovered by accident. For example, in 1896, he was filming a city street, specifically a bus driving down a road, when his camera jammed. In the time that it took him to unjam the camera and begin rolling again, the scene in front of him changed. Instead of a bus, there was a hearse. And so when he played back the film, the bus magically turned into a hearse. And of course, this gave him a whole world of ideas, which he began to implement immediately. Early on, he just created to create, without really too heavily working the tricks into story or plot. Still, though, he was able to do some pretty amazing things, and by 1900, he had already created many very innovative films. For example, here's Méliès's 1900 film, One Man Band, where he uses 7 simultaneous multiple exposures to duplicate himself. As you can imagine, with tricks like this, Méliès really began blazing the path for special effects. He attempted things that required such extreme care that nobody really attempted to copy him for a really long time. Milius continued to experiment with film in countless ways, including hand painting each and every frame of his films. Eventually, he hired an entire production line to help hand paint frame by frame, and the results are beautiful. In 1902, his film A Trip to the Moon was completely hand-painted, and he used elaborate sets and full costumes, careful choreography, and incorporated many visual effects. Milius sold black and white and color versions of the film, the color versions cost more, of course, to exhibitors all over Europe and America, and it became so popular that many producers, even Thomas Edison, pirated the film and made a lot of money from it. To stop the piracy, Milius put his brother in charge of counterfeit prevention in the United States, and such was the birth of the first piracy prevention program. Milius made over 500 films, some only a minute long, some up to 40 minutes long. Here, his 1903 film, Kingdom of the Fairies, was another worldwide sensation and combined more camera tricks and hand-painted film and continued to push the envelope for many years. As you can see, though, he primarily worked in the long shot, that tableau, which was very much a theater way of thinking. We see the entire stage, if you will, in our frame, all right? And in this style, one tableau follows another. So for as advanced as Milius was in his cinematic abilities, he didn't recognize the differences in shot compositions as something important to film language. Others were already beginning to think about this, of course, as we know, and with that growing realization, the world of cinema would begin to define the foundation of its filmic language, not as the scene, but as the shot. And those shots could be built to comprise the scene.
Sorry about that. So this is what photography looked like in 1839, and it was quite bulky. You can imagine that the process was just tiresome and hazardous to your health, okay? So basically, to run you through what we've just watched, I'll skip to the last slide, which is this. So what did we learn from the presentation that we just watched? It's important to have your scenes and stories combined. It's important to have your short compositions in order. And lastly, it's important to know the copyrights and protect your film from piracy. And as I introduced Bertrand, fun fact, as Hiventi, we have worked on some old films, and specifically George Milius. So Bertrand, I'd like to call you to the floor to address this.
Yes, we wanted to take the advantage to be here just to talk a little bit about one of our expertise, which is preservation and restoration. And as Malcolm said, we had the opportunity to work on the original negative from films from Méliès, so handling prints that was more than 100 years old, working with the French Cinematheque. We have the chance in France to have public institutions that are spending monies and helping preserve our heritage films. So, yeah. So, restoration and preservation are key activities in France, and maybe we wanted to share with you these topics. Each country has its own heritage films and productions. Some might be more than 100 years, such as the Méliès films, but other might be younger. These contents are fragile, and some works need to be performed so that they can be preserved over the time, but also licensed and broadcast on today's media, and make sure that these pieces can be seen by today's audiences worldwide. We have a strong reputation at Hiventi in image and sound restoration and preservation of heritage film. We do still operate our film lab, and I wanted to share with you these two photos. On the right, this is the actual building of the film lab at Hiventi, and on the left, it's exactly the same building. Well, it has some floor less, but anyway, it's the building which is on the right. So our film lab is still located in the old Pathé city of the cinema, where more than 1 century ago, Charles Pathé, which is one of the founder of the first studio in France, used to manufacture film and prints. And we are still very proud to maintain this activity. So if we decide to restore old contents, we will then be unable to make sure that these contents are preserved and not lost forever. As a reminder, late July, a fire destroyed the Brazilian archive in Sao Paulo, and some of the masterpieces of their heritage were completely lost. But also, restore films will make these pieces viewable by today's audiences on today's media, and that's key in terms of education, preservation of the culture. And also generate revenues and increase the value of a library. If you have old assets, you won't be able to do sales. If you do transfer these old assets into new formats, you will then be able to generate new sales. This applies to any kind of contents. It can be films from content private owners, it can be films from Cinémathèque, it can be films from public archive. At Eventi in Paris, you do work with ECPAD, it's a French army. They have a huge library of films that were shot for many, many years. And what they're trying to do is selling some extracts for documentary series or films. And so they have digitizing nearly all what they had. So just, and also apply to corporate films from private company. Just to make it clear, how does it work? If your film was initially shot in film, meaning 16 or 35 millimeter, try to access the highest quality available, meaning either the original negative or interpositive or internegative. And then what we will do is scan these assets in 4K, because with 16 and 35 millimeters, we can do 4K. Then we will do digital restoration, color grading, and then final export in 4K or UHD, and we can even make HDR color grading if we want to have the latest standards available. And then we do backup all these new restored files so that they can be preserved over the time. So we either backup on LTO, which is a kind of digital tape, or we can go back to film and strike an internegative. And from this final export, we will then be able to create all the deliverables you will need to make, to broadcast your program. We can create DCP for theatrical release. We can create DVD, Blu-ray, Blu-ray UHD. We can create any broadcast copy, of course SD, HD, and even UHD. And we can deliver any digital platforms. And in France, all the prestigious films that have been restored, usually they are back to the cinemas and there is a theatrical release. Some recent projects we have been working on, apart from the Méliès films Malcolm was mentioning, is other pieces by Jean Renoir, François Truffaut. But very interesting, we work on the films by Paul Verhoeven, Basic Instinct and Total Recall. These films are from the mid-90s. So when we are talking about heritage film, it's not only very, very old film, but it might be more recent film. But still, they will need works to be licensed again. I just wanted to mention, if you have contents that have been shot in video, meaning you don't have a film 35 or 16 millimeter, but you have SD or HD source, we usually do not upscale the original sources. Why? Because today all the players that are on the devices, your TV or whatever, your telephone, they will upscale the picture. So basically, platforms such as Netflix, they do request to have just the original native resolution and no need to make 4K from SD, because the result is not going to be good and it will be useless. So only preserve the native resolution.
If you have any questions in the meantime, yeah? Because now we're going to jump deep into into the technical.
Okay, just a quick question about making, what's the best format today to shoot to give your film longevity in terms of, you know, extending the time that it will take to have to restore it? Because there's a lot of, should you shoot in 4K, should you shoot in 6K? We're not shooting in film these days, well, not in this part of the country anyway, or part of the world, because it's expensive. So what would you advise anyone who's shooting now in terms of longevity, the best way to shoot? What's the best format to shoot?
As per today.
As per today, for the future?
As per today, it's 4K.
4K?
Yeah.
Okay.
As per today, it's 4K. It's better to be able to go down than to not have had the quality in the first place.
Okay.
So for now, it's not working, sorry.
No, we can hear you.
Hello? So I would advise, as a producer, just go 4K. If you can go 4K, go 4K. You know, even phones do 4K now, so and it's going to go higher. But 4K is a good place to be, if you're starting projects now.
And what's interesting with the restoration that we've been discussing about, because maybe in your archives, I don't know, you may have films at a certain point regarding the Nigerian heritage or what we have in Africa. And to know that we can really restore and make this film in 4K, and then to have this second life within this high-tech industry, that's possible.
I would also just like to stress that, you know, as a producer myself, the challenge we face on our continent is we made a lot of content, and then things changed, and then we are sitting with our content. And from where we sit as a company, we're saying, don't throw it away, just because even your children don't recognize what a VHS tape is. There's still hope, there's still potential. Come talk, let's see if there's anything that can be done, especially when it comes to our old films and stuff. When I started my career, we were shooting 35 mil. In a very short period of time, in the blink of an eye, we held 4K. I cannot explain to my children what these cans are for. So we should not think that it's not relevant. 40 years, 50 years, if people are restoring films and preserving films from 100 years, it means that as producers, we can actually go it's a long journey if we just manage our assets and preserve our assets well.
I just also would like to make the distinction between preservation and restoration. You might need to preserve your assets so that they won't be lost forever. So just scanning and say, okay, I'm just scanning, then do backup, secret backup storage, and then I will go back to the restoration or spend more money when I have the opportunity or when I have sale. But we really need to separate preservation and restoration. You can do preservation, meaning transfer or scans or whatever, with secret storage, and then go back for restoration a few years later if you don't want to cover the whole cost in one time.
Any other questions?
Switch on the mic. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to clarify this 4K footage. Are we talking about 4K raw, or because I know there's ProRes, there are very different cameras that shoot.
Okay.
4K. Is there a specific reference?
Okay, so I'll address that in my presentation in a few. So if you don't mind, please put that on hold. Okay.
So now we'll just move very quickly into now the. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Your restoration and preservation business approach. I want to know if you collect in full, if you have to be given that, looking at it from the government perspective, where I have a chunk of libraries on the hold of films and even some current, and going digital, which you'll be, which one would need your services. What's the business still like?
You're saying that from a government perspective, if there's a conversation with government to a private company like ourselves, what would be the discussion around how to
do
handle the project?
Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation because it's something certainly for even Kenya. We know there's a fund for the preservation. Culture is a very, very important part of everybody, you know. And I feel that in our continent we do struggle a little bit because we have tons and tons of cultural items, and how we're going to get young people to even see it. So I would say in this case, the easiest thing is to have a conversation, because we would need to understand what the items are, what state are they in, what can be done, what can't be done, and then provide a plan based on those assets.
Okay, maybe after this.
Absolutely.
We can start discussion.
We can have the discussion.
Which you can access easily. Which you can access easily. All right. After this, we go on discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so we can go back to the presentation. Please bring it up. Okay, so what you see here is the divisions of the world according to power lines. And you must be wondering, how does that affect your video projection? Well, depending on which region you're in, it determines what frame rate you will use. And this is why the Society of Motion Pictures exists. They're in charge of developing the technical specifications required, one, for, I'm sorry, that slide didn't come up on my end. Yeah, they're in charge of developing the standards required for broadcast, filmmaking, digital cinema, audio recording, and information technology. But this is it's not only the point where we refer to, but we refer to Netflix as our benchmark. Why? If you looked at Juliet's presentation, we saw that Netflix is slowly taking over the globe. And this is why we use them as our point of reference. According to a report that they published in January 21st, 2020, they have 167 million subscribers.
It's more than 200 now.
Yeah, yes, for sure. 206. So you can try and imagine when you make content, how many people are going to access your content. Because if I have a family of 4 children, that means 167 or 206 multiplied by 4, which reiterates the importance of, one, making sure our content meets the standards required. And a lot of times people have come to me asking me, what is the correct camera to shoot Netflix content? And I would say this, there's no correct camera to use for Netflix content. Here are some of the recommended cameras to use, but there's no particular one that they'll say, if you use this one, you'll be able to submit your content to Netflix. And if you look at the bottom right, I say that choose whatever is affordable and convenient for your camera crew. Because you might buy some equipment or gear that your camera crew doesn't know how to operate, and they end up being stuck, and you end up being stuck in production. So I'll move to our stronghold as African producers, which is where we excel in video production. So a lot of times when I've received content to review, our video quality is great, it's superb. Emmanuel, please put back the slide, because I need to review it. Thank you. So this is where we excel as African producers. Our content, one, it has great color accuracy because we've done the right white balancing. It has great exposure in terms of even the shots. We don't have shots that look like we are in a dark room anywhere. Great lighting, and the resolution is quite consistent. But, however, we have one issue whereby we combine different cameras using different frame rates. What does that do? It introduces duplicate frames in your content, and immediately, through the systems that we have internally, we are able to detect them and warn you before you submit the content onto Netflix. So this is very important for us to take note. Whenever you're shooting in the field, you need to make sure that you try and maintain 24 frames per second. Okay, are we together? Okay, I move on regardless. So I'll move to where we have a huge challenge, and why most of the times, like if I look at the rejection rate in African content, for example, Juliet brings me.
Yeah, may I add something? What Malcolm is trying to bring you through, since now we are working more and more for Netflix here in Africa, and we are delivering, so some of you have experienced and worked with us already. So when Netflix is acquiring the content to you, then it goes through us. We need to run a full QC, we need to fix what we can, or it goes back to you. And what we have noticed is we are always back and forth, and everybody is losing a lot of time and money. So why we are reviewing all of this is because if we are taking care of the tech since the beginning of the production, throughout, then we won't have these issues, and it's going to be very easy to deliver all these platforms worldwide.
Okay. Thank you, Juliet, for that. So I'll address one of our biggest issue, which is audio. And we normally have an attitude of, we'll fix it in post. So I'll tell you right now, for free, that's the worst attitude you could ever have. Why? Because when it comes to the audience, they'll forgive a blurry shot. They'll forgive a boom mic appearing in the shot, but not Netflix. And it's quite time-consuming and annoying to see technical or audio issues in a composition. And it's quite easy to have a good recording and a good composition, but it requires a lot of technical knowledge to capture audio in the right sense. And for this, I'm going to request Emmanuel to play the last clip. And please reduce it, because it's a tactic that I learned from school, audio engineering school, whereby you need to teach your audience how to be able to hear the technical errors. So, Emmanuel, please play.
There are a wide variety of things that can ruin your sound that can only be heard by listening to your audio with professional quality over-the-ear headphones. Simply watching sound levels on a meter or relying on your naked ears will not reveal any of the following: a cable clunking against a boom pole,
or just go out to the street and give it a shot.
Air conditioner noise.
More than one juggler in an act, there's more possibilities for, not just for comedy, but you have more stuff in the air, so it's a lot more visual.
Wireless interference.
It's fun to get people of all ages from the audience to come and participate in the show.
A distant plane.
When you jump up onto the unicycle and you're juggling fire way up in the air.
A loose microphone.
I have different routines that involve different age groups.
Excessive street noise, etc.
But it's very important, I think, to be able to adapt and do shows one night maybe in a bar and another night at a kid's birthday party.
So how do we avoid such errors? And I have 5 golden rules for this. 1, try and get your microphone as close as possible to your subject. What does this mean? And I need to address this because most of the times when we have audio distortion in our African content, it's mainly because we do not observe this rule. You try and get it as close as possible, but without causing distortion. I'd like to demonstrate. So right now, you can hear me clearly. And if I wanted to shout on this microphone, what I'd be required to do is push it away so that you do not hear the distortion. I'll give you an example. Malcolm! And of course, it distorts. And that's why at some section, you did not hear it. And it hurts your ears. But your technique is to make sure, like, if you're shouting, like when you're saying, hey, Oga now, you make sure that the content is not distorting, meaning you watch your levels, both from a headphone perspective and making sure that your viewer's experience is not hurt. Secondly, you need to monitor your feed from headphones. What does this mean? Simply just placing the camera there and using a microphone, monitor levels from your camera doesn't make sense, because there are things, as you've seen on the audio training, that you can't just spot from your visual aspect. And this is why we are required to monitor the signal from headphones. My personal favorite is the Sony MDR7506 because of its accuracy to replicate the environment that you're in and noise cancellation features. So that's just a note for anyone who would want to know what type of headphone to buy for location sound. 3, monitor your sound straight on camera. What does this mean? For example, in this particular event, we have a mixer where the front of house engineer sits. My feed is coming in through this microphone, and he's sending that to the cameras, and that's how the other audience is able to watch the feed. If the levels on the camera are clipping, he won't be able to notice until whoever is operating the camera is responsible and is hearing it on his headsets. And that's why we say monitor, because on the main mix station, the audio might be fine, but on the camera, it's clipping. So this is why we recommend that you make sure you monitor your sound from the camera. Lastly, scout your location and always record room tone. Why do you need to scout your location? For example, here there's so many things that could possibly go wrong. this stand might fall down, and that might be a challenge to us because you won't be able to capture my dialogue. You hear some interference, and that's why we need to make sure as we go around the room, we make sure that there's nothing that will alter the dialogue that we're capturing. Why do we record room tone? This is because, and as you'll see in a moment, because I'll be talking about workflows, this is because this is where we are able to get the reverb of the room, okay? Because the ideal workflow, I'm sorry, I'll skip ahead, but I'll go back. The ideal workflow is to go on location, record the film, come back to studio, call back the cast to record the dialogue, okay? So if you don't have the room reverberation, you won't be able to replicate the audio from a studio recording to make it sound as it was when you are capturing it on location. So that slowly transitions to one of the errors when you're looking at your content before you want to submit it to Netflix. One, you need to be aware of audio drop to silence. And I'd like to demonstrate how that would happen. For example, I'll be giving this speech and eventually that happens and you can't hear anything and it comes back. So that's one example of audio drop to silence. Off sync is quite obvious. When you're speaking, the picture is moving and it's not capturing the accurate dialogue. Technical noise, we already had the training, so we know what to look out for. Hollow dialogue, this is when we don't respect the mic's response pattern. So, for example, this mic is an omnidirectional mic. That's why it requires me to speak directly into its capsule. If I was to tilt it and speak to the side, you'll notice that it doesn't capture my sound. So what that does, you end up recording the room. And this has been a huge challenge in our productions because you find we're in the same room. I think my battery is out. Oh, sorry. Hello? Yeah. So we're in the same room. We are conversing. And Juliet is here. We're in the same shot, but my levels are okay. And Juliet levels are way low. Yeah, so that's one of the rejections that we usually experience, and it's quite easy to fix, you know? It's just a matter of observing and making sure that you're looking at the response pattern of your mic. Two, poor audio mix. And one of the panelists, Jeremy, had mentioned that one, he's the video editor, he's the sound engineer, he's the color gradist. I want to tell you that that is not a good practice. Because as much as you would comfortably fit in those roles, this is the reason why we have specialization. And this is why you have audio engineers to make sure that they... can I please have another mic? Because it seems to... Yeah. Thank you. It means you're paying attention. So this is why we have mix engineers. They help in making sure that we adhere to loudness standards. And whenever you're mixing and mastering and delivering to these different platforms, which we normally do internally, we normally respect their audio loudness standards. What does this mean? Spotify, iTunes, Netflix, Disney, all have their loudness standards. And this is why we have in-house engineers who make sure by the time you give us your content, we mix and master according to the loudness levels that are required to deliver to the broadcaster. So let's take a look at the workflow of a production. Now that we know we've recorded the audio, we've captured it great, we've shot the video and it's amazing. So I want to look at the workflow, and I don't know if you can be able to see clearly. People at the back? We're good, okay. So, usually, once we've shot, we start with a bit of editing. And please take note of this slide. It's very important because without your assets, which is a big, big challenge in our region, without any assets, your content will never move past your own region. I'll say that again. Without the assets that are required to localize, your content will never move past your region or your target audience. Okay? So, what happens? We've shot. We capture the footage into cards, and we start editing. At this phase, two processes start at the same time. We edit as we start to do sound design, which is basically creating the music for the film, and Foley design. meaning adding the effects. And this is how we get the music and effects track that Juliet was mentioning before. As we edit, we also do color grading and get the picture lock. Once we get the picture lock, we'll do the final mix. But it doesn't happen on the editing software, and that's why you note that it's all clearly on the side. It's not part of editing. You have sound mixing separate from editing, the editing process. Okay? So what do you do at the sound mixing process? One, you master your music, dialogue, and effects separately, not combined, because these are amongst the deliveries required by Netflix and any broadcaster to localize your content. I'll say that again in case it wasn't clear. Without M&E, without your effects and your dialogue, you will not be able, because there's a question that Moses asked yesterday. How do I make sure my content is being watched in Asia, in China? And it's simply by localizing the content. But if you simply don't have these assets, you're stuck. You're stuck with the content. So we work all the way through editing and mixing. Finally, we move to the master. What is a master? Basically, this is a broadcast asset that we prepare for any media entity. When I say media entity, I'm talking about the big broadcasters like Netflix, BBC, Nat Geo, the big guys who air content that we shoot. So, one, you're supposed to refer to the SMPTE methods of submission. However, since we are referring to Netflix, we'll start by their first submissions, which you can submit 2 files, the IMF and the AV package. Since we're big on cinemas, we'll talk about the IMF. And IMF is basically an inter-master operable file. This file contains different playlists and the music and effects tracks. And I think Juliet wants to mention something about that, so yeah.
Yeah, the IMF, we wanted to mention it. Once again, these majors, they are creating the international technical standard. So it was just to make you aware about this packaging that is now becoming a standard. You don't have to bother. We are doing the work, but it's just for you to be aware that that's going to be a must to deliver. And Netflix, each time they are acquiring a content that's going to become a branded content, so branded or Netflix, for instance, it has to be packaged in IMF.
The inter-master operable file. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because one, something to note about is you require certain encoders to do this process, physical encoders like hardware. So that's why you can't do it within your basic editing software. And I would recommend that you visit Iventi, of course, because we can do it for you and take away the technicalities. So now that we're on video, let's talk about what type of submissions are accepted. Of course, all the resolutions from 4K, HD, and standard definitions are accepted. So frame rates are there also, in case you want to take a photo, so that I don't go all the way into it. Okay, we'll share the slide after the presentation. So I'd like to talk about video blockers when it comes to Netflix submissions. One, and this has been a huge challenge in our African content, because we create our content and burn subtitles into it, thinking that it's added advantage, and I'll tell you now for free, it's not. Because what happens is that Netflix does not accept on-screen text that is not, one, the credits and the title of the film, and also the beginning montage. Okay, so everything else like FBI warnings, timecode bunting, advertisements, slates, rating cards are not allowed, which is what you see. Oh, I'm sorry. Which is what you see on the first point. Secondly, I'll tie these two together, which is black frames and commercial blacks. We do not allow more than 1 second of a black frame at the beginning and at the end of your content. However, sometimes we create content and put commercial blocks in between. This is not allowed. You're supposed to edit it out before you submit it to Netflix. So we already talked about bunting subtitles. So let me address something about forced narrative subtitles, because it's one of the required submissions, which is the last point. While we were having the previous presentation, somebody said, Nyash, and people started laughing, and I was like, okay, what's this Nyash? You know, what do you mean? And after asking around, it was quite interesting to find out what it meant. But yeah, this is the purpose of the forced narrative subtitle, to make sure that as you do your content, various people in various regions don't miss out on what you meant, okay? So it's one of the required submissions. It's called a forced narrative subtitle. So as you submit your content to Netflix, you need to incorporate that in your content, okay?
I just want to say something very quickly, because maybe you're thinking you're the ones who have to do it. I just want to make it clear. Hiventi Africa is a technical partner. So normally, of course, it's a distributor who gets the deal with Netflix. When that deal is made, the distributor will end up having to come to us or any other person who has the same badge that we have. So Kenya office and Nigeria, we're badged to do this work. So it's not you to do it. What we need is to make sure that you know that you have to give us very clear assets and what kind of assets must be provided. Our job is then to take it and do all of that and take the headache away. You will not have a sleepless night. Our job is to do that. So we're just walking you through the kind of things that they ask for, but it is actually us who will do that work. So don't panic. That is what we are here for. We are your technical partner.
Okay, please do. Forced narrative subtitle.
Subtitles that you talked about, and you said it has to be in a separate file.
Yes.
My question would be that, would that be like an SRT file, or it would be?
Yes.
It would be an SRT
So
file.
usually it's.
But we do it, same.
We're the ones who
We
do
do
it.
it. No worries, we do it.
I know, but I can ask questions, please. Please. Yes. I just wanted to know if it will come in SRT files, and would those files be integrated? Because when you're asking for no burnouts, that means no integrated subtitling from the original content. That's the original must come clean.
Yes.
The SRT files, would that be at the point of broadcast, or would that be at the point of event delivering on behalf of the producer?
So, like we said, what we usually do is take away the headache from you. So once you make your request to submit your content onto Netflix, all the technical responsibilities shift to us. And that's why I think at some point we'll cover our workflows so that you understand how we've perfected it. And it's so easy for us to do it. Like if you give us your film, within 1 week, all the processes are done and it's submitted.
You've not answered my question.
Sorry? Okay.
My question would be, like I said,
Yeah.
the first narrative subtitles.
Yes.
Yes. At the point of broadcast,
Yeah.
I'm the viewer.
Yeah.
I'm not aware that it was submitted independently or it was submitted separately.
Yeah.
I'm asking, is that event's responsibility to integrate, or is integrated at the point of broadcast at the playout section at
the
Netflix
player
studio?
section.
At Netflix studio, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, awesome.
So we deliver all these files separately. And then according to your IP and where you are, you're going to have one or the other first narrative coming out to be in the right language.
So that means that Eventi would also create first narrative in different languages.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So when, so that's why I was saying, like, I took this Namaste Wahala example because it's one of the last that we did. But yes, for all of these 31 languages, we created the subs. That's okay. And then Netflix decided to dub this series in something like 7 different languages. And as soon as this dub, so let's say you have, so it's in Yoruba, Hausa, and English, and we have to dub it in Brazilian Portuguese. So it means all information that it's coming in the image, which is in English, Hausa, Yoruba, or whatever, we have to create a first narrative in Brazilian Portuguese.
So it's not lip sync dubbing, it's subtitling.
Yeah, you have the lip sync.
subtitle.
The first narrative is only to translate what's on screen.
Yeah.
Yep. So you have the dub, it's a lip sync dub in Portuguese.
Okay.
And all information that is plot pertinent regarding your story in the image are obviously not dubbed because it's a fixed image, but are sub. And this is what we call the forced narrative. And it goes usually to any dubbing. As soon as you change the language of the program, then you create the forced narrative to explain what is happening into the screen to the audience.
Even the action movements are displayed in forced narrative. That means the action movement. You know, the action movement is different from the dialogues.
I just wanted to give another example. Maybe you know the show Narcos. Narcos, it's both in English and Spanish. And if we do dub into Finnish, let's say, we will only dub the English dialogues, and we will create false narratives for all the Spanish dialogues. It's a choice, an artistic choice. Maybe this is the way Netflix did, but they might have chosen to dub everything into Finnish, but you would have lost the flavor, maybe, of the Spanish sequences, etc. So all that has not been dubbed, you will still need to understand if you are Finnish. So if it's dubbed in Finnish, you will understand it. But if you keep the Spanish dialogues, you are not speaking Spanish, you will need to create these false narratives. So on some films, you have 0 false narratives, and some films, you might have half of the dialogues in false narratives.
So what he's talking about, we call it idiosyncrasies. That means that for all the languages, that means the localized languages or the gestures that are in localized languages, like the Spanish. If they were originally in Spanish, you may not get the Finnish version of it accurately, spelt out for the viewers. So then you convert it into forced narrative. But I was asking about the action lines.
I think you are talking about audio description, maybe?
No.
No.
So in a script, in a generic script, you have the dialogue and you have the action lines. That means that you have yes, that's what I'm saying. That is it the action lines that go into first narrative?
Oh,
no,
not at all.
Not
at all.
Okay.
It's really, let's say you have 2 people, they are walking in the street, and you have an advertising banner, and what it's written, it's plot pertinent regarding the story. So we need your audience to understand what it's written in these ad banners. So this is like a sub to translate what is appearing in the image.
Okay, so I continue on to my last slide when it comes to video blockers. Sorry. Okay, so once that we've talked about native frame rate. So this is very important. I recommend that we shoot in 24 because we can easily move across the frame rates, which is 29, 60, and even drop frame 29.97. However, it's something that we faced, a challenge that we faced before is that content producers tell us that we shot it at 23, but they submit the film in 25. That introduces video defects. However, we deal with that internally before we submit the content. Aspect ratio is really an important thing to pay attention to. You cannot combine a 4:3 shot with a 16:9. That's just not possible, which leads me to my last point, appraising content. It's strictly prohibited because what you're trying to do is, let's take standard definition. You try and take a standard definition and appraise it to 4K. It doesn't contain the color information, so it's not possible to transition through those various versions. So I'll move into audio. Okay. So as I wind up and talk about audio, I'll address 2 last things, which is audio layout and the importance of packaging audio in the right format, and naming conventions. So these are the various, these are the various audio layout formats. And if you were here yesterday, you heard about someone who brought in their film into a cinema and it was only playing on one side. That is because it had the wrong packaging. And the first one, this is the channel mapping on the right, whereby you're supposed to either package it in stereo with channel 1 and 2 being left and right. For 5.1, those are the layouts. Lastly, for 5.1 plus 2.0, those are the layouts. And for all this audio, it needs to be 48 kilohertz sample rate and 16 to 24 bit depth. Naming conventions. It's quite important to name your assets in the right way, because this is the way we'll be able to track them and be able to take care of them and just know if we don't need to consult you on what is what. So this is the ideal naming convention that we use, whereby you start by the project title, the season, what is the frame rate, the asset type, number of channels in the audio, sample rate, bit depth, channel mapping, and what version is it. Because sometimes mixes go all the way till version 4, or video edits go all the way till version 5. So it's important to take note which version are you using. So here are some samples as I conclude and leave the floor to one of my colleagues. Here are some samples. Can you see it?
I hope you still have some energy just to talk about...
Okay. So, lastly, again, I see it again. Okay. What are the assets required by Netflix when you're doing a Netflix production? 1, print master audio. Basically, this is the final mix that you have. Print master localized, whether you're turning it into another language, which is ideally what we'll do internally. Music and effects, now that we know the workflow and how to achieve it. Dialogue stems, language template, pivot language dialogue list, as recorded dubbing script, audio description script, dialogue audio stem, audio description, localized mix project files, key names and phrases, and locked cut proxy.
Yeah, so once again, most of these assets, we are creating it. Yes. But what we need from you is really the source material and the separate tracks. Then, yeah.
And I must say thank you for this knowledge. It's very, very enlightening. Could you take us through what language template is?
I go? Yeah? All right, so once again, let's say your film, it's going to be subtitled in 30 languages and dubbed in 10. So you imagine when you are in Japan, you have absolutely no clue about the Nigerian culture, right? And in your film, you may use so many idiomatic expressions, so many words that are so local. So the templates, actually, it's us creating a dialogue list in English. So let's say if you have some dialogues in Yoruba, Hausa, we will translate it in English, and we will add on annotations. This annotation is to contextualize and to help our translators or adaptators in China to reflect the same meaning in their own language and to keep the essence of it. So this is what the templates. And once again, everything what we are creating along the way, then you can grab it back because it can be useful for you later on to keep a version of this English template if you may work with another studio or decide to, go elsewhere. So it's assets.
And in the Netflix ecosystem, an English template is the word for template for subtitling, creation of subtitling into many different languages. And for dubbing, they call it the PLDL, Pivot Language Dialogue List. So it's this file that will enable to dub into any other languages after. And these are files that are not you don't broadcast all these files.
No,
but these files you will need to create them, so that you can then dub and subtitle
other languages, yes.
and accompany the strategy of release.
They are major assets.
Exactly. So we would like to finish talking about asset management, which is an important part also. As you are quite aware of, there has been major changes in the offer to the final consumer since the arrival of the digital, global, regional, and digital platforms. So for you, it's good. You have more opportunities to do sales because you have more broadcasters. It's all the more rights that you are also dealing with non-exclusive rights. So you might sell rights to several platforms at the same time. And now your contents can be made available worldwide. So more broadcast modes and territories mean more windows to handle, more deliveries to do, and then more technical cost, because each delivery will require some technical costs. On the other side, the business model has changed. Maybe in the past you used to have big minimum guarantees, etc., whereas now all the rights are spread across many, many windows. Each sales will not have the same kind of revenues as before. So you have more and more sales. Each sales generate lower revenues, but still you have technical costs attached to each delivery. So we need to find solutions. And we need to optimize the workflows to reduce the costs. So all this evolution, recent evolution of the market has consequences on you. You now need to have permanent access to your source materials because you might generate a sale, and this sale you will need to deliver your assets very quickly. You must be able to deliver anywhere in the world because now we are living in a global world and your contents travel a lot. And of course, you need to have technical costs in line with the revenues driven by each sales. And from our perspective as a vendor, we had to adapt ourselves to be able to handle large volumes. And we've worked on deals made with major digital platforms, including more than 1,000 titles. And on each title, maybe we needed to deliver 5 different assets, AV files, secondary audios, force narrative, blah, blah, blah. So we need to get used to handle, and we are, large volumes of deliveries. We need to handle any kind of specs and workflows. You might ask us to deliver Amazon, Netflix, Disney, Nickelodeon, US, Europe, whatever. We must be able to handle that. And we must comply with their requirements because what we want to avoid is rejection. Rejection is we will lose time and maybe money and confidence from your clients. So we absolutely need to comply to their requirements at the first delivery. And of course, reactiveness, because we have less and less time to deliver. So once this has been said, we have created at Eventy a new offer. And this offer, as I mentioned before, is really market-driven. It's because the market has evolved and your needs have evolved that we did adapt our offer to be able to ingest, QC, store, do asset management and delivery. And all this into one single offer. What the target? We mentioned it before. We want to help you sell your programs and deliver. So we are here also to give more value to your library of titles. I'm talking about old titles. You might have old assets that have not been properly ingested, that have not been properly referenced, so it's going to be difficult to generate revenues on that. We are here to help you and to make these contents back on the market and ready to generate and to make new sales. On the other hand, we try to develop, to reduce the technical costs attached to each sale and lower down the costs, and this should increase the profitability of each sale. How do we do it? First, working with you on an inventory of the assets you hold. So we can do an audit. You can provide us with a list of assets you have. It might be Excel file, partial files. We can make audits, whatever, and just check what you have, what kind of assets you have on each title. And then we will have several steps to ingest these assets into our system. We can also help you sell your program through our platform, which enables you to send streaming links for viewing purposes to prospects or some buyers. And finally, we will help you in using these automated workflows I was mentioning, and automated workflows with the ability to deliver any TV network or digital platform. I'm, of course, talking about a 100% digital world. So meaning this offer can only work if you have digital sources. If you don't, we can create them. Our offer is relying on properly ingested and qualified /QC'd assets. Why? Because the more we know about your assets, the more we will be able to automate. If we don't know, for example, if there is black bars, tones at the beginning, you won't deliver this to Netflix, so we need to clearly know what the first image of your program and the last image of your program. If you don't have this information in our database, we won't be able to automate. Then our offer relies on a secured online storage. Why online? Because we might have access instantaneously and quick to do the deliveries, so we do store online, which is secured. We do provide an asset management web platform, so you can have access and you can manage your contents by yourself. You have access to these automated workflows. You can generate yourself without our help straight deliveries or more complex deliveries. And this platform is linked with our backend with all the automated and semi-automated workflows I mentioned before. So just to sum up, I need to mention metadata because more and more when you're delivering content to digital platforms, not only you need to deliver assets, but also metadata. So just to sum up, this is what I explained. You have library of titles. They might be on tapes. They might be on LTO, hard drive disks, or whatever. We need to ingest this. We can provide digitization restoration. And then it's properly stored. We do the same with the metadata. We do ingest these metadata. We do QC them to ensure that the data are convenient. And for new shows, we can ingest all the files from post. And once this is done, ingested, QC'd, we can proceed with deliveries and workflows. So this is, we have, I want to mention just a case study and we'll finish it with it. We have been working with a French animation company, and we need to handle the migration of more than 5,000 AV files. It was TV series, more than 18 shows, several seasons, etc., etc. It was 45 terabytes of data. And, well, we did it. And we did it in a 6 months period of time. And since then, the client, we did that just before COVID. And the client was very happy to have all these assets ingested because they could generate themselves from home without our help, their deliveries, because these assets had been previously properly ingested. So this is just an example of how easy it can be then to manage your assets, do deliveries, and of course, not everything is automated, and some deliveries might be more difficult and needed human expertise, but we would be able to provide everything.
Just before any questions, I just want to say something as a producer from my producer hat. We've talked about the issue of audio, and I can tell you from my own experience, I don't know why we treat sound people the way we treat them, but it is a budget that you cannot scrimp on. It is just as relevant, just as important as the visuals. You cannot underestimate the value of a good sound man who knows what they're supposed to do, what assets they need to give you. They're doing all the other sound, and they're getting all the B-roll, and they're getting the ambient sound. These things make a huge difference to a fantastic product. So I beg you, it is something we have to change in this continent. The sound man cannot just be a relative who you decided because he likes music, he's going to record this thing. You must invest in a good sound man. Yeah, let us respect the roles of every person in our chain, in our supply chain. Let us not underestimate. I watch some things, and I'm so shocked when you see the shock of the producer or the editor when they realize that an entire scene has been destroyed because there was no sound. You know, and all because we wanted to save a couple of bucks. So please, you must include a good and decent sound budget in your productions. I would also say, just to reiterate what Malcolm, even for the visuals, do not rely on this idea that your editor is going to create a special effect to help save the fact that you didn't have the information in the first place. So please get everything planned so that you get all your assets properly from the beginning. And also the storage of the assets and having all these different separate elements, because this is what you can move from a TV series into a podcast, into short videos. The shelf life of your product can go from one thing into just about anything if you have all these different assets carefully stored, labeled, and ready for use in just anything that can be done, especially for localizing, subtitling. You can do a whole, I was giving an example yesterday, Dateline. I'm a true crime enthusiast. Dateline is an American true crime series that has been going on forever. I think it's older than me. And now I listen to all their podcasts because they kept the original audio properly. So I'm not even watching anymore, I just listen to it. So imagine the value they're getting, and they're selling it to, they're putting it on Spotify, Castbox, Amazon. They're creating short short podcasts. They're doing Q&As around content that they recorded 40 years ago. So let us start to take our assets very seriously, because they are our wealth. There is a lot we can get out of our assets. It's not a one-run, two-run thing. I'd also like to say it's really important to talk to technical partners. Whether we like it or not, the landscape is changing. I do believe it was accelerated because of COVID. We did not expect the kind of trajectories that we're seeing from Netflix and all. Their whole business model changed very, very quickly last year. So we have to catch up. The purpose of technical partners like ourselves is to advise. We're not going to tell you how to do everything, but we can certainly advise you, and please put these things into your budget. Please start to treat it as a cost in your post-production. It has to be a cost in your post-production. You might be sitting there thinking the distributor is going to do it. I've talked to a lot of distributors, they're not going to do it. So it is a cost that is going now back to the producers, and you must be ready for it. And as you're thinking about all the markets that you want, you must think, what will those markets need in order for me to be able to meet that goal? This idea that we can just keep begging people to just understand that we want our content to go out into the world is not going to work anymore. We are producers, we are professionals. It's time for us to go and say, these are the formats I can give you. This is the different versions I can give you. What do you want? So we are here to help in that process. You don't have to learn everything. That's our job. But at least consult us so that we can guide on even pricing and technical spec. Any questions, please?
Yes, we have questions. So I think you just touched on what I wanted to ask. I happen to wear two caps in different scenarios. Sometimes I'm a cinematographer, sometimes I'm a director. And whenever I want to do this, I always want to have discussions with people I do post with. Those are initial discussions about sound design, color management, color post-processing, and all that. So I'm always trying to do that. But I was hoping you would mention that before we think of going to location, that we come in and discuss these things. Is there...
Yes, there's space for that. Of course, there's standard, as we all know, just your basic guidelines on how we are supposed to do location sound and stuff like that. But for very specific things, maybe it's a multicam or something like that, and that there's some possible complications that might come up, we can absolutely have that conversation.
Okay, so the second one is, because I know, we all know that to get the deliverables to the post house, it also comes with documentations. Do you have like a template documentation that we take, not only for visuals, but for audio, special effects, whatever it is, that we just take the documents from you and know that we have to make sure that we dot all these lines and cross all these T's so that when we submit the we also submit the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, we are going to, we can share a checklist, what we could say a standardized checklist. What I would also like to say is we've used Netflix as a benchmark because they're the stormtroopers at the moment. There are other players in the field. Some of us might not want to go down the Netflix route. We might want to go to broadcasters. We might want to go to local streaming services. What we're saying is that aim high. Let us aim for the higher quality always, so that no matter where we go, and no matter how we do what we do, let us use the higher quality in order to be hitting all the boxes. We should not be restricted just because of language. The localization gives us the ability to do just about anything. If you have a film in Yoruba and you want to do it to Hausa, then get it localized well. If you want to do it to African French and sell it to a partner that you've already identified in Ivory Coast, just do it well. So we're using Netflix as an example because that is the benchmark, but we localize for a lot of content for African broadcasters and more, smaller streaming companies. It's not just Netflix.
Okay, I'm going to piggyback on what he said. So imagine I'm a new producer. I'm creating content. I'm looking to internationalize my content on different platforms, whether it's streamers, broadcasters, OTT, etc. And what's the roadmap for me? So I've finished filming, right? I have my assets and all that. I'm a new producer. I'm new in the game. You've said a lot of things, and it's really, really eye-opening for me. I work in distribution, but I also produce. So how do I, if I want to have that, streamlined process and all, what's the process after shooting and having my assets and all of that? Because, post-production, I might not always be talking about localization. I might want to do just post-production work, sound and the rest of it. So how does that work with you?
I can only advise from where I would sit as a producer. Where the product is going to go to is the thing that we would have started with at the beginning. Number one, what is my global audience if I want a global audience? There's some content that we produce that we're really not intending to send out further than our own countries, and that's fine. But if it's a global audience, it's to understand what are these people looking for in those particular countries. For obvious reasons, like African content is very popular with the people in the islands and the Caribbean and stuff like that. But they might want to hear it in Creole. They might want to hear it in something else. So how do we extend the life of our content? And I'd also like to say it's really important to understand what was this. Is your product even got a global appeal? Because we sort of make films and then we want people to love it because we made it. But does it have a global appeal? And these are some of the things that certainly the big streamers are looking for. Can these stories translate? And I've seen on Netflix, because there's so much Nigerian content, there are certain stories that just translate. Romance translates, fun and comedy generally translates. Happy, good feeling films generally translate. So it really boils down to you as the producer to work out, of course, before, where is this going to in the first place? Because it can't be something we're making a decision about at post. It is something that we would have identified at the beginning so that we are tweaking and adjusting in order to be able to meet those different audiences at the end of the journey. Because the marketing, distribution, promotion, who are the people I'm going to talk to and whatever, that informs the making of the film at the beginning, not at post, in my experience. I can't be thinking about it in post. I have to know why I'm doing this at the beginning.
So, sorry, just another question. Do you also have retainer packages for filmmakers? Because I'm thinking, there's some filmmakers here that might not, like I said, they're not necessarily working on big budgets and all, but they also want professional, and I know that you're very good. One thing with Hyvernt is that you've been able to adapt your packages to the market, which I think is fantastic. I've been, following you guys for a while now. So, but I'm saying in terms of, imagine I'm a producer and I want to is there like a retainer, or will there be in the future retainer packages? You know, like when you want to hire, if there's a production company that a post-production company that you're working with, and you say, okay, I'm going to be creating so and so amount of films, can we have this package?
Wider conversation.
Yes, like
Okay, I think from what I'm hearing, are you saying like, is there a way to be just paying for things slowly along the way, or is there, it's a conversation to have and at the beginning? I'm not understanding the retainer bit.
So basically, like, so you're, sorry? So let's say you want to do, you have, I don't know, 5 films to make for over a period of time, right? You know, like in the legal field, for instance, because I'm trying to think, because, you know, we work with sometimes new producers who might not necessarily have, you know, really large budgets to work with, but they still want to have quality content. So I'm saying, is there a way to like have something on a retainer, like it, maybe I should see you afterwards when I
Then we can, yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, this is Bright asking.
Ah.
Okay, so first, I don't know. This is too powerful. This section is just too powerful, especially for, not especially, I mean for every filmmaker, whether you're a producer or whatever. So I really want to thank the organizers of this program for making this happen. It's very powerful. So I would want to also say, I think we need more of this. And we need more of this because I would say we don't have 0.01% of filmmakers here. And we need to learn this. Then, thank God, our Oga from Nigeria Film and Video Censor Board is here, sir. Sir, I know you are not the government, but why all this was going, I could see the details. One good thing I loved is they take us through the step and tell you, don't worry, we'll handle it for you. That's fine. So for me, this is a big partner that can help us get the best of work. But something that started rippling through my mind is, it's now looking again to me like the oil business. Shell has come. Chevron has come. My 200 million powerhouse. You know, what am I doing? So I'm beginning to think also as a country, having Haventi as a partner that can help us achieve this class. I'm thinking that one of the questions she was asking is, aside maybe me going to Netflix, I'm trying to, just me, Bright, I have my content, even if I don't want to send it to Netflix, but I want to go get to that standard first, you know, engaging with you to have it, you know, get this thing well done. You know, is there a package for that can just help me? I'm not even thinking of Netflix. I may be thinking of something else. But I think as an industry too, because Nollywood grew to this point, to this visibility point, by itself, internally. So for me, I'm beginning to see that oil well going out again. We need to start rethinking. If I'm being selfish, I'm sorry, but I'm seeing a big industry from what Haventi has brought to us right now, a very powerful one, which if we don't start considering now, we'll start looking for subsidy for this oil. Thank you.
I just wanted to, you know, you had talked about the faith-based movies, and I was talking to a distributor earlier about faith-based movies. I mean, you've seen the market. So the question now I would throw to you is, where are those movies, and where are you taking them from, you know, if you shot them in Hausa, if you, not Hausa, in Yoruba, or whatever language. You have Christians all over the world. So what is stopping you from doing Jewish? What is stopping you from doing other languages? So there are easy wins with localization in terms of adding value. And that is what we're encouraging everyone to really think about. But I would also just like to reiterate, there are some things we did a long time ago before we knew what we know now. And it doesn't mean that that is completely lost. There's still the possibility of reviewing the quality of those assets. Is there a preservation or restoration that can happen in order for it to get a new shelf life? And it's very important for us to not just go and burn everything just because we did it a long time ago. Let's go back, let's look at what we have, and we're here to advise. You might just be able to get another 10 years strong from something you shot 20 years ago and you thought it was over just because it's in a box in a tape somewhere.
I guess we can wrap up. May I just say, Ijama, thank you so much, because it's very rare to have the tech people on stage, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think you need to have your pictures. It's been a very long day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Hiventi, flying all the way from France, from Kenya to be here, just to help us to build capacity. And I'm very, very happy that our industry regulator is here. I think Association of Movie Producers, you're talking about professionalism and structure in the industry. This is one of the areas that we need this structure, making sure that productions are standardized, okay? Not just like anybody doing anything. So I think we need to have this session for producers, for the different producer association. MCOAN is also here on the TV side, AMP for the film side, to see how we can leverage on their expertise, okay, to build capacity for our industry. I think this is very, very important. So I want to say thank you very much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And please feel free to connect with them. I'm sure there's a lot of questions, a lot of information that is still available. The presentation, these videos, we're going to be uploading them on our YouTube pages. So in case you need to go back to them to listen again, it will be on our YouTube pages. Even the presentations will be also on the website. So right now, we're going to go out to have some drinks, some food out there waiting for you, and also some music. Courtesy of Super TV, we're having a cocktail now. So please relax, network, meet with people, talk with people. The business is not yet over, okay? Tomorrow we are here for the screenings, so please make sure just come and watch very good movies tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and do have a great
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian. It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space, and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space,
and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.
It's a pleasure to be here again at the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit.
I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot that has been going on in the digital space,
and I'm really looking forward to learning so much new development in the industry.
My expectations are really high, and I can't wait to go in and have a great summit.
I'm having a really good time at the summit. Great conversations, great discussions, and I look forward to NIFS every year.
If you call yourself a filmmaker, this is not an event you want to miss.
I think it's a really strong platform that means a lot for the industry and needs to continue to get our support.